An Audioboy 279 production. Truth Audiobooks for the People. Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Shaping the Moral, Spiritual, Cultural, Political, and Economic Decline of the United States of America. Forward. The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations was unknown to the people of the United States before Dr. Coleman exposed its existence in his monograph, The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, Britain's Control of the United States. Up to that time, Tavistock had successfully retained its secretive role in shaping the affairs of the United States, its government and its people since its early beginning in London, in 1913 at Wellington House. Since Dr. Coleman's original article exposing this ultra-secret organization, others have come forward with claims of authorship, which they were unable to substantiate. Tavistock began as a propaganda-creating and disseminating organization centered at Wellington House, which was where the original organization was put together with intent of shaping a propaganda outlet that would break down the stiff public resistance being encountered to the looming war between Britain and Germany. The project was given to Lords Rothermere and Northcliffe, and their mandate was to produce an organization capable of manipulating public opinion and directing that manufactured opinion down the desired pathway to support for a declaration of war by Great Britain against Germany. Funding was provided by the British royal family, and later by the Rothschilds, to whom Lord Northcliffe was related through marriage. Arnold Toynbee was selected as Director of Future Studies. Two Americans, Walter Lippmann and Edward Bernays, were appointed to handle the manipulation of American public opinion in preparation for the entry of the United States into World War I, and to brief and direct President Woodrow Wilson. From a somewhat crude beginning at Wellington House, grew an organization that was to shape the destiny of Germany, Britain and more especially the United States in manner that became a highly sophisticated organization to manipulate and create public opinion, what is commonly termed mass brainwashing. During the course of its evolvement, Tavistock expanded in size and ambition, when in 1937, a decision was made to use the German author Oswald Spengler's monumental work, Untergange des Abendlandes, The Decline of Western Civilization, as a model. Previously, Wellington House board members Rothermere, Northcliffe, Lippmann, and Bernays had read and proposed as a guide the writings of Courier Moylan Walsh, in particular, the book The Climax of Civilization 1917, as corresponding closely to conditions that had to be created before a new world order in a one-world government could be ushered in. 11 In this endeavour, the members of the board consulted with the British royal family and obtained the approval of the Olympians, the inner core of the Committee of 300, to formulate a strategy. Funding was provided by the monarchy, the Rothschilds, the Milner Group and the Rockefeller Family Trusts. In 1936, Spengler's monumental work had come to the attention of what had become the Tavistock Institute. In preparation for changing and reshaping public opinion for the second time in less than 12 years, by unanimous consent of the board, Spengler's massive book was adopted as the blueprint for a new working model to bring about the decline and fall of Western civilization necessary to create and establish a new world order inside a one-world government. Spengler held it bound to happen that alien elements would be introduced into Western civilization in increasing numbers, and that the West would fail at that time to expel the aliens, thereby sealing its fate, a society, whose inward beliefs and sound convictions would become at variance with its outward profession, and thus Western civilization would fall by the wayside in the manner of the ancient civilizations of Greece and Rome. Tavistock thinking was that Spengler had indoctrinated Western civilization to believe that it would err on the side of Roman civilization, and expel the aliens. The genetic loss that has fallen upon Europe and especially on Scandinavia, England, Germany, France, the Anglo-Saxon, Nordic Alpine Germanic races that began just before the Second World War is already so great as to be beyond expectations, and continues at an alarming pace under the skilled guidance of the Tavistock managers. 12 What was a very rare instance became a common occurrence, a black man married to a white woman or vice versa. The two world wars cost the German nation almost 1/4 of its population. Most of the intellectual energies of the German nation were diverted into war channels in defense of the fatherland at the expense of science, arts, literature, music and the cultural, spiritual and moral advancement of the nation. The same could be said of the British nation. The blaze kindled by the British under the direction of Tavistock set all of Europe on fire, and did incalculable damage according to the Tavistock blueprint that matched Spengler's predictions. Classical and Western are the only two civilizations that could bring a modern renaissance to the world. They had flourished and progressed just as long as these civilizations remained under the control of the Anglo-Saxon Nordic Alpine, Germanic races. The unsurpassed beauty of their literature, art, their classics, spiritual and moral advancement of the female sex with a very large corresponding degree of protection, was what distinguished Western and classic civilizations from others. It was this bastion that Spengler saw coming under increasing attack, and the thinking at Tavistock ran on parallel tracks, but with a totally different goal. Tavistock saw this civilization's a stumbling block to ushering a new world order, as did the emphasis on protection and elevation of the female sex to a place of high respect and honor. Thus the whole thrust of Tavistock was to democratize the West by an attack on womanhood, and the racial, moral, spiritual and religious foundation upon which Western civilization rested. As Spengler suggested, the Greeks and Romans were devoted to the social, religious, moral and spiritual advancement and the preservation of womanhood, and they were successful for just as long as they were in control and could arrange matters so that government was carried out by a limited number of responsible citizens supported by the general populace below them, all being of the same pure unadulterated race. The planners at Tavistock saw that the way to upset the balance of Western civilization was to force unwelcome changes in the race by removing control from the deserving to the undeserving in the manner of ancient Roman leaders who were supplanted by the former slaves and aliens, whom they had permitted to come and dwell among them. Tavistock, by 1937, had come a long way from its Wellington House beginnings and the successful propaganda campaign that had turned the British public from being strongly anti-war in 1913 to willing participants through the arts of manipulation with the willing cooperation of news communications media. The technique was carried across the Atlantic in 1916 to manipulate the American people to support of the war in Europe. In spite of the fact that the vast majority, including at least 50 U.S. senators, were adamantly opposed to the U.S. getting dragged into what they perceived was essentially a quarrel between Britain and France on the one hand, and Germany on the other, largely over trade and economics, the conspirators were undeterred. At that point Wellington House introduced the word isolationists as a 14 derogatory description of those Americans who opposed U.S. participation in the war. The use of such words and phrases has proliferated under the expert brainwashing of the social sciences scientists at Tavistock. Terms like regime change, collateral damage became almost new English language. With the Tavistock Plan modified to suit American conditions, Bernays and Lippmann led President Woodrow Wilson to set up the very first Tavistock methodology techniques for polling manufacturing so-called public opinion created by Tavistock propaganda. They also taught Wilson to set up a secret body of managers to run the war effort and a body of advisors to assist the president in his decision-making. The Creel Commission was the first such body of opinion makers set up in the United States. Woodrow Wilson was the first American president to publicly proclaim himself in favor of a socialist New World Order inside a socialist One World government. His remarkable acceptance of the New World Order is found in his book The New Freedom. We say, his book, but actually, it was written by socialist William B. Hale. Wilson denounced capitalism. "It is contrary to the common man and it has brought stagnation to our economy," Wilson wrote. Yet, at the time, the United States economy was enjoying prosperity and industrial expansion as it had never experienced before in its history. We stand in the presence of a revolution, not a bloody revolution. America is not given to spilling blood, but a silent revolution, whereby America will insist upon recovering to practice those ideals which she has always professed, upon securing a government devoted to the general and not the special interests. We are upon the threshold of a time when the systematic life of the country will be sustained or at least supplemented at every point by government activity. And now we have to determine what kind of a government activity it shall be, whether, in the first place, it shall be directed from government itself, or whether it shall be indirect, through instrumentalities which have already constituted themselves and which stand ready to supersede government. While the U.S. was still a neutral power under the Wilson presidency, Wellington House poured out a cadence of lies about Germany, and what a threat it was to America. We are reminded of the statement made by Bakunin in 1814 as it tied in so well with the outrageous propaganda that Wilson made use of to bolster his case: lying by diplomacy, diplomacy has no other mission. Every time a state wants to declare war upon another state, it starts off by launching a manifesto addressed not only to its own subjects but also to the whole world. In this manifesto it declares that right and justice are on its side and endeavors to prove that it is actuated by love of peace and humanity and democracy, and that, imbued with generous and peaceful sentiments, it suffered for a long time in silence until mounting iniquity of its enemy forced it to bear its sword. At the same time it vows that, disdainful of all material conquest and not seeking any increase in territory, it will put an end to this war as soon as justice is re-established. and its antagonists answer with a similar manifesto, in which, naturally, right, justice and humanity and all 16 generous sentiments are to be found respectively on its side. These mutually opposed manifestos are written with the same eloquence, they breath the same righteous indignation, and one is just as sincere as the other, that is to say they are both brazen in their lies, and it is only fools who are deceived by them. Sensible persons, all those who have some political experience, do not even take the trouble of reading such manifestos. President Wilson's statements just before he went to the Congress to request a constitutional declaration of war embodies every one of Bakunin's sentiments. He was lying by diplomacy, and he used the gross propaganda manufactured at Wellington House to inflame the American public by tales of atrocities committed by the German army in its march across Belgium in 1914. As we shall discover, it was, for the most part, a gigantic lie passed off as truth. I remember looking through a large stack of old newspapers at the British Museum where I spent 5 years doing in-depth research. The papers covered the years 1912 to 1920. I recall thinking at the time, isn't it amazing that the rush to the New World Order socialist totalitarian government should be led by the United States, supposedly a bastion of freedom? Then, as I recall, it came to me with great clarity that the Committee of 300 has its people at the highest and lowest echelons embedded in the U.S., in banking, industry, trade, defense, the State Department and indeed in the very White House, not to mention the elite club called the U.S. Senate, which in my view is a forum for pushing the New World Order. XVN I recall thinking that President Wilson's propaganda blast against Germany and the Kaiser actually the product of Rothschild agents Lords Northcliffe and Rothmere. And the Wellington House propaganda factory was not much different to the contrived situation of Pearl Harbor, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and looking back now I can see no difference between the propaganda lies about the brutality of German soldiers allegedly chopping off the arms and legs of little Belgian children in 1914, than the methods used to get the American people duped and doped into allowing the Bush administration to invade Iraq. Whereas in 1914 it was the Kaiser who was a brute savage, a ruthless murderer, a monster, the butcher of Berlin, in 2002 it was President Hussein who was all of these things and a whole lot more, including the butcher of Baghdad, poor duped, deluded, deceived, connived, trustful, America. When will you ever learn? In 1917 the New World Order agenda was being rushed through the House and Senate by Woodrow Wilson, and President Bush forced the New World Order agenda for Iraq through the House and Senate in 2002 without debate, an exercise in arbitrary power and a gross violation of the U.S. Constitution for which the American people are paying a huge price. But the American people are suffering from toxic shock induced by the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, and the American people are in a state of sleepwalking and without leadership. They do not know what the price is and do not care to find out. The Committee of 300 continues to rule the United States, just as it did in the Wilson and Roosevelt presidencies, while the American people were distracted with bread and circuses. Only today it is baseball, football, endless Hollywood, and Social Security. Nothing has changed. XVM The United States, harried, hounded, pushed and shoved is headed of a fast track to the New World Order, propelled along by the radical Republicans of the War Party who have been taken over by the scientists at the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations. Just recently I was asked by a subscriber, where do we find the Tavistock Institute? My response was, look around the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives, the White House, the State Department, the Defense Department, Wall Street, Fox TV. Faux TV, and you will see the change agents in every one of these places. President Wilson was the first U.S. president to manage the war through a civilian committee guided and directed by the Bernays and Lippmann from Wellington House, to which we have already made mention. The resounding success of Wellington House and its enormous influence on the course of American history began before that in 1913. Wilson had spent almost a year tearing down the protective trade tariffs that had defended the American domestic markets from being overwhelmed by free trade, essentially the practice of allowing cheap British goods made with cheap labor in India to flood the American market. On October 12, 1913, Wilson signed the bill that was the beginning of the end of the unique American middle class, long the target of the Fabian socialists. The bill was described as a measure to adjust tariffs, but it would have been accurate to describe it as a bill to destroy tariffs. Such was the hidden power of Wellington House that the vast majority of the American people accepted this lie, not knowing or realizing that it was a death knell for American commerce that would lead to NAFTA, GATT and the 19th World Trade Organization (WTO). Even more astonishing was the acceptance of the Federal Income Tax Act that was passed on September 5, 1913, to replace trade tariffs as the source of revenue for the federal government. Income tax is a Marxist doctrine not found in the U.S. Constitution any more than the Federal Reserve Bank is found in the Constitution. Wilson called his twin blows against the Constitution a fight for the people, and for free business, and said he was proud to have taken part in the completion of a great piece of business. The Federal Reserve Act, explained by Wilson as reconstructing the nation's banking and currency system, was rushed through on a flood tide of propaganda emanating from Wellington House, just in time for the hostilities that began the horror of World War I. Most historians are agreed that without passage of the Federal Reserve Bank Act, Ford Gray would not have been able to start that terrible conflagration. The deceptive language of the Federal Reserve Act was under the guidance of Bernays and Fitman, who set up a National Citizens Feed with the notorious Samuel Untermeyer as its chairman, to promote the Federal Reserve Bank, that secured control of the people's money and currency and transferred it to a private monopoly without the victims' consent. One of the most interesting pieces of history surrounding the imposition of the foreign financial slavery measure was that before it was sent to Wilson for his signature, a copy was given to the sinister Colonel Edward Mandell House as the representative of Wellington House and the British oligarchy represented by the banker, J.P. Morgan. XX as to the American people, in whose name the disastrous measure was instituted, they had not the faintest idea how they had been connived, cheated, lied to and utterly deceived. An instrument of slavery was fastened around their necks without the victims ever becoming aware of it. Wellington House methodology was at its height when Wilson was coached in how to persuade Congress to declare war on Germany, although he had won election on the solemn promise to keep America out of the war then raging in Europe, a great triumph for the new art of public opinion making. It was just that, the poll questions were shaded in such a way that the answers reflected the opinions of the public, not their understanding of the questions, nor their understanding of the processes of political science. A thorough search and reading of the congressional records from 1910 to 1920 by this writer showed very clearly that had Wilson not signed the iniquitous Currency Reform Bill on December 23, 1913, the upper-level parallel secret government of the United States foretold by H. G. Wells would not have been able to commit the vast resources of the United States to the war in Europe. The House of Morgan, representing the Olympians of the Committee of 300, and its all-powerful City of London financial nexus, played a leading role in shaping the U.S. Federal Reserve Banks, which were neither federal nor banks, but a private money-generating monopoly fastened around the necks of the American people whose money was now free to be stolen on an unimaginable scale, making them slaves of the New World Order inside the coming One World Government. The Great Depression of the 1930s was the second major catastrophic bill the American people had to pay, the first being World War I. See Appendix 21. Those who read this book as a first introduction to the New World Order inside a one-world government will be skeptical, but consider that no less a personage than the great Sir Harold Mackinder did not hide his beliefs about its coming. More than that, he gave notice that it might be a dictatorship. Sir Harold had an impressive resume (CV), having been Professor of Geography at the University of London, a Director of the London School of Economics from 1903 to 1908 and a Member of Parliament from 1910 to 1922. He was also a close associate of Arnold Toynbee, one of the leading lights at Wellington House. He had correctly predicted a core of startling geopolitical events, many of them actually coming to pass. One such prophecy was the founding of two Germanys, the Social Democratic Republic of Germany and the Federal Republic of Germany. Critics suggested that he got the information from Toynbee, that it was merely the long-range planning of the Committee of 300 that Toynbee knew about. After Wellington House, Toynbee moved to the Royal Institute for International Affairs (RIIA), and then to London University, where he held the chair for international history. In his book, America and World Revolution, he said, "If we are to avoid mass suicide, we must have our world state quickly, and this probably means that we must have it in a non-democratic form to begin with. We will have to start building a world state now on the best design that is practicable at the moment." 22 Toynbee went on in a forthright manner, saying this world dictatorship would have to supplant the local national states which litter the present political map. The new world state was to be brought about on the basis of mass mind control and propaganda that would make it acceptable. I explained in my book The Committee of 300, that Bernays blew the whistle on polling in his 1923 and 1928 books, Propaganda, and Crystallizing Public Opinion. This was followed by engineering consent, self-preservation, ambition, pride, hunger, love of family and children, patriotism, imitativeness, the desire to be a leader, love of play. These and other drives are the psychological raw materials which every leader must take into account in his endeavor to win the public to his point of view. To maintain their self-assurance, most people need to feel certain that whatever they believe about anything is true. These revealing works are examined, and we should add that in writing them, the Tavistock hierarchy apparently felt secure enough to gloat over their control of the United States and Great Britain that had blossomed into an open conspiracy along the lines first suggested by H. G. Wells, with the advent of Wellington House, funded by the British monarchy and later by Rockefeller, Rothschild in the United States. Western civilization entered into the first phase of a plan that would provide a secret government to rule the world, namely, the Committee of 300. 23 Tavistock Institute of Human Relations was its creation. As this book is not about the Committee of 300, we would suggest that readers obtain copies of the first and second book, The Committee of 300. The 300's carefully structured blueprint has been followed to the letter, and today as we reach the end of 2005, looking back it is fairly easy for knowledgeable persons to trace the course that was laid out for Western civilization and to mark its progression to the point where we are today. This book is an attempt to do just that. Chapter 1 Founding the world's premier brainwashing institute. From its modest but vitally important beginning at Wellington House, the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations expanded rapidly to become the world's premier top-secret brainwashing institute. How this rapid progression was accomplished needs to be explained. The modern science of mass manipulation of public opinion was born at Wellington House, Fondon, the lusty infant being midwifed by Ford Northcliffe and Ford Rothmere. The British monarchy, Ford Rothschild, and the Rockefellers were responsible for funding the venture. The papers we were privileged to examine showed that the purpose of those at Wellington House was to effect a change in the opinion of the British people who were adamantly opposed to war with Germany, a formidable task that was accomplished by opinion-making through polling. The staff consisted of Arnold Toynbee, a future Director of Studies at the Royal Institute of International Affairs (RIIA), Ford's Northcliffe, and the Americans, Walter Fitman and Edward Bernays. Bernays was born in Vienna on November 22, 1891. As the nephew of Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, regarded by many as the father of public relations, although the title properly belongs to Willy Munzenberg. Bernays pioneered the use of psychology and other social sciences to shape and form public opinion so that the public thought such manufactured opinions were their own. 2. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, it is now possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without them knowing it, Bernays postulated. He called this technique engineering consent. One of his best-known techniques of achieving this goal was the indirect use of what he called third-party authorities to shape the desired opinions. If you can influence the leaders, either with or without their conscious cooperation, you automatically influence the group which they sway. This technique he called opinion-making. Perhaps we can now begin to understand how it was that Wilson, Roosevelt, Clinton, Bush the elder and the younger could so easily lead America into disastrous wars in which its people should never have become involved. The joint British and American participants concentrated their efforts on techniques as yet not tried out, to mobilize support for the war looming on the horizon. As previously stated, the British people did not want war, and said so, but Toynbee, Lippmann and Bernays expected to change that by applying techniques designed to manipulate public opinion through the use of polling. Herein we provide a review of the methods that were devised and executed to bring Great Britain and the United States into the First World War, plus the techniques that were put into practice between the two world wars and beyond. As will be seen, propaganda was to play a major role. One of the main objectives at Tavistock was to achieve the degradation of women. Tavistock recognized that Jesus Christ has brought a new place of respect in the order of civilization to womanhood, which prior to his coming had not been present. 3. After Christ's ministry, womanhood gained a respect and a high place in society absent from pre-Christian civilizations. Of course it can be argued that such an elevated status existed in the Greek and Roman empires, and that would be true to a certain extent, but not to the extent that womanhood was elevated in post-Christ society. Tavistock sought to change that, and the process began immediately after World War I. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which the Rus Viking princes of Moscow brought back from Constantinople, revered and respected womanhood, and their experience with the Khazarians, whom they subsequently defeated and drove out of Russia, left them determined to protect womanhood in Russia. The founder of the Romanov dynasty, Michael Romanov, was the scion of a noble family that had defended Russia on the basis of a Christian country. From 1613 the Romanovs sought to ennoble Russia and imbue it with a great spirit of Christianity, which meant also, protection for and the honoring of Russian womanhood. The princes of Moscow under Prince Dmitry Donskoy earned the unremitting hatred of the Rothschilds for Russia because of Donskoy's defeat and expulsion of the Khazarian hordes that inhabited the lower regions of the Volga. This barbaric warrior nation of mysterious Indo-Turk origin, had adopted the Judaic religion on passage of a decree by King Bulant after the religion was approved by the chief Khazarian soothsayer magician-sorcerer, David El-Wah. It was El-Wah's personal flag, now called the Star of David, that became the official flag of the Khazarian nation when they settled in Poland after being forced out of Russia. The flag was adopted by the Zionists as the standard and is still mistakenly called the Star of David. Christians make the error of confusion linking it with the Old Testament King David, when in fact there is no relation between the two. The hatred of Russia was compounded in 1612 when the Romanov dynasty led a Russian army against Poland, taking back large parts of Poland that had formerly belonged to Russia. The principal architect of enmity brought to bear against Russia was the Rothschild dynasty, and it was this burning hatred that Tavistock used and channeled in its plan to destroy Western civilization. The first opportunity created by Tavistock came in 1905 with the attack by the Japanese Navy that completely surprised the Russian fleet. The exercise was Bank-ar-Old by Jacob Schiff, the Wall Street banker, who was related to Rothschild. The defeat of the Russian fleet at Port Arthur in a surprise attack marked the beginning of the pall of gloom that was about to roll in over Christian Europe. The Rockefeller Standard Oil Group, directed by Tavistock and with the aid of the 300, engineered the Russo-Japanese War. The money used to finance the operation came from Jacob Schiff, but was actually provided by the Rockefeller General Education Board, whose outward purpose was to finance Negro education. All of the propaganda and advertising for the board was written and crafted by the social scientists at Tavistock, which was then called Wellington House. In 1941, another Rockefeller front organization, the Institute for Pacific Relations (IPR), gave large sums to its Japanese counterpart in Tokyo. The money was then funneled to a member of the imperial family by Richard Sorge, a Russian master spy, for the purposes of inducing Japan to attack the United States at Pearl Harbor. Again, Tavistock was the originator of all of IPR's publications. Although it was not yet evident, as Spengler was to mention in his monumental work, published in 1936, it marked the beginning of the end of the old order. Contrary to most establishment accounts of history, the Russian Revolution was not a Russian revolution at all, but a foreign ideology backed primarily by the Committee of 300 and its arm, the Tavistock Institute, that was violently forced upon a startled, unprepared and dismayed Romanov family. It was political warfare, low-grade warfare and psychological warfare in which Tavistock had become well versed. As Winston Churchill was to remark, they transported Lenin in a sealed truck like a plague bacillus from Switzerland into Russia, and then once established, Lenin and Trotsky seized Russia by the hair of its head. Much has been written, but nearly always in passing as if it is a mere postscript to history, about the sealed truck, sealed car, sealed train, that transported Lenin and his Bolshevik revolutionaries safely through the midst of wartime Europe and deposited them in Russia. There to begin their imported Bolshevik revolution, so mistakenly termed the Russian Revolution. 6 documents the author was privileged to study at Wellington House and what was revealed in the Arnold Toynbee papers and Bruce Lockhart's private papers, led to the conclusion that without Toynbee, Bruce Lockhart of MI6 British intelligence and without the complicity of at least 5 European nations, ostensibly loyal and friendly with the court at St. Petersburg, the merciless Bolshevik revolution would have been still bomb. As this account must of necessity be limited to Tavistock's participation in the affair, it will not be as a complete account of the skullduggery we would like to have presented. According to Milner's private papers, his aides through Tavistock contacted a fellow socialist, Fritz Platten. Milner was a leading Fabian socialist. Although he scorned Sidney and Beatrice Webb, it was Platten who planned the logistics of the trip and oversaw it until the revolutionaries arrived in Petrograd. This was confirmed and borne out by the Wilhelmstrasse files, the majority of which we were able to gain access to, which files were open to certain people qualified to read them. They tallied fairly closely with Bruce Fockhart's account in his private papers, as well as what Ford Alfred Milner had to say about the underhand affair that betrayed Russia. It appeared that Milner had many contacts among the Bolshevik expatriates, among them, Fennon. It was to Ford Milner that Fennon went, when he needed money for the revolution. Armed with a letter of introduction from Platten, Fennon met with Ford Milner and laid down his plan for the overthrow of the Romanovs and Christian Russia. Milner agreed on condition that he could send his agent Bruce Fockhart of MI6 to supervise the day-to-day affairs and report back on Fennon. 7 Lord Rothschild and the Rockefellers demanded that they be allowed to send Sidney Reilly to Russia to supervise transfer of Russia's natural resources and the gold rubles held in the central bank to London. This was agreed to by Lenin, and later Trotsky. To seal the bargain, Lord Milner, on behalf of the Rothschilds, gave Lenin £60 million in gold sovereigns while the Rockefellers contributed around $40 million. Countries in complicity with the «sealed train» affair were Great Britain, Germany, Finland, Switzerland and Sweden. While the United States was not directly involved, it must have been aware of what was going on. After all, on the orders of President Wilson, a brand new American passport was issued to Leon Trotsky, whose real name was Lev Bronstein, so that he could travel in peace, although Trotsky was not a U.S. citizen. Lenin and his compatriots were provided with a private well-appointed rail carriage by the top German government functionaries and always kept locked by agreements with stations along the line. Platon was in charge and he laid down the rules for the trip, some of which are listed in the Wilhelmstrasse files. The carriage was to remain locked for the entire trip. No one could board the carriage without Platon's permission. The train would have extraterritorial status. No passports were to be asked at borders. Tickets would be bought at regular prices. No security issues to be raised by the military or police of any country en route. 8 According to the Wilhelmstrasse files, the trip was authorized and approved by General Ludendorff and Kaiser Wilhelm. Ludendorff went so far as to say that if Sweden refused to let the Bolsheviks pass, he would guarantee them passage into Russia through the German lines. As it turned out, the Swedish government raised no objection and neither did the Finnish government. One of the notable revolutionaries, who joined the train when it arrived at the German frontier with Switzerland, was Radek, who was to play a leading role in the bloody Bolshevik Revolution. There were some lighter moments too. The Wilhelmstrasse files describe how the carriage missed its engine at Frankfurt, resulting in it being shunted to and fro for about 8 hours. The party had to detrain in the German Baltic town of Sassnitz where they were accorded decent accommodation by the German government. The Swedish government kindly gave them ferry transport to Malmö, from where they sailed to Stockholm, where nice accommodation awaited the Bolshevik party for an overnight layover, and then it was on to the Finnish border. There, the intrepid Platon left the high-spirited party and the final journey into Russia was made by train to Petrograd. Thus an epic journey that began in Zurich, Switzerland, ended in Petrograd. Lenin had arrived on the scene and Russia was about to be brought low. And throughout, Bernays and Lippmann and their associates at Wellington House, Tavistock, kept up a steady flow of brainwashing propaganda that it is safe to conclude, duped much of the world. Chapter 2 Europe falls off the precipice. 9 Europe after World War I and the close of the Bolshevik Revolution was forced to change according to the Tavistock blueprint. When, thanks to the British engendered and instigated First World War, Europe fell off a precipice into the end of their world, or perhaps it might be more appropriate to say, shambled along like zombies until the last of the era vanished into the darkness of the abyss, the forced changes became very much apparent. This is not a book about the First World War per se. Hundreds of thousands of words have been written about the cause and effects of the greatest tragedy ever to befall mankind, and yet it has not been adequately addressed and probably never will be. One thing that many writers, myself included, are agreed on. The war was started by Great Britain out of sheer hatred of Germany's rapid progress toward becoming a major economic power in competition against Britain, and Lord Edward Grey was the principal architect of the war. That it was unpopular and not approved of by a large majority of the British people called for special measures, a new department to handle the challenge. In essence, that is the reason why Wellington House came into existence. From such a small beginning, it progressed into the gargantuan Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, by 2005, the world's premier brainwashing institution and the most sinister force. That it will have to be confronted and put out of business if the United States is to survive as a constitutional republic with a republican form of government guaranteed to the 50 states is the considered opinion of a number of members of the U.S. Senate, who were consulted in preparation for this book, but who asked not to be named. The aftermath of the First World War and the failed attempts to form a League of Nations served only to emphasize the gap between the old Western civilization and the new. The economic disaster of post-war Germany hung like the smoke from a funeral pyre over Western culture, adding to the dismal, sad and fearful climate that began in the 1920s. Historians agree that all of the combatants suffered economic ravage of varying degree, although Russia was somewhat spared, only to be destroyed by the Bolsheviks, while Germany and Austria were the hardest hit. A strange kind of a forced gaiety descended on Europe in the 1920s, in which I include Britain and the United States. It was put down to rebellious youth and people generally being sick of war and politics. In point of fact, people were reacting to the long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning of the masters at Tavistock. In the period between the end of World War I and 1935, they were as much shell-shocked as were the troops who had survived the hell of the trenches with shot and shell flying all around them, only now, it was economic shot and shell and vast changes in social mores that numbed their senses. But the end result of the treatment was the same. People threw discretion to the winds, and the moral rot that was set in motion in 1918, is ongoing and gathering momentum. In the state of forced gaiety, nobody saw the coming of the world economic crash and subsequent world depression. 11 It is agreed by most historians that this condition was engineered, and we are led to believe that Tavistock played a role in the feverish publicity campaigns of various factions in that period. In support of our contention that the crash and depression was a contrived event. See Appendix of Events. Spengler foretold what was to happen, and as it turns out his predictions were amazingly accurate. Decadent society and loose women, characterized by the flappers, and men in coats fitted with hip flasks, who demanded and got a lessening of female modesty that came in with higher hemlines, bobbed hair and excessive makeup, women smoking and drinking in public. As money became harder to come by and soup kitchen and unemployment lines grew longer, hemlines grew shorter, while the writings of Sinclair Lewis, F. Scott Fitzgerald, James Joyce and D.H. Lawrence drew gasps. The latest Broadway shows and nightclub acts revealed a lot more of women's hidden charms than ever before, and put them out on public display. It was noted by fashion designers in 1919 in the New Yorker magazine that hemlines this year are 6 inches from the ground and very daring. Chapter 3 How times were made to change 13, but that was only the beginning. In 1935, with Hitler rising to power, guaranteed by the impossible conditions forced upon Germany at Versailles, hemlines were also rising to the dizzy height of the knees, except in Germany, where Hitler was demanding modesty from German womanhood and getting it, along with wholesome respect, which did not suit Tavistock's book. People who stopped to think at all said they hated the way times are changing, but what they did not and could not know was that times were being made to change according to a carefully laid out Tavistock formula. Everywhere else in Europe and America the revolt was on as emancipation fever spread. In the United States it was silent screen idols who led the way, but this was no match with what was happening in Europe, where every single pleasure was being indulged in, including homosexuality, that had long been hidden in darkness and never mentioned in polite society. Homosexuality emerged alongside lesbianism to shock disgust, and it seemed, to deliberately affront those who still lingered in the old order. A study of this aberration showed that homosexuality and lesbianism became rampant not out of any inner or latent desires, but as a means to shocking the old establishment with its rigid codes of good order. Music too suffered and went to the dogs in all manner of jazz and other decadent forms. 14 Tavistock was now in the most crucial stage of developing its plan that called for womanhood to be reduced to a lessening standard of morality and of feminine behavior never thought possible. Nations were in a state of numbness, shell-shocked by the radical changes forced upon them which seemed impossible to stop, in which a complete absence of female modesty reflected in learned behavioral attitudes that made the 1920s and 1930s look like a ladies' Sunday school teachers' convention. There was no stopping the sexual revolution that swept the world during that era and the planned degradation of womanhood that went with it. Some voices were heard, notably G.K. Chesterton and Oswald Spengler, but it was not enough to blunt the assault launched by the Tavistock Institute that had in effect declared war on Western civilization. The effects of long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning were everywhere to be observed. The moral, spiritual, racial, economic, cultural and intellectual bankruptcy we are in the midst of today is not some social phenomenon or the result of something abstract or sociological that just happened. Rather, it was the outcome of a carefully planned Tavistock program. What we are seeing is not accidental, some aberration of history. Rather, it is the end product of a deliberately induced social and moral crisis evident everywhere and in such personages as Mick Jagger, Oprah Winfrey, Britney Spears, reality television shows, music seemingly an amalgam of every base instinct, Fox News, phone news, near-pornographic movies in mainstream theaters, advertising in which modesty and decency are cast to the winds, loud uncouth behavior in public places, especially in American restaurants, Katie Curie and a host other of 15 female non-entities suddenly created to become highly paid television anchors or talk show hosts, all of whom have been trained to talk in a hard, grating monotonous voices totally lacking in cadence. As if talking through clenched jaws, in a manner that is harsh, strident and hard on the ears. Whereas television news readers and anchormen had always been men, suddenly, there were no more than a dozen men in the field. We see it in non-entity stars in the movie industry that chum out movies of an increasingly low cultural standard. We see it also in the glorification of interracial marriages, divorce on demand, abortion, and blatant homosexual and lesbian behavior, in the loss of religious beliefs and in Western civilization family life. Such stars are Ellen DeGeneres, who have absolutely no talent and nothing of any cultural value to offer, are held up as models for impressionable young girls who are increasingly on parade with as much as 75% of their bodies exposed. We see it in a massive increase in drug addiction and all manner of social evil, as in Canada passing a law making homosexual and lesbian marriage legal under the threadbare guise of civil rights. We see it in wholesale corruption of the political system and constitutional mayhem where the House and Senate permits flagrant violations of the highest law in the land, at every level of government and nowhere more so than in the executive branch of government, where every president since Roosevelt has taken powers to which the president is not entitled. We see it in the illicit taking of war powers by the President when such powers are explicitly denied to the executive by the U.S. Constitution. 16. We see it in a new dimension of constitutional disobedience added to an ugly list of laws not empowered by the Constitution, one of the most recent and most shocking being the U.S. Supreme Court's blatant exceeding of its powers in breaking down states' rights and electing George Bush, the younger, as the president. This had to be one of the most savage blows struck against the Constitution in the grossest contravention of the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in the history of the United States. Yet, so dazed and shell-shocked are the American people that no protest was voiced, no mass demonstrations, no calls for the Supreme Court to be reined in. In this one incident alone, the power of Tavistock's long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning proved to be a huge triumph. No, this condition of disintegration of our republic in which we find ourselves in 2005 did not simply evolve, rather it is the end product of a carefully planned social engineering brainwashing project of immense proportions. The truth is reflected in the death throes of what was once the greatest nation on earth. The physiological conditioning papers written by the social scientists at Tavistock are working well. Your reaction is a programmed one. You cannot think in any other way unless you make a supreme effort. Nor can you take steps to free yourself from this condition unless you can first identify the enemy and his plan for the dissolution of the United States and Europe in particular and the Western world in general. That enemy is called the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations, and it has been at war with Western civilization since its earliest days before it found form and substance at Wellington House and from there evolved into its present facilities at Sussex University 17 and the Tavistock Clinic in London. Before I unmasked this institution in 1969, it was unknown in the United States. It is without doubt the world's premier brainwashing social engineering establishment. We shall see what it achieved in its early days in pre-World War I England and since then in the run-up to World War II and post-World War II to the present time. During World War II, the Tavistock Institute was headquartered at the British Army Physiological Warfare Division. We have covered its history during its formative years at Wellington House, and we now proceed to the pre-World War II and post-World War II activities. Chapter 4: Social Engineering and the Social Scientists. Dr. Kurt Lewin was its chief theoretician who specialized in the teaching and application of topological psychology, which was and remains the most advanced method of behavior modification. Lewin was assisted by Major General John Rawlings Rees, Eric Trist, W. R. Bion, H. V. Dix and several of the greats of brainwashing and social engineering like Margaret Mead and her husband, Gregory Bateson. Bernays was the top consultant right up to the time George Bush was placed in the White House by the Supreme Court. We do not want to get too technical and thus will not get into specifics of how they applied the social scientists' sciences. Most will accept the generic term of brainwashing as an overall explanation of the activities of this, the mother of all think tanks. It will come as no small surprise to learn that Lewin and his team founded the Stanford Research Center, the Wharton School of Economics, MIT and the National Institute of Mental Health among scores of other institutions fondly believed to be American institutions. During the course of years, the federal government contributed millions upon millions of dollars to Tavistock and its expanded web of interlinking institutions, while corporate America and Wall Street came up with matching amounts. We make bold to say that without the amazing growth and advances techniques for mass brainwashing developed by the Tavistock Institute, there would have been no Second World War, nor any of the wars that followed, and certainly not the two Gulf Wars, the second of which is still raging in November 2005. By the year 2000 there was hardly any aspect of life in America into which Tavistock's tentacles had not reached, and that included every level of government from local to federal, industry, trade, education and the political institutions of the nation. Every mental and psychological aspect of the nation was analyzed, recorded, profiled and stored in computer memory banks. What has come out of this is what Tavistock calls a three-system response, and it is how population groups react to stress resulting from contrived situations that become crisis management exercises. What we have in the US and Britain is a government that creates a situation viewed by its citizens as a crisis, and government then manages that crisis. An example of a contrived situation was the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941. The attack on Pearl Harbor was contrived, as previously explained herein, with the transfer of Rockefeller cash to Richard Sorge, the master spy, and then to a member of the imperial family to prompt Japan to fire the first shots so that the Roosevelt administration could take the United States into World War II. The economic strangulation of Japan by Britain and the United States unilaterally choking off the flow of essential raw materials to the island factory that was Japan, had reached a point where a decision was made to put an end to it. Tavistock played an enormous role in crafting the massive wave of anti-Japanese propaganda that swept the United States into the war in Europe via war against Japan. 21 Unbearable economic pressure was put on Japan, while at the same time the Roosevelt administration refused to negotiate, until the Tokyo government could see no way out but to attack at Pearl Harbor. Roosevelt had conveniently obligingly shifted the Pacific Fleet into harm's way by moving it from its safe haven at San Diego to Pearl Harbor, for absolutely no valid or strategic reason, thereby placing it squarely in reach of the Japanese Navy. Another example is more recent, the Gulf War that began when a hue and a cry was raised about Iraq's alleged stocks of nuclear and chemical weapons, the so-called weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. The Bush administration and the Blair government knew the issue was a contrived situation without foundation or merit. They knew that there were no such weapons. Indisputable proof existed that Hussein's weapons program had been nullified after the 1991 Gulf War and through continued brutal sanctions. In short, the two Western leaders were caught out in a web of lies, yet such is the power of the Committee of 300 and the brainwashing power of Tavistock, that they remained in office, although it is an accepted fact that because of their lies, at least 1 million Iraqis and more than 2,000 American servicemen dead and 25,999 wounded, Russia's GRU military intelligence figures, of which 53% are maimed, with the cost in monetary terms as of October 2005, exceeding $550 billion. The Iraqi death toll is the total of both Gulf Wars, of which the majority are civilians who died from the lack of food, clean water and medicine as a result of the criminal sanctions imposed by the British and US governments under cover of the UN 22. In carrying out sanctions against Iraq, the UN violated its own charter and from then on became a crippled institution lacking credibility. There is no parallel in history where a man holding the highest office was proved to be a liar and deceiver and yet could remain in power as if nothing had stained his office, a state of affairs that demonstrates the power of the Tavistock Institute's long-range penetration and inner conditioning treatment of the American people, that would cause them docilely to accept such a turgid, horror-filled situation without ever taking to the streets in rage. Well did Henry Ford say that people deserve the government they get if the people do nothing to turn that government out of office, such as is the right of the American people under their U.S. Constitution, then they deserve to have liars and deceivers running their nation and their lives. On the other hand, the American people may well be going through the one of the three phases of what Dr. Fred Emery, at one time the senior psychiatrist at Tavistock, once described as social environmental turbulence. According to Emery, large populations groups manifest the following symptoms when subjected to conditions of violent social changes, stress and turbulence, which can be divided into well-defined categories. Superficiality is the condition that manifests itself when the threatened population group reacts by adopting shallow sloganeering, which they attempt to pass off as ideals. Very little ego investment takes place, making the first phase a maladaptive response because, as Emery stated, the cause of the crisis is not isolated and identified, and 23 the crisis and tension is not abated, but continues for as long as the controller want it to last. The second phase of the crisis reaction, since the crisis is continuing, is fragmentation, a condition in which panic strikes, social cohesion falls apart, with the result that very small groups form and attempt to protect themselves from the crisis with little or no regard for the expense or cost to other fragmented, small groups. This phase Emery calls passive maladaptation, while still failing to identify the cause of the crisis. The third phase is when the victims turn away from the source of the induced crisis and the resulting tension. They take fantasy trips of internal migration, introspection and obsession with self. This is what Tavistock calls disassociation and self-realization. Emery goes on to explain that the passive maladaption responses are now coupled with active maladaptive responses. Emery states that over the past 50 years that experiments in applied social psychology and resultant crisis management have taken over all aspects of life in America, and the results are stored in the computers in the major think tanks such as Stanford University. The scenarios are taken out, used and revised from time to time and, according to Tavistock, the scenarios are in operation at the present time. Translated, this means that Tavistock has the majority of the American people profiled and brainwashed. If any part of the American public is ever able to identify the cause of the crises that have washed over this nation in the past 70 years, the social engineering structure built by Tavistock will come crashing down. But that has not yet happened. Tavistock continues to drown the American public in its sea of created public opinion. 24. The social engineering developed by the social sciences scientists at Tavistock has been used as a weapon during this century's two world wars, especially World War I. The pollsters who developed it have been quite frank that they employ on the American population the same devices and methods used and experimented with against enemy populations. Today, the manipulation by polls of public opinion has become a central technique in the hands of the social engineers and controllers of the social scientists employed at Tavistock and its many think tanks located all over the United States and Britain. Chapter 5. Do we have what H.G. Wells called an invisible government? As I have previously related, the modern science of making public opinion through advanced techniques of manipulating mass opinion began at one of the West's most advanced propaganda factories situated in Britain at Wellington House. This facility, dedicated to social engineering and creating public opinion at the commencement of World War I, was under the aegis of Lords Rothmere and Northcliffe, and the future Director of Studies of the Royal Institute of International Affairs (RIIA), Arnold Toynbee. Wellington House had an American section, whose most prominent members were Walter Lippmann and Edward Bernays. As we discovered later, Bernays was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, a fact carefully hidden from public view. Jointly, they centered work on techniques to mobilize support for World War I among the masses of people who were opposed to war with Germany. The public perception was that Germany was a friend of the British people, not an enemy, and the British people saw no need to fight Germany. After all, was it not true that Queen Victoria was the cousin of Kaiser Wilhelm II? Toynbee, Lippmann and Bernays worked to persuade them that war was necessary, using the techniques of the new science through new arts of mass manipulation via the communications media for its propaganda purposes, tinged with willingness to lie, which was just getting into its stride, having learned a great deal of experience during the Anglo-Boer War 1899–1902. It was not only the British public whose perception of events had to be altered, but also a recalcitrant American public. 26. To this end, Bernays and Lippmann were instrumental in getting Woodrow Wilson to establish the Creel Committee, which created the first body of methodological techniques for dissemination of successful propaganda and for the science of polling to secure the correct opinion. From the beginning, the techniques were designed in such a way that polling, public opinion making, was based on one obvious, but striking feature: it was concerned with people's opinions, not with their understanding of the processes of science. Thus, by intent, the pollsters elevated an essentially irrational element of mind to a primary level of public focus. This was a conscious decision to undermine the grasps of reality of masses of people in an increasingly complex industrial society. If you have ever watched Fox News, where viewers are given the results of a poll about what Americans are thinking, and then for the next hour found yourself shaking your head and wondering what the results of the poll reflected about your own thinking processes, then you could only have felt more puzzled than ever. The key to understanding Fox News and the poll might lie in what Lippmann had to say about such matters. In his 1922 book, Public Opinion, Lippmann outlined Tavistock's psychological warfare methodology. In an introductory chapter, The World Outside and the Pictures in Our Heads, Lippmann stressed that the object of study of the public opinion social analyst is reality as defined by internal perception or images of that reality. Public opinion deals with indirect, unseen, and puzzling facts, and there is nothing obvious about them. The situations to which public opinions refer are known only as opinions. 27. The pictures inside the heads of these human beings, the pictures of themselves, of others, of their needs, purposes, and relationship, are the public opinions. Those pictures, which are acted upon by groups of people, or by individuals acting in the name of groups, are public opinion with capital letters. The picture inside so often misleads men in their dealings with the world outside. From this evaluation, it is easy to take the next decisive step made by Bernays, that the elites who run society can and do marshal the resources of mass communications to mobilize and alter the herd mind. 1 year after Lippmann's book, Bernays authored Crystallizing Public Opinion. He followed that in 1928 with a book entitled quite simply, Propaganda. In the first chapter, Organizing Chaos, Bernays wrote, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men that we have never heard of. Our invisible governors are, in many cases, unaware of the identity of their fellow members in the inner cabinet. Whatever attitude one chooses to take toward this condition, it remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, 28 in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons, a trifling fraction of our 100 arid 20 million, who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires, which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world." In Propaganda, Bernays followed his praise of the invisible government by underscoring the next phase that propaganda techniques would follow, as civilization has become more complex, and as the need for invisible government has been increasingly demonstrated, the technical means have been invented and developed by which opinion may be regimented. With the printing press and the newspaper, the telephone, telegraph, radio and airplanes, ideas can spread rapidly and even instantaneously over the whole of America. To back up his point, Bernays quoted the mentor of public opinion manipulation, H. G. Wells. He cited a 1928 article in the New York Times in which Wells welcomed modern means of communication for opening up a new world of political processes, and for allowing the common design to be documented and sustained against perversion and betrayal. For Wells, the advent of mass communication leading up to television meant fantastic new paths for social control beyond the wildest dreams of the earlier mass manipulation fanatics of the British Fabian Society. We shall return to this vitally important subject later herein. Chapter 6 Mass Communications Ushers in the Polling Industry. For Bernays, his recognition of Wells' idea won him a key place in the hierarchy of U.S. public opinion controllers. In 1929, he won a position at CBS, which had recently been taken over by William Paley. By the same token, the advent of mass communications ushered in the polling, sampling industry, to organize the perceptions of the masses for the media mafia, part of the invisible government running the show from behind the scenes. By 1935–36, polling was in full swing. In the same year, Elmo Roper began his Fortune magazine for surveys, which evolved into his What People Are Thinking column for the New York Herald Tribune. George Gallup initiated the American Institute of Public Opinion. In 1936 he opened up the British Institute of Public Opinion. Gallup was to headquarter his activities around Princeton University, intermeshing with the Office of Public Opinion Research, Institute for International Social Research, Psychology Department complex run by Hadley Cantrell, who was destined to play an increasingly important role in developing the psychological profiling methods later to be used in manufacturing the Aquarian conspiracy. In the same 1935–36 period, the first time use was made of polling in presidential elections, under the impetus of two newspapers owned by the Cowles family, the Minneapolis Star-Tribune and the Des Moines Register. The Cowles are still in the news business. 30 based in Spokane, Washington, they are active opinion makers and their support of the Bush war in Iraq was a crucial factor. It is not certain who introduced the practice of advisors to the president, those persons who are not elected by the citizens and whom they have no opportunity to vet, but who decided the internal and external foreign policies of the nation. Woodrow Wilson was the first American president to make use of the practice. Opinion research and World War II. These were all small lead-ups to the next phase, triggered by two important intersecting developments, the arrival of émigré psychological warfare expert Kurt Lewin in Iowa, and the involvement of the United States in World War II. World War II provided the emerging Tavistock social sciences scientists with enormous scope for experimentation. Lewin's leadership put together the key force that would deploy after World War II to utilize those techniques developed in warfare against the population of the United States. In fact, in 1946, Tavistock declared war on the civilian population of the United States and has remained in a state of war ever since. The basic conceptions expounded by Lewin, Wells, Bernays, and Lippmann remained in place as the guidepost for manipulation of public opinion. The war gave the social scientists the opportunity to apply them in highly concentrated form and to bring together a large number of institutions under their direction to further the ends of their experiments. 31 The core institute, which was the vehicle for making public opinion, was the Committee on National Morale. Ostensibly established to mobilize support for the war in much as President Wilson had set up his management committee to manage World War I, its real purpose was to carry out the intensive profiling of both the Axis and Americans' population for the purposes of creating and maintaining a means of social control. The committee was headed by several leaders of American society, including Robert P. Bass, Herbert Bayard Swapey, among other notables. Its secretary was Margaret Mead's husband, Gregory Bateson, one of the principal instigators of the CIA's notorious MK-Ultra LSD experiments that some experts consider as the launch vehicle for the U.S. counterculture of drugs, rock and sex. The committee's board of trustees included poll taker George Gallup, intelligence agent Ladislas Farrago and Tavistock psychologist Gardner Murphy. The committee ran a number of special projects, the most important being a major study on how best to wage psychological warfare on Germany. The key personnel critical to the development of the Public Opinion Project were Kurt K. Lewin, Education and History, Psychology, Social Sciences Professor Gordon W. Allport, Psychology Professor Edwin G. Boren, Psychology Professor Hadley Cantrell, Psychology Ronald Lippitt, Social Sciences Margaret Mead, Anthropology, Social Sciences, Youth and Child Development. 32 The staff numbered more than 100 researchers who comprised the staff of the committee, and several opinion profiling institutions critical to the project. One such a special project team was in the Office and Strategic Services (OSS), the forerunner of the CIA, composed of Margaret Mead, Kurt Lewin, Ronald Lippitt, Dorwin Cartwright, John K. French and public opinion makers like Samuel Stouffer, later chairman of the Laboratory Social Relations Group at Harvard University, Paul Lazarsfeld of Columbia University's Sociology Department, who developed with profiler Harold Lass-Swellen opinion research methodology for the OSS based on detailed content analysis of the local press of enemy countries, and Rensis Likert. Likert, a Prudential Insurance Company key executive immediately before the war, had perfected profiling techniques as the director of research for the Life Insurance Agency Management Association. This equipped him to interact favorably with the head of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, who was the former head of Prudential Life Insurance Company. Likert served as director of the Division of Morale of the Strategic Bombing Survey from 1945–1946, from which position he had enormous scope for mass public opinion profiling and manipulation. Chapter 7 The Making of Public Opinion. 33 According to Tavistock Institute records, the Strategic Bombing Survey played a key role in forcing Germany to its knees through a highly disciplined program of systematic bombing of German worker housing, which Sir Arthur Harris of the RAF was only too delighted to carry out. In addition, from 1939 to 1945, Likert ran the Division of Program Surveys of the Department of Agriculture, from which major studies were undertaken in the techniques of mass persuasion, or to put it another way, making public opinion to fit the desired goals. One can only speculate on the numbers of citizens who believed their support for the Allied war effort sprang from their own opinions. One of Likert's key aides in the division was Lewin protégé and future Tavistock operative Dorwin Cartwright, who wrote the textbook document titled, Some Principles of Mass Persuasion, which is still in use today. Another major agency for shaping public opinion was the Office of War Information, directed by Gardner Cowles for much of the war effort. Bernays was brought into OWI as an advisor. It is out of the nexus we have described here that the network of key polling institutions emerged after World War II. They have played a powerful and decisive role in American life ever since. Gallup, from the Committee on National Morale's Board of Trustees, upgraded his activity and became the key commander of polling institutions for launching new policies of the Committee of 300, which he passed off as polling results. 34 Bernays played several key post-war roles. In 1953, he wrote a paper for the State Department that recommended setting up a psychological warfare office by state. In 1954, he was a consultant to the U.S. Air Force, the armed forces branch most under the influence of the Strategic Bombing Survey people. During this early 1950s period, Bernays was Public Relations Counsel to the United Fruit United Brands Corporation, one of the leading corporations in the communication, national security apparat Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, then busy with consolidating its power over U.S. policy. Bermez conducted the propaganda campaign alleging Guatemala was falling under communist control that resulted in a U.S.-engineered coup in that country. In 1955, Bermez wrote a book about his experience titled The Engineering of Consent. The book became the virtual Tavistock blueprint followed by the U.S. government to overthrow any country whose policies were unacceptable to the one world government socialist dictatorship. Throughout the post-war period, Bermez was a member of the Society for Applied Anthropology, one of Margaret Mead's social control institutions inside the U.S., and the Society for the Psychological Study of Social Issues, a group created by John Rawlings Rees, a founder member of Tavistock, to run psychiatric shock troops among the American population. One of its first actions was the unlashing of homosexuality in Florida, a move bitterly opposed by Anita Bryant, who had no idea of what she was up against. 35 The second of its actions was to introduce the theme that non-white people are more intelligent than whites, which we shall discuss later. Likert moved to the University of Michigan to set up the Institute for Social Research (ISR) that absorbed the Massachusetts Center for the Study of Group Dynamics, the principal Tavistock affiliate in the U.S. in the beginning of the post-war era. Tavistock's ISR was the center of a number of critical profiling and opinion research subgroups, among them the Center for Research in the Utilization of Scientific Knowledge, was established by Likert's co-worker and Lewin disciples, Ronald Lippitt. Project director Donald Michael was a leading player in the Club of Rome, and a second subgroup, the Survey Research Center, was Likert's own personal creation that grew to become the most elaborate institution in the U.S. for surveying, creating, popular attitudes and trends, among the principal of which were demeaning and degrading womanhood and pushing the superior intellectual capabilities of non-white persons according to Lewin's carefully crafted scripts. Robert Hutchins became famous during this period, and his closest colleague in those early years was William Benton, the founder in 1929 with Chester Bowles of Benton & Bowles, the well-known advertising firm. Benton utilized Benton & Bowles as a means to develop the science of mass control through advertising. 36 It was Benton's pioneering work supported by Douglas Cater, that led to the development of Tavistock's burgeoning control over U.S. media policy through the Aspen Institute of Colorado, the American home of the socialist One World Government Committee of 300. In passing I mention that the science of mass media control through advertising is today so firmly entrenched that it has become the key component in opinion making. In the early post-World War II days, Hollywood incorporated it into nearly all of its movies. Advertising brainwashing was done through the type and make of car the hero drove, the brand of cigarette the suave Lawrence Harvey smoked, the clothes and makeup the leading lady wore, clothes that became more risque with each passing year, until today in 2005 we have womanhood degraded by the likes of Britney Spears' almost naked breasts and bare stomach exposed by crotch-hugging jeans she often wears, the social mores that Hollywood enjoys so much in flouting. Chapter 8 Degrading Women and Decline of Moral Standards 37 The pace of degrading womanhood has quickened at a remarkable degree since hemlines reached the knee. This is manifesting itself in such areas as near pornography in mainstream movies and soap operas, and we venture to suggest that the day is not far off when such scenes will be total and mandatory. This decline in attractive feminine speech can be traced to Tavistock methodology and its practitioners, Cantrell, Likert and Lewin. Another noticeable change was the increase in movies featuring interracial dating and sexual encounters coupled with human rights claims for lesbians in the most blatantly open form. Special people were selected and trained for this task, probably the best known of many being Ellen DeGeneres, who received hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of free publicity under the guise of being interviewed on talk shows and discussion groups on the subject of same-sex love, meaning encounters between two females involving a type of sex practice. Benton, the pioneer in degrading womanhood, had as his mentor social scientists leading expert in profiling theory at Tavistock, one Harold Lasswell, who together with Benton founded the American Policy Commission in 1940. Lasswell's joint venture with Benton marked the clearest link between Aspen's hidden socialist One World Government operations in America and the Tavistock Institute. Aspen became the headquarters of the Committee of 300 branches in the United States. 38 Hedley Cantrell, Likert and Lewin, with their humanistic psychology brainwashing applied methodology, played an increasingly vital role in using opinion research to bring about paradigm shifts, value shifts in society, such as those just described, but on an expanded range and reaching into every level of society that comprised Western civilization as it had been known for centuries. Cantrell's home base from where he conducted his war operations against the American people was the Office of Public Opinion Research at Princeton University, founded in 1940, the same year in which Cantrell wrote his book entitled, The Invasion from Mars, a detailed analysis about how the population of the New York-New Jersey area reacted with fear and panic to Orson Welles' War of the Worlds broadcast in 1938. How could they have known that they were part of a profiling venture, since it is reasonable to conclude that in 1938 not 1 in 5 million had ever heard of Hadley Cantrell or the Tavistock Institute? It would be interesting to find out how many Americans have heard of Tavistock now in 2005. Most would remember Orson Welles, but the probabilities are that 99% of the population would not attach any significance to the name, Cantrell, or have any knowledge of the Tavistock Institute. Let us recount the events of the night of October 30, 1938, because the same techniques have been used by the Bush administration, the Defense Department and the CIA to shape the public perception of the events that led up to the invasion of Iraq in 2003 and are still very much in use in 2005. 39 In 1938, Orson Welles had created quite a reputation for himself as a master at staging faux news events by making use of the English author, H. G. Wells, a former MI6 operative, and his book, The War of the Worlds. In the radio adaptation of the Wells work, the other Wells interrupted radio programs in New Jersey with an announcement that Martians had just landed. "The Martian invasion has begun," said Orson Welles. During the 4-hour-long production, it was announced no less than 4 times that what radio audiences were listening to was a fictitious reenactment of what it would be like if H. G. Wells' story had come to life. But that availed nothing. Panic gripped millions of people who fled from their homes in terror, jamming roads and communication systems. What was the purpose of the hoax? In the first instance, it was to gauge just how effective Cantrell and Tavistock's methods were in practice, and perhaps of greater importance, it was to set the stage for the coming war in Europe, in which news broadcasts would play a crucial role in information gathering and dissemination as an established source of reliable information, as well as a forum for directing public opinion. 2 days after the Martian invasion news broadcast, an editorial in the New York Times headed, "Terror by Radio," inadvertently shed light on what Tavistock had in mind for the American people in the coming war now looming closer. What began as entertainment might readily have ended in disaster, the editorial said. Radio officials had a responsibility and should think twice before mingling news techniques with fiction so terrifying. 40 What the Times had inadvertently stumbled onto was the wave of the future seen through the eyes of the theoreticians at Tavistock. Henceforth, mingling news techniques with fiction so terrifying that it would be taken as fact, was to be standard practice for the graduates of Tavistock. All news broadcasts were to be adaptations of news and fiction in a skillful blend so as to make the one unrecognizable from the other. In fact, Tavistock put the newly tested theory into practice a year later when the population of cities in Europe, London, Munich, Paris and Amsterdam were smitten with war jitters, even as Neville Chamberlain was successfully avoiding war, using the same techniques that were employed in the October 1938 War of the Worlds radio broadcasts. Chapter 9 How individuals and groups react to blending fact with fiction. 41 Cantrell's conclusion was that the public reacted exactly as his profiling research experiments had led him to believe it would. That Sunday night, October 30, 1938 was to become a landmark date in his files and a date signifying a vast paradigm shift forever in the way that news would henceforth be presented. Slightly more than 7 decades later, the world is still being fed a diet of news mingled with fiction, fiction that in so many instances is terrifying. The Western world has undergone drastic changes unwillingly forced upon it, that it has become a world so vastly different from what it was on that October night in 1938, as to be another planet. We shall return to this vital subject later in this work. Following the Second World War, Cantrell became totally involved with the head guru at Tavistock, its founder, John Rawlings Rees, and his World Tensions Project at the United Nations UNESCO. Profiles on how individuals and groups reacted to international tensions were formulated on the basis of skillfully blending fact with terrifying fiction in preparation for a campaign to launch World Citizens, of a one-world government socialist communist dictatorship, that began to be employed to weaken national boundaries, language and culture and to discredit pride of nation and sovereignty of nation-states, in preparation for the coming of the socialist New World Order, one world government. That President Woodrow Wilson said America would make safe for democracy. 42 Those fresh-faced young American boys from Arkansas and North Carolina were sent marching off to Europe believing they were fighting for their country, never knowing that the democracy Wilson sent them to make safe for the world was a socialist international communist one-world government dictatorship. John Rawlings Rees was the publisher of Tavistock's magazine Journal of Humanistic Psychology. The joint thinking mentality is seen in the 1955 monograph, Toward a Humanistic Psychology, and as a progression of Cantrell's support for the Tavistock-trained Gordon Airport's perception of the personality, as he expressed it in the 1947 book, Understanding Man's Social Behavior. In a chapter on causality, Cantrell's methodology was based on the conception that the particular environment in which growth takes place gives the particular individual a particular direction for growth. Cantrell's endeavors are good examples of the breakdown of boundaries between supposedly neutral opinion-taking and social engineering opinion-making. Tavistock's commitment to forcing major shifts in personality and behavior in all sectors of targeted population groups such as we have sought to describe. Cantrell appointed a board of directors to assist in the work, among who were, Warren Bennis, a follower of Tavistock director Eric Trist; Marilyn Ferguson, allegedly the author of The Aquarian Conspiracy; Jean Houston, head of the Institute for Brain Research, member of the Club of Rome and author of Mind Games; 43 Aldous Huxley, who supervised the MK-Ultra LSD program that ran for 20 years; Willis Harman, a Stanford University director and mentor of The Changing Images of Man, later disguised as The Aquarian Conspiracy, passed off as the work of Marilyn Ferguson; Michael Murphy, head of the Esalen Institute, established by Huxley and others as the Center for Sensitivity Training and Drug Experiments; James F. T. Bugenthal, an initiator of cult creation projects at Esalen; Abraham Maslow, the leading exponent of the irrationalist think force and founder of AHP in 1957; Carl Rogers, Maslow's co-worker at the AHP in 1957. AHP's reigning ideology was exemplified by a book review in a 1966 issue of its journal, The Journal of Humanistic Psychology. Reviewing Maslow's book, The Psychology of Science, Willis Harman, a year before his 1967–69 Stanford research study, welcomed the challenge to science from extrasensory perception, psychokinesis, mysticism, and consciousness-expanding drugs, particularly LSD and mescaline. He lauded Maslow's new science since it would bring to the fore hypnosis, creativity, parapsychology, and psychedelic experience, and shift scientific concern away from the outside world to studying inner space. This was Cantrell's original particular personality thinking brought to its logical conclusion. To Cantrell goes the glory and honor of forcing a vast paradigm shift on the way the Western world thinks and behaves. 44 Certainly Oswald Spengler would have had no trouble in identifying it as one of the causes of the downfall of the West he had predicted in 1936. Making changes in the cognitive and behavioral structure, whatever the particular coloration of ideology that accompanied the scientists of the polling institutions after World War II, the invariant notion of social engineering trough sampling methods and opinion research could be found in Cartwright's paper Some Principles of Mass Persuasion prepared for the Division of Program Surveys of the Department of Agriculture. The paper was subtitled, Selected Findings of Research on the Sale of United States War Bonds, but as Cartwright makes clear, the war-related aspect of the survey was just a pretext for conducting an analysis on the principles of how perception can be modified to suit whatever ends the controller might have in mind. One would be puzzled as to what the sale of war bonds had to do with agriculture, but that was part of Cartwright's methodology. It was the Bernays-Lippmann-Cantrell-Cartwright hypothesis synthesized and concentrated in a World War II setting. The article was featured in Tavistock's journal, Human Relations, which ought to immediately brought the reader to attention. Among the many technological advances of the past century that have produced changes in social organization, Cartwright began, the development of the mass media of communication promises to be the most far-reaching. This heightened interdependence of people means that the possibilities of mobilizing mass social action have been 45 greatly increased. It is conceivable that one persuasive person could, through the use of mass media, bend the world's population to his will. We do not believe that Cartwright had Jesus Christ in mind when he made that statement. Under a subheading, Creating a Particular Cognitive Structure, Cartwright continues, Principle 1, it is considered a truism by virtually all psychologists that a person's behavior is guided by his perception of the world in which he lives. It follows from this formulation that one way to change a person's behavior is to modify his cognitive structure. The modification of cognitive structure in individuals by means of the mass media has several prerequisites. These may be stated in the form of principles. Interspersing his account with examples from the application of his study to the World War II war bonds sale drive, Cartwright then elaborated the principles. The message, i.e., information, facts, etc., must reach the sense organs of the persons who are to be influenced. Total stimulus situations are selected or rejected on the basis of an impression of their general characteristics, etc. A second set of principles investigated more deeply the methods of altering cognitive structure. Principle 2, having reached the sense organs, message must be accepted as part of the person's cognitive structure. Cartwright noted in this section that any effort to change behavior through a modification of this cognitive structure must overcome the forces tending to maintain the present structure. 46 Only when a given cognitive structure seems to the person to be unsatisfactory for his adjustment is he likely readily to receive influences designed to change that structure. Under creating a particular motivational structure, Cartwright analyzed further the social inductions the governors of the U.S. Federal Reserve System in Washington into turmoil for a protracted period. Chapter 10 Polling comes of age 47 The Tavistock Clinic in London was where Sigmund Freud had settled when he arrived from Germany, and where his nephew, Edward Bernays later held court. Thus it was that England became the world centre for mass brainwashing, social engineering experimenting that spread to post-war clinics spread all over the United States. During World War II, Tavistock was the headquarters of the British Army's Psychological Warfare Bureau which, through the arrangements of the British Special Operation Executive (SOE), later known as MI6, dictated policy to the United States Armed Forces in matters of psychological warfare. Toward the end of the war, Tavistock personnel took over the World Federation of Mental Health and the Psychological Warfare Division of the Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force in Europe. Tavistock's chief theoretician, Dr. Kurt Lewin, came to the United States to organize the Harvard Psychological Clinic, the MIT Research Center for Groups Dynamics, the Institute of Social Research at the University of Michigan, while his colleagues, Cartwright and Cantrell joined him to play a pivotal policy role at the Psychological Department of the Office of Strategic Services the Office of Naval Research ONI, the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey and the Committee of National Morale. 48 Moreover, a large number of influential people at top policy levels were trained in Dr. Lewin's theory of topological psychology, which is to this day the world's most advanced method of behavior modification brainwashing. Important colleagues of Kurt Lewin at Tavistock, Eric Trist, John Rawlings Rees, H. V. Dix, W. R. Bion and Richard Crossman plus selected personnel from the Strategic Bombing Survey, the Committee on National Morale and the National Defense Resources Council, joined Lewin at RAND Corporation, the Stanford Research Institute, the Wharton School, the National Training Laboratories and the National Institute of Mental Health. The United States government began contracting multi-million-dollar projects with all these institutions. Over a period of the 40 years, tens of billions of dollars have been allocated by the federal government to fund the work of these groups, while additional tens of billions of dollars found their way into these institutions from private foundations. As years passed, these institutions grew and the scope of projects they contracted grew with them. Every aspect of the mental and psychological life of the American people was profiled, recorded and stored into computer memory banks. The institutions, personnel and networks kept on expanding and penetrating deeply into every nook and cranny of federal, state and local governments. Their in-house specialists and graduates were called in to develop policies for welfare departments, labor mediation boards, trade unions, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, the National Education Association and psychiatric clinics, and the White House, the Defense Department and the State 49 Department. It also has extensive contracts with the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA). Close cooperative relations were developed between these think tanks and the USA's key polling organizations and the major media companies. Gallup poll, the Yankelevich, CBS New York Times poll, the National Opinion Research Center and others incessantly conducted psychological profiles of the entire population, sharing the results for evaluation and processing with the ubiquitous social psychologists. What the public sees in newspapers as opinion polls represents only a fractional portion of the work that the pollsters undertook to do. A key to the control of Tavistock over key sectors of the daily business of government in the U.S. is that it now has its own de facto television outlet in Fox News, since its acquisition by Richard Murdoch, a virtual seamless propaganda machine for the government. Above this closely knit grouping of social psychologists, pollsters and media manipulators, presides an elite of powerful patrons, the gods of Olympus, the Committee of 300. It is known in informed circles, that the group controls everything in the world with the exception of Russia and latterly, China. It plans and acts out long-term strategies in a totally, disciplined and unified manner. It commands over 400 of the top Fortune 500 companies in the U.S. with interlocking connections that reach into every facet of government, trade, banking, foreign policy, intelligence agencies and the military establishment. 50. It has absorbed all the other power groups of earlier U.S. history, the Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller Group, the Eastern liberal establishment personified by the Perkins, Cabot, Lodge families, the creme of the old East India opium trade that generated billions of dollars. Its hierarchy comprises the old families descended from the British East India Company with its vast fortunes derived from the opium trade that is run from the top down, including European royalty among others. In the deeper recesses of the intelligence establishment in Washington, veteran intelligence officers refer to this awesome group, in hushed tones and mysterious language, as the Committee of 300. The leaders are called the Olympians. No U.S. president is elected or remains in office save and except by their favor. Those who butt their control are removed. Examples are John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson. The Committee of 300 is the international socialist one-world government that runs the New World Order from behind the scenes, where it will remain, until it is ready to emerge and take open and full control of all governments of the world in an international communist dictatorship. Chapter 11. The paradigm shift in education. During the 1970s, a dramatic paradigm shift in school curricula at all levels came into effect, apparently to the point that students were awarded school credits for courses in civics instead of reading, writing and arithmetic. An epidemic of casual sex and drug-taking overwhelmed school-age teens and swept over the entire country. In July 1980, a major international conference was held in Toronto, Canada, under the auspices of First Global Conference on the Future, in which 4,000 social engineers, cybernetics experts and futurologists from all the think tanks participated. The conference was under the direction of the Tavistock Institute's billionaire chairman, Maurice Strong, who set the theme, "The time has come to move from thinking and dialogue to action." This conference will become the launching pad for that important action to occur in the 1980s. Strong was chairman of Petro-Canada, one of several flagship companies of the Olympians. His background was British intelligence MI6, where he held the rank of colonel during World War II. Strong and his network of companies were heavily involved in the highly lucrative opium heroin cocaine trade. Strong and Aldous Huxley were responsible for the FSD plague that swept the United States and later, Europe. He was a former director of the United Nations Environmental Programme. One of the chief speakers for the Olympians at the conference was Dr. Aurelio Peccei, chairman of the Club of Rome, a NATO think tank. 52. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) was created within the framework of the Aquarian Conspiracy, a project by the social scientists at Stanford University under the direction of Willis Harman. NATO in turn formed and promoted a new branch called the Club of Rome, the name being designed to confuse and dissemble, as it had nothing to do with the Catholic Church. Without going into the technicalities of the Club of Rome, hereinafter referred to as the Club, its purpose was to act as a counterweight against post-industrial agricultural and military expansion, a so-called post-industrial agricultural zero-growth society, which was meant to halt America's burgeoning manufacturing industries and growing mechanized farming food production capability. Memberships of the club and NATO were interchangeable. Stanford Research, the Tavistock Institute and other centers of applied social psychiatry joined it. In 1994, Tavistock signed a major contract with NASA to evaluate the effects of its space program. The club itself was only founded in 1968 as part of the call for a new world order inside a one-world government. What the club became was an instrument to enforce limits of growth on industrial nations, and the United States was the first country to be targeted. This was in fact one of the earliest steps taken to implement the 300 goal of returning the U.S. to a state of feudalism, a feudal society. One of the industries the club railed against was nuclear energy, and they were successful in halting construction of all nuclear electricity generating plants that has put demand 1,000 years ahead of the supply of electrical power. NATO was its military alliance meant to keep Russia in line. 53 on the agenda of the 1980 meeting referred to above were the following: Women's liberation movement. Black consciousness, racial mixing, breaking down taboos against mixed marriages as propounded by anthropologist Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson of Tavistock. It was decided at this meeting that an aggressive program would be launched to portray colored races as superior to Western civilization white persons. From this forum came Oprah Winfrey and a host of black persons who were picked up and trained for their roles to portray mixed races as superior to whites. It could also be seen in movies where black movie stars suddenly proliferated until they became household names. It was seen also where a black person was placed in the role, a high position of authority over whites, such a judge, or a district head of the FBI and the military, CEOs of large corporations etc. Youth rebellion against imagined societal wrongs. Emerging interest in social responsibility of business. The generation gap implying a changing paradigm. The anti-technological bias of many young people. Experimentation with new family structures, interpersonal relationships in which homosexuality and lesbianism became normalized and no different from other people acceptable at all levels of society. 2 lesbian moms. The emergence of the fake conservation, ecology movements such as Greenpeace. A surge in interest in Eastern religious and philosophical perspectives. A renewed interest in fundamentalist Christianity. Labor unions shifting emphasis to quality of the work environment. 54 an increasing interest in meditation and other spiritual disciplines. The Kabbalah was to supplant Christian culture and special people were chosen to teach and spread Kabbalah. Early chosen disciples were Shirley MacLaine, Roseanne Barr and later Madonna and Demi Moore. The increasing importance of self-realization processes. Reinvention of music, hip-hop, and rap by such groups as Ice Cube. A new language form in which English is so mutilated as to be unintelligible. This is being carried over into news readers on prime-time television. These disparate trends signified the emergence of a created climate of social upheaval and far-reaching changes as a new image of human beings began to take hold, bringing with them radical changes in Western civilization. A leaderless, but powerful network, the Invisible Army, began working to bring about unacceptable change in the United States. Its rank-and-file members were the shock troops, who radicalized all forms of the norm, breaking with certain key elements of Western civilization. Among the Olympians, this network was known as the Aquarian Conspiracy, and its adherents were to be known as invisible shock troops. This massive paradigm, gigantic, irrevocable shift, overtook America while we slept, sweeping away the old with new political, religious and philosophical systems. It was what citizens of the New World Order one world government would have to exhibit hereafter, a new mind, the rise of a new order with no nation-states, pride of place and pride of race, a culture of the past, destined to the dustbin of history, never to be revived. 55 We know from experience that this work is likely to be greeted with scorn and disbelief. Some will even pity us. Terms like off the wall will be used to describe this work. This is the standard reaction when the motivations of Tavistock's social scientists, brainwashers, opinion makers, social psychologists have for acting out their war on the United States are not known. The probability is 90% of the American people do not know that Tavistock declared war on the German civilian population to end World War II. When that conflict ended in 1946, the Tavistock practitioners of mass brainwashing and opinion went to war against the American people. If this is how you react when you read this exposé, don't feel bad, then understand that it is the way you are expected to react. If the motivation appears far-fetched and lacking credibility, also incomprehensible, then the motivation does not exist. That being the case, then the action that derives from it does not exist, therefore, ergo, the Olympians do not exist and there is no conspiracy. But the hard fact is that a gigantic conspiracy does exist. No doubt Kurt Lewin, the top scientist at Tavistock and key theoretician of all think tanks, could explain it more clearly than we have been able to do, if he chose to. His practice is derived from what he called topological psychology doctrine. Lewin is the man upon whose theories, the psychological warfare battles of World War II were fought so successfully, the man who planned and executed the strategic bombing survey that brought Germany defeat in World War II through the wholesale destruction of 65% of German worker housing, to which we have just referred to very briefly. Chapter 12 Lewin's Doctrine of Identity Change. 57 The Lewin doctrine is not easy for the layman to follow. Basically, Lewin said that all psychological phenomena occur in a domain defined as psychological phase space. This space is composed of two interdependent fields, the environment and the self. The concept of controlled environment arose from the study that if you have a fixed personality, one susceptible to being predictably profiled, and if you want to elicit from this personality a particular type of behavior, then all you have to do is control the third variable of the equation and thus produce the desired behavior. This was the norm in social psychology formulas. MI6 uses it, and almost every type of situation involving negotiations, army counterinsurgency operations, labor negotiations and diplomatic negotiations used it up until apparently the 1960s. After 1960, Tavistock changed the equation by placing greater emphasis on the technique of controlled environment, not the behavior, but the desired personality. What Lewin set out to accomplish was far more drastic and permanent, altering the deeper structures of human personalities. In short, what Lewin succeeded in doing was to move beyond behavior modification to identity change. Identity change was adopted by the nations of the world. Nations worked to acquire a new personality that would change the way the world looked at them. 58 The theory relied upon the original formulations of two Tavistock theoreticians, Dr. William Sargent's theory in his Battle for the Mind, and Kurt Lewin's own work on personality regression. Lewin observed that the inner self of the individual displays certain reactions when under tension from the environment. When there is no tension, then the normal inner self of a person is well differentiated, balanced, multifaceted, versatile. When a reasonable amount of tension is applied from the environment, then all the various abilities and faculties of the inner self go on alert, ready for effective action. But, when an intolerable amount of tension is applied, then this geometry collapses into a blinded, undifferentiated soup, a primitive, a regressed personality. The person is reduced to an animal, the highly differentiated and versatile abilities disappear. The controlled environment takes over the personality. It is this Lewin technique that is used on the captives held at the Guantanamo Bay prison camp in defiance of international law and the U.S. Constitution. The gross misconduct of the Bush administration at the camp is beyond the pale of normal Western Christian civilization, and its acceptance by a docile American public might be the first sign that the American people have been so changed by Tavistock's long-range penetration and inner direction conditioning, that they are now ready to descend to the level of the New World Order in a one-world government where such barbaric treatment will be regarded as normal and accepted without protest. 59 The fact that medical doctors took part in the inhuman torture of fellow human being and felt no remorse would indicate just how far down the world has already fallen. This has been observed as being the basis for the military camp at Guantanamo, Cuba, which was opened there to avoid the strictures of the U.S. Constitution and to provide a Lewin-type controlled environment. The men being held at this psychological prison are now in the state of regression where they have been reduced to the level of animals. Guantanamo is the type of camp that we predict will be established all over the United States and the world, when the New World Order one world government assumes total world control. It is sadistic, inhuman and beastly, designed to break the natural pride of the victims, to break the will to resist and to reduce the prisoners to the level of beasts. During the first world government experiment in the then USSR, men were allowed to use toilets only to be interrupted in the middle of evacuating and hustled out before they could clean themselves. Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo were about at that level when the controllers were roughly subjected to worldwide scrutiny. General Miller, who was the chief capo, has since disappeared from sight. Dissidents, who insist on the U.S. government obeying the Constitution and demand their constitutional rights, will in future be treated as dissidents, exactly like Stalin treated dissidents in Russia. Future Guantanamos that have sprung up all over America are a portent of the future. On that we can rely. Chapter 13 The induced decline of Western civilization between two world wars. Of all European nations, in the period between the two world wars, Germany, as the super-economic, super-racial purity, super-warrior nation, suffered the most, as was the intention. The League of Nations was the first draft of the last approaching New World Order inside a one-world government, and the peace proposals at the Paris Peace Conference, directed and controlled by Tavistock, was meant to cripple Germany and make it a permanent second-class European power, their self-respect destroyed through the social demotion to pauperism or at best proletarian status. It is hardly surprising that the German people turned savage and gave Hitler the mass following he needed to convert his latent nationalistic movement into a revival force. We shall never know whether Tavistock miscalculated or indeed, set the stage in this manner for a bigger and bloodier war. After all, Meade and Bertrand Russell had stated, that what was needed was a world populated by docile subjects. Russell had remarked on the childlike character of the American Negro he had encountered during his travels to the United States. Russell said he preferred them to the white people. He also said that if the white race was to survive, it would have to learn to behave in the childlike manner of the Negro. Yet, in the same breath the Tavistock emissary called black people useless eaters and declared that they ought to be wiped out, en masse. 62 Russell also liked the docility of the Brazilian people, brought about, he thought, by inter-race breeding with Africans brought over as slaves. There is a school of thought that one of the primary objectives of the fiends who planned both world wars was that they would be fought for the most part by young white men. It is certainly true that Germany, Britain, the US and Russia lost millions of the flower of their male population who were removed from the nation-building stock forever. In the Tavistock-engineered World War I, war fronts and battles were arranged in such a manner that Russia lost 9 million men killed or 70% of its entire military strength. With the exception of Russia, the aristocracy suffered much less than the bourgeoisie from the economic consequences of war and revolution. Traditionally, much of their wealth was in land, which did not depreciate as much during inflation as intangibles. The disintegration of the monarchies, except in England, hit the old order of society of the upper classes, who could not continue to serve society in their roles as officers or diplomats, as there no longer a much demand for their services. Opportunities for such service were far fewer than they had been before the war. Some of the Russia aristocracy courageously accepted proletarian or even menial status, like the Russian taxi drivers, nightclub doormen, and headwaiters in post-war Paris. Others went into business. Most, however, fell into a life of social denigration. Where the strictly guarded frontier between societies was once impassable in the old monarchic capitals, and café society, now appeared large gaps as the lines gradually became blurred. 63, as the Duke of Windsor put it in his memoirs, A King's Story, the force of change had not yet thrust so deeply into the texture of British society as to have obliterated much of the old elegance. During the so-called London season, the West End was an almost continuous ball from midnight until dawn. The evening could always be saved by recourse to one or another of the gay nightclubs, which had then become so fashionable and almost respectable. The word gay at that time meant happy. It was not co-opted as a euphemism for sodomy until the mid-50s, nor did the Duke explain that the force of change was expertly applied by the Tavistock Institute. The declining female modesty that became noticeable soon after the end of World War I suddenly appeared everywhere and with increased velocity. To the uninformed, it was a social phenomenon. Nobody could have suspected that Wellington House and its sinister social engineers were its cause. Accompanying this testamentary emancipation was a movement of revolt, particularly among young people, against every conventional restraint of mind or body coming to a close amid the shattered idols of the fallen empires. The post-war generation in Europe revolted against every more and custom, as they fought desperately to throw off the horrors of war they had lived through. Necklines plunged, public smoking and drinking became a form of revolt. Homosexuality and lesbianism became demonstrable, not from any inner conviction, but by way of protest at what had happened, and as a rebellion against what the war had destroyed. 64 radical and revolutionary excess manifested itself in art, music and fashion. Jazz was in the air and modern art was thought to be chic. The comprehensible element in everything was don't have a care. It was unsettling and unreal. Those were the years when all of Europe was shell-shocked. Wellington House and Tavistock had done their work well. Underneath the hectic sense of being propelled forward by uncontrollable events there was a spiritual and emotional numbness. The horror of the war in which millions of young men were needlessly slaughtered, maimed, wounded and gassed was just now beginning to register, so the thing to do was blot it from remembrances. The casualties made wars all too real in its ghastly and cruel ugliness, and people recoiled from it in shock and revolution, in the despair brought by disillusionment of peace. Europeans, with a superior culture that epitomized Western civilization, were shell-shocked to a greater degree than were Americans. They lost their faith in the rudiments that made the progress that had sustained their fathers and their grandfathers and made their nations great. And this was particularly true of Germany, Russia, France, and England. Thinking people could not come to grips with why the world's two most civilized and advanced nations had torn each other to pieces and taken the lives of millions of their finest young manhood. It was as if a terrifying madness had gripped Britain and Germany. 65 To the initiated it was not madness, but the methodology of Wellington House that gripped the British youth. The fear that it might happen again was what almost prevented the outbreak of World War II. Officers returning from the carnage described to the news journals the horrors of hand-to-hand combat that had frequently occurred in the Great War. They were appalled and aghast, horrified and afraid. None of them could understand why there had been a war at all. The dark secrets of Wellington House and the Olympians remained hidden, even as they are hidden to this very day. Where once the laying of a wreath at the cenotaph in Whitehall, London by the monarch of England had brought solace, it now engendered bitterness, anger and loathing. The stage was being set for the Second World War, in which Tavistock was to play a huge, disproportionate role. There were the few thinkers who did have something to say, Spengler, in history for example, Hemingway, Evelyn Waugh in literature, and in America Upton Sinclair and Jack London, but their message was also gloomy, even gloomier than Spengler's dark foreboding of the inevitable decline of Western civilization. It was confirmed by the post-war degradation of personal relationships. Divorce and cheating on one's wife happened more frequently. The beautiful concept of women on a pedestal, women soft and feminine, with a lovely voice filled with cadences, the flower of God's creation, the mystery, was a vanishing ideal. In her place came the strident, the loud, the vulgar with clattering grating speech such as was aped and made popular by one particular popular morning talk show. 66 Nobody could possibly know that this sad decline was the end product of Tavistock having declared war on Western womanhood. In Europe after World War I, the Montparnasse in Paris had become a sad place. Post-war Vienna, emptied by the tide of war that had swept so many of her sons away, was even sadder. But Berlin, once so bustling and so clean, became the Babylon of Europe and perhaps the saddest place of them all. Whoever lived through these apocalyptic months, these years, became disgusted and embittered, sensed the coming of a counter-blow, a horrible reaction, wrote the historian, Zweig. The political, spiritual, and social bankruptcy of the new power elites, who succeeded the monarchs, the aristocrats and the old-fashioned bourgeois dynasties, was in many respects more spectacular than that of their predecessors, and nowhere more so than in the United States, with the coming of the socialist era under Franklin D. Roosevelt. This time, however, the eclipse of leadership was not localized in one continent or limited to any particular class of society. The geographical New World, in terms of the problems that confronted it, the America of Franklin Roosevelt soon demonstrated that the United States was scarcely less anachronistic than the Austria-Hungary of Franz Joseph had been. Here he was establishing a democratic New World Order socialism straight out of the model created by the Fabian Society, while the United States was a confederated constitutional republic, the exact opposite. 67 Neither the shift of the European locus of power and prestige from the former Central Empire Western democracies, nor the replacement of the traditional ruling classes within the fallen monarchies to the United States, did anything to the improve economic, political, social, moral or religious climate of the post-World War I world. The Wall Street crash and the depression that followed, bear eloquent, if silent witness to the truth and accuracy of our statement. The manner in which this event was contrived by the Tavistock Institute can be seen in the timetable of events that which we provide in the appendix. Chapter 14 America is not a homeland. The United States of America has long been the most fertile ground for the wholesale spread of propaganda, its people having been connived, lied to, cheated, at which the British have always led the world, the premier mind-control brainwashing and propaganda center in the world being the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Its forerunner was the organization put together by Lord Northcliffe, who married into the Rothschild family, and who was ably assisted by Lord Rothmere and the Americans, Walter Lippmann and Edward Bernays. From this modest beginning in 1914 grew the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, which has no peer when it came to creating propaganda. Tavistock is a facility dedicated to the propagation of propaganda to suit every aspect of life. Tavistock approached propaganda as if it were going into battle, and in a sense, it was. There are no half measures, it was a war where anything goes as long as it assures victory. Surveying the political scene, one cannot escape the fact that in the past 2 decades, the increase in depth and volume of propaganda, and more especially, mind control, has become all-pervasive. The correct application of propaganda to any theme, whether it is economic, or political, is an essential element in the control mechanism of government. Stalin once said that if one wanted a docile population then fear and terror had to be unleashed against them. In a sense that is what happened in the United States and Britain. The Second World War provided unlimited opportunities of developing propaganda into a fine art. Looking back on the efforts made by the Roosevelt administration to cause the American people, who were 87% against going to war in Europe, change their minds, we find that in spite of everything, Roosevelt did not succeed. The American people rejected entry into the war in Europe. It took a contrived situation, a contrived pre-chosen pretext, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, to reverse public opinion in favor of America's entry into the European war. Roosevelt held out that America was fighting for democracy and its very way of life, neither of which bore the slightest resemblance to the truth. The war was fought to advance the cause of international socialism toward its goal of a new world order inside a one-world government. Propaganda, to be successful, must be aimed at the total population and not at individuals or individual groups, the purpose being to attract the widest possible attention. It is not intended as personal instruction. Facts play no role in propaganda, which is always to create an impression. It has to one-sided systematic, sustained indoctrination that what the government, the media and political leaders are saying is the truth. And it has to be pitched in such a manner that the people feel that it is their thinking. Thus, propaganda has to be directed at mass audiences where its message will make its mark. Let us take a recent example of the type of propaganda that would usually be embraced by a receptive audience. In the wake of the World Trade Center disaster, President Bush created a new government agency, which he called the Office of Homeland Security, and appointed a director to oversee the agency. 71 Now this sounds very comforting and very soothing until we look at the 10th Amendment, which reserves all such powers as Mr. Bush proposed to seize, to the several states. The fact that Mr. Bush cannot overrule the 10th Amendment was blithely ignored. The propaganda blurb says he can, and since it was directed to the masses, they believed the blurb, rather than the Constitution, and so there was little effective opposition to this gross violation of the Constitution, particularly the 10th Amendment. Bush appears to have been operating under the Stalin directive: if you want to control the people, first terrorize them. Those who opposed the Homeland Security quasi-law were dubbed unpatriotic and favoring terrorism. Again, the absolute fact that this bogus act is no law at all and is sheer propaganda was never called into question, but was accepted by the rah-rah unthinking public. Public opinion is made in this way, and public opinion is what swayed legislators to vote for Homeland Security or any other bogus laws, as Bernays and Lippmann both asserted in the very early days of Wellington House. The legislators vote along party lines as in the British parliamentary system, and do not vote on the basis of the U.S. Constitution. They knew that to oppose the president, they stand a good chance of losing a cozy job at the next election, or face being smeared by some sleazy muck-racking administration man. America is not one homeland but 50 distinct and separate states. In any case, the word homeland comes straight out of the Communist Manifesto. Since the ultimate goal of government is to establish a new world order, international communist one world government, the choice of this word to title communist legislation should not surprise us. 72 The power to control education, welfare and police powers belongs to the states where it has always resided, and it was not taken away from the states at the time of the Covenant. Neither President Bush nor the House and Senate have any power to change that, which the newly created office proposed to do. It was only through the exercise of sustained, systematic, repetition of propaganda that the people of the states accepted this gross violation of the U.S. Constitution. The drumbeat of propaganda continued through numerous articles about the background and experience of the Homeland Director and what his job is, etc., but there is not one word about the blatant unconstitutionality of the new department. It will not escape your notice that the very title, Homeland Security, is a clever little bit of propaganda. The people are now convinced that not only is the new agency constitutional, but that it is also necessary. The mass of people has now been successfully mind-controlled, brainwashed. Those who wish to study the matter instead of merely watching the CBS Evening News will find something quite different from an account of an independent commentator and the accounts in the press. As always, such person will be in the minority, so that his opinions, even if expressed, will not alter the purpose and intent of setting up the new agency. I say to you that the United States is forbidden by its constitution and the constitutions of the separate 50 states from having any central federal control mechanism imposed upon them. The so-called Homeland Security Bill is a travesty, because it destroys the Republican form of government granted to the original states in the 10th Amendment, and which cannot be taken away from them. 73 The so-called Homeland Security Act is therefore null and void and no law at all. Yet, the brainwashed inner-directed victims of Tavistock will obey it as if it were law. In short, the Homeland Security Agency is a deception and it cannot be made law. No measure that is unconstitutional can be enacted into law, and the Congress has urgent duty to repeal the law that gave illegitimate birth to the Homeland and Patriot Acts forthwith. The cardinal point to remember is that propaganda and mass brainwashing must always be viewed in relation to the end it is intended to serve. In this instance, it convinces the populace that liberties must be sacrificed in exchange for protection. Henry Clay, the greatest constitutional scholar who ever lived, called the ploy a doctrine of necessity, a doctrine from hell, and utterly condemned such attempts. H. V. Dix taught at Tavistock. He stated that individual rights have to be sacrificed for the good of all. That includes the measure violating the highest law of the land. It must be accepted because it is for the good of all. This is better explained if we take as an example, the propaganda and brainwashing that accompanied President Roosevelt's desperate efforts to involve the United States in the war going on in Europe, via Japan. When the anticipated attack on Pearl Harbor happened, Roosevelt knew the day and the time it would take place, announced in his speeches written for him by the Tavistock Institute, that the American people would be fighting for the highest and noblest of causes, the defense of the nation, defense of freedom, and for the future security and well-being of the nation. As is usual in such cases, the facts spoke of a far different set of objectives. 74 Roosevelt did not say that the American people were going to war to fight for the advancement of international socialism and for the goals of the New World Order: international communism, one world government. The American people were told that Germany intended to enslave the world. This was a very good line because even the most poorly educated of people realize that slavery is one of the worst fates that mankind could be called on to suffer. By introducing the word slavery, a sympathetic chord was struck. Once again, propaganda bore no relationship to the facts. Thinking persons, not susceptible to propaganda, would have realized that a small nation like Germany could not possibly enslave the world even if it had wanted to do so. The resources and manpower were just not there. Germany did not possess the vast maritime fleet to make such an attack on the United States a real possibility. The promoters of the war realized from the very outset that for momentum to be maintained, a sustained blast of propaganda would be necessary. The same principle was followed by Vice President Cheney in the weeks preceding the U.S. attack on Iraq. He distorted facts, delivered blast after blast of fear rhetoric, and twisted intelligence information to fit his purposes. Nobody worked harder than Cheney to ensure that war with Iraq would not be prevented at the last minute. It was important that Roosevelt attract the attention of the masses, the issues, and bring them home to the people, hence the endless press reports, the newsreels shown endlessly at cinemas, and the endless brainwashing speeches of the politicians. 75 Propaganda has to be in a medium easily understood by the lowest level of intelligence among the nation, such as posters depicting workers in munitions factories, shipyards, aircraft assembly plants all working on the home front for the war effort, and so on. In the aftermath of the WTC tragedy, much of that type of mass brainwashing propaganda was revived. America at War, The Front Line, and Munitions Dumps, Enemy Troop Positions appeared as subheadings on almost everything television screened. The fact that the United States was not at war because war had not been declared, and that there were no enemy troops other than loosely knit guerrilla groups, was of course omitted. Dictionaries define troops as a body of soldiers, an army, generally in the plural. The Taliban had no army, and therefore, no troops. Besides which, war could not be declared on terrorism or Bolshevism or any other ism. War can only be declared against sovereign nations, this according to the U.S. Constitution. War can only be declared on a country or a particular nation of people inhabiting that country. Anything else is Tavistock balderdash dished up on a platter decorated with waving flags and to the accompaniment of martial music. To say that the United States is at war with the Taliban is the height of deception. To be at war of necessity demands a prior declaration of war. Without a declaration of war it is deception, in effect no war at all. A new dimension was added. President Bush, denied war-making powers and law-making powers by the U.S. Constitution, was suddenly imbued with powers, which didn't exist in the U.S. Constitution. 76 He began to be called the Commander-in-Chief, when he was not entitled to the temporary title, which can only be conferred by the Congress in the wake of a full declaration of war. That never happened. He was mystically declared as having the power to label any person he so chose an enemy combatant. That there is no such empowerment in the U.S. Constitution, nor is it expressly implied, did not faze Mr. Bush for a moment. As far as he was concerned from then on, he was the law. Thus, the illicit, unconstitutional seizure of powers by a sitting U.S. president that began with Woodrow Wilson taking 10 additional powers to which he was absolutely not entitled, expanded with Roosevelt taking 30 and G. W. Bush taking 35 and counting, powers denied by the U.S. Constitution. Indeed, the United States has become a lawless nation under the expert guidance of the Tavistock Institute, whose inner directional conditioning and long-range penetration brainwashing of the American public made it all possible. In passing, let me add that the British propaganda establishment used the self-same language of lies against the Boers in South Africa in the war launched by the British to take control of the massive gold deposits in that land. The British press was full of accounts of the Boer army when the Boers had no army, only a farmer-citizen guerrilla force. Like Kaiser Wilhelm II in 1913–1914, Paul Kruger, the God-fearing patriarch of the Transvaal Republic, was demonized in the British press as a vicious tyrant who brutally repressed the black population, none of which bore the slightest resemblance to the truth. 77 Eventually, a formula was arrived at through a series of trials and errors in World War I and World War II, and it was revived and adapted for use in the U.S. attack on Afghanistan. It was enough to catch the fancy and the attention of the bulk of the American population because it was pitched to their psychological level. The lessons learned in the art of propaganda in the two world wars were simply switched from the European theater to mainstream USA, and later, to Iraq, Serbia and Afghanistan. The brainwashing was kept strictly to bare essentials, embodied in simplistic slogans, catchphrases using stereotyped formulas first developed by Lord Northcliffe at Wellington House in London in 1912. The British people had to be educated that the German people were the enemy, everything evil and cruel was imputed all things German, so that the mass of British people began to believe that the Germans actually were cruel barbarians who would stop at nothing. Posters depicting the Boche butchers killing Belgian women and children sprang up all over the place. Chapter 15 The media's role in propaganda. 79 As the media played a huge role in propaganda, it is perhaps a good idea to see where this started and how it has come to pass that the media in the US almost in its entirety is now a fully controlled, propaganda organ. The period prior to the First World War was a classic series of events in which personalities were manipulated, the worst offenders being the British and American newspapers. As in all wars, someone has to be demonized to get the public involved. In 1913 it was Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany who was demonized before, during and after that terrible war. One of the principal creators of propaganda of that period was Lord Northcliffe, the noted press baron, a relative of the Rothschilds and a hater of Germany. Northcliffe ran Wellington House as a major centre for anti-German propaganda, and he harboured a particular hatred of Wilhelm II, who was a cousin of Queen Victoria of the notorious Black Guelph dynasty of Venice. Northcliffe abused Wilhelm II on every possible occasion, especially on the occasions when the Kaiser talked about Germany's military might and prowess. Wilhelm was given to childish boasting, and most European governments knew him as a man who liked to play soldiers, and dressing in outlandishly decorated uniforms. Wilhelm was very distinctly not a military man. As a Rothschild, this irked Northcliffe, who began warning that Germany's place in the sun, as the Kaiser liked to call it, was a danger to the rest of Europe. That this claim was without the slightest foundation did not seem to bother Northcliffe, who maximized it to the extent where it was marvelous to behold. 80 The truth is that Germany was not a threat at that time, and nor was the Kaiser a mighty warrior waiting to strike, but rather, a man prone to nervous breakdowns, of which he had 3 in 5 years, and a near useless withered arm, which did not project a martial man at all. The nearest one can say that Wilhelm got to being martial, was his love of dressing up in extravagantly bedecked uniforms. In truth, Wilhelm II had little if any control over the German military, a fact that Northcliffe was well aware of and yet chose to ignore. In this the Kaiser was on the same level as the British monarch, King George V, who had no control of the British Expeditionary Force. That didn't stop Northcliffe of launching a blistering attack on Queen Victoria's German cousin, blaming him for being responsible for a whole list of atrocities allegedly carried out by the German army driving through Belgium. Of course, the German High Command did wrong in invading neutral Belgium, but they were only in transit with no plans to occupy the country. It was all part of a tactical plan to march on Paris, taking a shortcut through Belgium to outflank the French army. There would have been nothing to gain by deliberately killing civilians, a fact the German High Command has stressed. Northcliffe called the Kaiser a megalomaniac with a hunger to rule the world, which in any case was quite beyond the capabilities of any European power. In 1940 Churchill accused Hitler of having the same desire to rule the world, knowing it to be false. Churchill also declared Hitler a madman, knowing his characterization of the Chancellor to be false. But not to be discouraged, Northcliffe had his media outlets constantly refer to Wilhelm II as the Mad Dog of Europe. 81 Wellington House engaged the services of a cartoonist who regularly depicted Wilhelm II as a slavering mad dog, an ape-like creature. The cheap cartoons were made up into book form, and quickly granted a status by the press that was absolute nonsense. The cartoons were in poor taste and even poorer execution. The book was what the English used to call a penny horrible, showing the power of the press. Northcliffe got the media to give rave reviews about the book. Lord Asquith, the Prime Minister, was persuaded to write a foreword to what was essentially an absolute farce. President Wilson invited the artist, a Dutchman by the name of Raymakers, to the White House when he was on a book-selling tour of the U.S. As was expected, Wilson lionized the cartoonist and gave his blessing to the book. Even the legendary Punch magazine joined in the campaign to depict Wilhelm in the most unfavorable light. It seemed that no journal escaped having to print the torrent of sewage that poured forth from Wellington House. It was propaganda in its rawest form. It was not long thereafter that the effect rubbed off on the people, who began insisting that the Kaiser be hanged, and one minister of religion went as far as to say that he would forgive Germany as long as all Germans were shot. Hollywood soon joined in the act of condemning the Kaiser, of whom it knew nothing. First off was the movie My 4 Years in Germany, adapted from a book written by U.S. Ambassador to Berlin, James W. Gerard. The movie was depicted as a factual account of the Kaiser preparing for war. Wilhelm was given the IQ of a paranoid 6-year-old child and depicted as a man riding a hobby horse. Scathing descriptions of his disability were repeated hundreds of times. 82 worse was TC come with the Hollywood version of history entitled The Beast of Berlin that portrayed the Kaiser gloating over slaughtered Belgian civilians and chuckling in mirth over torpedoed ships. None of which was true, but it served its purpose, generating a fierce hate against Germans and all things German that spread across the US with astonishing rapidity. It was the basis of the worst type of propaganda ever seen, and it was carried out in a relentless fashion by the British government, not only at home, but also where it counted the most, in the United States. Wellington House was counting on the United States to defeat Germany on the field of battle. In the late 1990s it was but a very short step for the mass of the American people to believe the same of the Taliban and of President Hussein of Iraq, with who the Taliban was not connected. In fact, they hated each other. The fundamental question, were the Taliban as a whole, and the people of Afghanistan, separate from the Taliban, responsible for the dastardly bombing of the WTC? Does the Taliban actually exist? Or is Osama bin Laden just another Kaiser Wilhelm II? Perhaps, 50 years hence we might find out the truth. In the meantime, the Tavistock Institute played the propaganda card to the limit, and once again, it succeeded. After the end of the war, the myth of Kaiser Wilhelm II persisted. In fact, the same propaganda machine that had demonized him before and during the war, did not give way until July 13, 1959, the 100th anniversary of Kaiser Wilhelm II's birthday, which was celebrated by the BBC in the form of a documentary about the much-abused former German leader. 83 It explained how the British people were terrorized by blood-curdling accounts of the Kaiser slashing arms off Belgian children with his sword while columns of German soldiers raped women in the Belgian villages they passed through, none of the accounts bearing even a faint resemblance to the truth. Even intelligent members of the British Parliament were taken in by the relentless storm of hatred stirred up by Northcliffe and his crew that included the Americans Lippmann and Bernays. However, as good as it was, the BBC documentary made no effort to explain how the myth of a monstrous Kaiser Wilhelm could suddenly arise as if from nowhere, to take up the headlines in the newspapers. In the same way, no one has explained to my satisfaction how Osama bin Laden suddenly appeared on the scene, and how he became the villain in the manner of the Kaiser in an amazingly short period of time. How did this happen? It is an historical fact, that President Wilson rushed the bill to establish the Federal Reserve Banks to the House, just in time for the start of World War I period. Without paper dollars, printed at will, it is doubtful, that the war would have occurred. How could the Kaiser have suddenly come alive from the cartoon character staring out of thousands of newspapers, magazines and billboards? We know now that he was the product of the vast British War Office's propaganda machine, which remained secret as it still remains a big secret organisation to this very day. The machinery remains as covert today as it was in 1913, although some of us have managed to tear away some of its shrouding. 84 One thing we unearthed through research is that the Tavistock Institute was the birthplace of some of the most preposterous lies ever to be manufactured and held up as truth. Chapter 16 Scientific propaganda can deceive the very elect. 85 The vast majority of people in the world today will surely have heard of the Beast of Berlin and how the Allies put to an end to his mad rampage through Europe. Most people in recent times have also heard of the Beast of Baghdad, but how many have heard of the name? Sir Harold Nicolson, a distinguished scholar, whose thorough examination of literally hundreds of thousands of documents from 1912 to 1925, absolutely exonerated Kaiser Wilhelm II from starting World War I. How many people know this? Put it to the test. Try your local talk show whiz, and see what happens. Thus for more than 25 years the myth of the Kaiser dominated the headlines and had the effect of turning millions of people in Britain and America, against Germany in an unjust and unfortunate byproduct of the vast propaganda machine that has the British people by the throat since it was first opened for business in 1913. We speak of Wellington House and its successor, the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations. The amazing thing about the myth is how long it lasted. But the purpose of propaganda is precisely to perpetuate a myth, a lie or some piece of misinformation that lives long after the truth is forgotten. Japan will forever be blamed for Pearl Harbor, and for the rape of Nanking, while Churchill will forever be hailed as a great man, instead of a BMTAL warmonger. In the same way, Colin Powell recently visited Iraq and came out with a banner headline statement about Hussein gassing Kurds during the Iraq-Iran war. 86 The truth is that the gas-filled missiles that fell on the Kurdish village were phosgene, a type not possessed by Iraq, but they were in the arsenal of Iran. What happened was that during an Iraqi offensive, the Iranians fired a large number of gas-filled rockets at Iraqi position, but some fell short among the Kurds along the border. This was confirmed by the U.S. Military College of War report, which entirely exonerated Iraq. Yet, although the accusation was thoroughly refuted, in 2005, almost 30 years later, while on a goodwill tour of Malaysia, Karen Hughes representing President George Bush repeated the lie, embellishing it by claiming that 30,000 Kurds had been gassed to death by Saddam Hussein. A member of the audience contested her statement, and the next day Hughes was forced to retract her story, saying that she had misspoken herself. An investigation into the incident revealed that Hughes actually believed the lies she had heard repeated over and over again, by President Bush, Prime Minister Blair, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, which ought to tell us a great deal about the power of propaganda. The facts of the case reported by the War College were later confirmed by the U.S. Army and by a second U.S. source. Does the world know this? We doubt it. Truth is forgotten while a lie lives on. Thus Colin Powell's propaganda against Iraq will go the way of the propaganda against Kaiser Wilhelm II, on and on for more than 100 years, while the truth died the moment the first propaganda blast appeared in the newspapers. In this lies the value of propaganda. The social scientists at Tavistock know this, and today, they can profile any audience to accept lies best suited to their perception without understanding the issues behind it. 87 By this manner a morally correct position and a solid backing for the attack on Afghanistan was created. Few of the American people ever raised doubts about whether what their government was doing in Afghanistan was in accordance with the U.S. Constitution. There was no referendum, and no mandate to confirm or deny acceptance by the people of the Bush administration's policy toward Afghanistan. Propaganda brainwashing does not call for a mandate. The fact that none of the alleged hijackers of the planes used against the Twin Towers were from Afghanistan was completely lost on the American public, 74% of whom still believe that the Al-Qaeda did it and that they live in Afghanistan. The same percentage of Americans were brainwashed to believe that the Taliban and President Hussein worked together to bring about the tragedy. The American people do not know that Saddam Hussein would have nothing to do with the Taliban leadership. Why do the American people allow themselves to be treated in this manner? Why do they allow politicians to lie, cheat, connive, dissemble, prevaricate, obfuscate and continually deceive them? What we ought to mark well, is the way Woodrow Wilson treated the American people, like sheep. When asked why he kept a small flock of sheep grazing on the White House lawns, Wilson replied, "They remind me of the American people." Wilson had a burning ambition to rush America into World War I, and he used Wellington House lies propaganda against dissenters, the bulk of the people, to persuade them to change their outlook. 88 Roosevelt repeated the ploy to get the U.S. into World War II through lies and propaganda, most often than not the same thing, culminating in the success of Pearl Harbor. We saw the same line used by Clinton. In the run-up to and during the unjust war against Serbia, Clinton's entire persuasion consisted of lies and disinformation, not to mention misinformation. No wonder that Rumsfeld pronouncements are always met with suspicion. When asked about the role being played by propaganda, Rumsfeld blandly replied, "Government officials, the Department of Defense, this Secretary of Defense and the people who work with me tell the American people the truth." Chapter 17 Propaganda and Psychological Warfare 89 A list of U.S. government papers, some available and some not, reveal in a striking manner just how controlled the nations of the world, including the United States, have become due to the exercise of propaganda methods at an astonishing array of levels. At best, I can only mention the titles and paraphrase content because of the vastness of the material. I hope the information we have put together will shock the American people out of their slumbering apathy and make them realize just how far they are on the road to becoming slaves of the socialist New World Order inside a one-world government. Official definitions, a useful collection of terms and definitions is used by the Washington power establishment. Without exception, every single one of the programs cited herein are Tavistock born and bred. Social sciences and political intervention, what passes itself off as project-centered development assistance, may in reality consist of dangerous manipulation of culture and social relations in the Southern Hemisphere. Because of the enormous monetary advantage enjoyed by donors of aid, they are often in a position to do extensive psychosocial studies of target groups and to exploit them in ways that would not occur to most people, even in their worst nightmares. It is typical of everything John Rawlings Rees taught at Tavistock, and it was carried into every aspect of American life. 90 Shock and Awe, Achieving Rapid Dominance. This is the National Defense University text 1996 that became the theory behind U.S. intervention in the Middle East and the war against Iraq in March and April of 2003. Shock and awe, says the text, is intended to be the non-nuclear equivalent of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Says the now out-of-print study guide of that terrible tragedy says, the impact of those weapons was sufficient to transform both the mindset of the average Japanese citizen and the outlook of the leadership through this condition of shock and awe. The Japanese simply could not comprehend the destructive power carried by a single airplane. This incomprehension produced a state of awe. Besides using massive firepower for psychological purposes, the publication also includes extensive discussion of propaganda operations. The principal mechanism for achieving this dominance is through imposing sufficient conditions of shock and awe on the adversary to convince or compel it to accept our strategic aims and military objectives, the writers state. Clearly, deception, confusion, misinformation, and disinformation, perhaps in massive amounts, must be employed. Psychological warfare in combat. This is the full text of the infamous shock and awe doctrine, published in 1996 by the National Defense University, Washington. The concept is to gain complete control over the will of an adversary, as well as the perceptions and understanding of target peoples, literally making an enemy impotent to act or react. 91 It is worth noting that all of these words and descriptions were found in textbooks used to condition students attending classes conducted by John Rawlings Rees at the British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau, where Rawlings was a master theoretician. The shock and awe doctrine is described as a strategy to achieve the systematic destruction of military capability through attrition, where appropriate, and to use overwhelming force to paralyze, shock, unnerve, and ultimately accomplish the moral destruction of an opponent. The International Conference on Population and Development (ICPD), a program of action presented at the conference, called for massive propaganda effort, utilizing the mass media, non-governmental organizations, commercial entertainment, and academic institutions in an effort to persuade people in developing countries to change their fertility preferences. A revision to the original text added to accommodate representatives from developing countries urges that communications activities carried out by donors for advocacy purposes or to promote particular lifestyles should be labeled in such a way that the public will be aware of their purpose, and that the identity of sponsors should be indicated in an appropriate manner. Despite this recommendation, which imposes no mandatory restrictions on aid donors, the communication section of document remains a very dangerous and politically explosive part of the New World Order agenda. 92 The Population Communication Project, the U.S. Agency for International Development (USAID), has poured tens of millions of dollars into a mass media influence campaign that uses tactics borrowed from military psychological war operatives. USAID is only one of hundreds of U.S. government agencies that contracted with Tavistock to write its programs. In fact, the contractor working as a proxy for USAID in this case was also under contract to the U.S. Army to prepare teaching manuals for psychological operations. Enter Educate. Using entertainment as propaganda, the young audience is likely to be more vulnerable to messages presented in the context of entertainment than to other communications that might tend to raise questions about the legitimacy of foreign ideas. Thus, the entertainment propaganda approach has become a huge part of USAID's international population control effort. Here again, literally millions of dollars has gone to Tavistock for programs taught by Enter Educate operators. When propaganda backfires, a study done of family planning attitudes and behavior done in the north of Nigeria in 1994. According to a published report, the negative reaction illustrated opposition to outsider improprieties, to family planning in general and to U.S.-sponsored family planning programs in particular. Nigeria Bilateral Population Program, U.S. State Department document. The major planning document of the U.S. government's population control strategy for Nigeria. 93 It is also used as an important part of propaganda in psychological warfare employed in the U.S. government programs to undermine Latin American political movements, the anti-war effort, movement, and grassroots political organizing. The contract to write this program was awarded to Tavistock. Post-Modem Warfare, a menu of resources about political, psychological warfare, covert activities, and genocide. Urban deconcentration and other tactics. This is so diabolical in content that I do not propose publishing it, at least for now. Social influence, propaganda and persuasion, some useful background information. Psychological operations in guerrilla warfare, the CIA's tactical manual for paramilitary forces in Central America prepared by Tavistock. The CIA has Tavistock under contract and works very closely with it. Institute for Propaganda Analysis, a collection of documents containing basic facts about covert influence campaigns. Here again, the institute is merely a clearing house for Tavistock data and brainwashing methods for mass use. The United States Intelligence Bureau's official descriptions and duties of U.S. government bureaus involved in the collection or analysis of intelligence. Secrecy and Government Bulletins, a collection of documents advocating openness in government. 94 Reporters Collective, a source for reliable research materials on international institutions and their role in fronting for the wealthy, powerful nations that control their policies. Many of the institutions listed have had their leadership cadre taught by Tavistock's social science scientists. Propaganda, dissemination of ideas and information for the purpose of inducing or intensifying specific attitudes and actions. Because propaganda is frequently accompanied by distortions of fact and by appeals to passion and prejudice, it is often thought to be invariably false or misleading. As Tavistock's manuals state, the essential distinction lies in the intentions of the propagandist to persuade an audience to adopt the attitude or action he or she espouses. Wilson and Roosevelt were examples of this truism, both having been polished in the art of diplomacy by deception, as Buchanan explained the term back in 1814. Chapter 18 Wilson gets the U.S. into World War I thanks to propaganda. 95 The massive modem propaganda techniques, which have become a familiar part of particularly the American and British governments, began with World War I 1914 to 1918. From the beginning of the war, both German and British propagandists worked hard to win sympathy and support of the United States. German propagandists appealed to the many Americans of German descent, and to those of Irish descent, who were traditionally hostile to Great Britain who was living in America. The propaganda was rather crude by today's standards, but what it lacked in finesse was made up by the sheer volume of the huge output of Wellington House. Soon, however, Germany was virtually cut off from direct access to the United States. Thereafter British propaganda had little competition in the United States, and it was conducted more skillfully than that of the Germans, who had no equivalent of Wellington House, Bernays, or Lippmann. Once engaged in the war, Woodrow Wilson organized the Committee on Public Information, an official propaganda agency, to mobilize American public opinion. This committee proved highly successful, particularly in the sale of Liberty bonds. And no wonder. Its program was written for the White House by Tavistock and was largely directed from London. The exploitation by the allies of President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, which seemed to promise a just peace for both the victors and the vanquished, contributed greatly toward crystallizing opposition within the Central Powers to continuation of the war. 96 Elsewhere herein we have detailed the lies and distortions engaged in by the Bryce Commission, which remains one of the most disturbing examples of blatant lying successfully passed off as truth. The part played by Americans at Wellington House, the premier propaganda center in the world at that time, is also explained later herein. The propaganda aspects of World War II were similar to those of World War I, except that the Second World War, also started by Britain and financed by the international bankers, was greater in scope. Radio played a major role, with news broadcasts always a mixture of facts heavily laced with fiction. Propaganda activities overseas were more intense. The Tavistock Institute was able to put into practice all of the valuable lessons it had learned in 1914 to 1919, and it used its experience in a number of new ways in the old as well as new countries. Both Germany and the United Kingdom again sought to sway American opinion. German propagandists played on anti-British sentiment, represented the war as a struggle against communism, and pictured Germany as the invincible champion of a new wave of anti-communism. German agents also gave their support to movements in the United States that backed isolationism, a descriptive tag attached to all Americans who opposed war with Germany. German propaganda efforts were no match against the expertise of Wellington House and Tavistock or the resources of Britain, secretly aided with huge amounts of money by the Roosevelt administration, and once again it proved ineffective. 97 The carefully planned attack on Pearl Harbor was well known by Roosevelt, Stimson and Knox for months before the actual attack. December 1941 was a godsend for Roosevelt, who had been trying desperately to force the U.S. to go to war on the side of Britain, especially after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. American people were persuaded by propaganda and outright lies that Germany was the aggressor. The dire warnings by Lindbergh, the famous aviator, and a number of other anti-war senators that Roosevelt was not to be trusted, and that, as was the case in World War I, the U.S. had no business interjecting itself into the war in Germany, was blunted by propaganda. Also, the contrived situation at Pearl Harbor changed public opinion, as Roosevelt well knew it would. Allied propaganda efforts that flowed from Tavistock were aimed at separating the peoples of the Axis nations from their governments, which were held solely to blame for the war. Radio broadcasts and leaflets dropped from the air carried Allied propaganda to the enemy. The official U.S. propaganda agencies during World War II were the Office of War Information (OWI), charged with disseminating Tavistock information at home and abroad, and the Office of Strategic Service (OSS), forerunner of the CIA and a creation of Tavistock, charged with conducting psychological warfare against the enemy. At Supreme Headquarters in the European Theatre of Operations, the OWI and OSS were coordinated with military activities by the Psychological Warfare Division under the direction of social scientists from the Tavistock Institute. 98 In the period of the Cold War, a marked conflict of interests between the United States and the Soviet Union following World War II, propaganda continued to be a significant instrument of national policy. Both the democratic and communist blocs of states attempted by sustained campaigns, to win to their side the great masses of uncommitted peoples, and thereby, achieve their objectives, without resorting to armed conflict. Every aspect of national life and policy was exploited for purposes of propaganda. The Cold War was also marked by the use of defectors, trials, and confessions for propaganda purposes. In this propaganda war the communist nations seemed initially to have a distinct advantage. Because their governments controlled all media, they could largely seal off their people from Western propaganda. At the same time, the highly centralized governments could plan elaborate propaganda campaigns and mobilize resources to carry out their plans. They could also count on aid from communist parties and sympathizers in other countries. Democratic states, on the other hand, could neither prevent their peoples from being exposed to communist propaganda nor mobilize all their resources to counter it. This apparent advantage for communist governments eroded during the 1980s, as communications technology advanced. Inability to control the spread of information was a major factor in the disintegration of many communist regimes in Eastern Europe at the end of the decade. The United States Information Agency (USIA), established in 1953 to conduct propaganda and cultural activities abroad, operates the Voice of America, a radio network that carries news and information about the United States in more than 40 languages to all parts of the world. Chapter 19 is history being repeated. The case of Lord Bryce, with historians heavily involved in either defending or damning the war in Iraq. It might be good time to ponder the case of Viscount James Bryce, the highly respected historian who sold out and went to his grave as a confirmed, dastardly, unrepentant liar. Before his unfortunate involvement with Wellington House, Bryce had enjoyed wide respect as an honest historian. From the start of World War I, stories of German atrocities filled British and American newspapers. By far the bulk of them were prepared at Wellington House and spread through media channels. Mostly, they were supposed to have emanated from eyewitness accounts by reporters and photographers, who accompanied the German army's march through Belgium to outflank French defences in their drive on Paris. Eyewitnesses described German infantrymen spearing Belgian babies on their bayonets as they marched along, singing war songs. Accounts of Belgian boys and girls with amputated hands, supposedly to prevent them from using guns, abounded. Tales of women with amputated breasts multiplied even faster. At the top of the atrocity hit parade were rape stories. One eyewitness claimed the Germans dragged 20 young women out of their houses in a captured Belgian town and stretched them on tables in the village square, where each was violated by at least 12 Huns, while the rest of the division watched and cheered. At British expense, a group of Belgians toured the United States retelling these stories. 100 President Woodrow Wilson solemnly received them in the White House. Their story horrified America. Nobody thought to check their account of the rape they had witnessed. Their accounts of the brutality they allegedly had suffered were never questioned. The Germans angrily denied these stories. So did American reporters with the German army. In 1914 Wilson had not yet managed the battlefield reporters, unlike George Bush in the invasion of Iraq in 2002. There were no embedded reporters with the British Army. Tavistock had yet to learn how to censor the truth by embedding selected reporters with the troops. When British journalists' dispatches began to be published in England, throwing doubt of the atrocities, Northcliffe came up with the idea of appointing Lord Bryce to head an inquiry board to investigate accounts of German atrocities and report back to him. Actually, the suggestion came from Edward Bernays and was approved by Walter Lippmann. Then, early in 1915, the British government made it official by asking Viscount Bryce to head a royal commission to investigate the atrocity reports. Bryce was one of the best-known historians of the era. He had written widely praised books on the American government and on Irish history, sympathetically portraying the Irish people's hard fate under British rule. In 1907, he had worked with an Anglo-Irish diplomat, Roger Casement, to expose horrendous exploitation of Indian peoples on the Amazon River by a British rubber company. From 1907 to 1913, he had served as British ambassador in Washington, where he became a popular, even beloved figure. 101 It would have been hard to find a more admired scholar who had an established reputation of honesty and integrity. Bryce and his 6 fellow commissioners, an amalgam of distinguished lawyers, historians, land jurists, analyzed 1,200 depositions of eyewitnesses, who claimed to have seen all manner of atrocious German behavior. Almost all the testimony came from Belgians who had fled to England as refugees, and there were some statements from Belgian and British soldiers, collected in France. But the commissioners failed to interrogate even a single one of these eyewitnesses. That task was left to gentlemen of legal knowledge and experience, lawyers. Since the asserted crimes took place in what continued to be a war zone, there was no on-site investigation of any of the reports. Not a single witness was identified by name. The commissioners said this was justified in the case of Belgians by the fear that there might be German reprisals against family members. But British soldier witnesses remained equally anonymous, for no apparent reason. Nevertheless, in his introduction, Bryce claimed that he and his fellow commissioners had tested the evidence severely. Nobody suspected that military witnesses were not to be tested at all, let alone severely so. No reason was ever given for such a grave lapse, and what Tavistock has since characterized not as a lie, but as a misstatement. The Bryce report was released on May 13, 1915. British propaganda headquarters in Wellington House, near Buckingham Palace, made sure it went to virtually every newspaper in America. The impact was stupendous, as the headline and subheads in the New York Times make clear. 102 German atrocities. A PROVEDS finds Bryce committing not only individual crimes, but also premeditated slaughter in Belgium, young and old, mutilated women attacked, children brutally slain, arson and pillage, systematic countenance by officers, wanton firing on Red Cross and White Flag, prisoners and wounded, shot civilians used as shields. On May 27, 1915, Wellington House operatives in America reported to London on the outcome of their massive propaganda initiative. Even in papers hostile to the Allies, there is not the slightest attempt to impugn the correctness of the facts alleged. Lord Bryce's prestige in America put skepticism out of the question. Charles Masterman, chief of Wellington House, told Bryce, "Your report has swept America." Among the small number of critics of the Bryce report was Sir Roger Casement. It is only necessary to turn to James Bryce, the historian, to convict Lord Bryce, the partisan. Casement wrote in a furious essay, "The far-extended baleful power of the lie." By this time Casement had become a fierce advocate of Irish independence, so few people paid any attention to his dissent, which was dismissed as biased. 103 Clarence Darrow, the famously iconoclastic American lawyer, who specialized in winning acquittals for ostensibly guilty clients, was another skeptic. He went to France and Belgium later in 1915 and searched in vain for a single eyewitness who could confirm even one of the Bryce stories. Increasingly dubious, Darrow announced he would pay $L000 a very large sum in 1915, more than $17,000 in 21st century money, to anyone who could produce a Belgian or French boy whose hands had been amputated by a German soldier or a single child of either sex that had been bayoneted by German troops. There were no takers. Not one victim came forward to claim the reward, although Darrow had spent a considerable amount of his own money in advertising it, far and wide. After the war, historians who sought to examine the documentation for Bryce's stories were told that the files had mysteriously disappeared. No government official or department offered to start a search for the missing documents. This blatant evasion of putting the severely tested documents to a newer, thoroughly impartial test prompted most historians to dismiss 99% of Bryce's atrocities as fabrications. One called the report in itself one of the worst atrocities of the war. More recent scholarship has scaled down the percentage of the Bryce report's fabrications because it turned out that several thousand Belgian civilians, including some women and children, were apparently shot by the Germans in the summer of 1914, and Bryce more or less accurately summarized some of the worst excesses, such as the executions in the town of Dinan. 104. But even these latter-day scholars admit Bryce's report was seriously contaminated by the rapes, amputations and speared babies. They blamed this grave lapse on hysteria, and war rage. This amounts to giving Bryce a free pass. The number of corrections that had to be made by critics of Darrow's reports was less than 1% and failed to clear Bryce. As was pointed out at the time, 99% of the Bryce Commission report were lies. Correspondence between the members of the Bryce Committee survived the disappearance of the documents. It reveals severe doubts about the tales of mutilation and rape. These serious doubts were never spread across Britain and America in the manner of Wellington House brutality reports. One of the committee's secretaries admitted that he had been given numerous English addresses of Belgian women supposedly made pregnant by German rapes, but in spite of intensive searches, was not able to locate a single one on the list. Even the highly touted story of a member of parliament sheltering 2 pregnant women turned out to be fraudulent. Bryce apparently brushed aside this negative evidence as Bush and Blair were to do scores of times when, on rare occasions, a few reporters did their job and asked awkward questions. Lord Bryce the scholar should have known, and almost certainly did know, that tales of spearing babies, raping and cutting off the breasts of murdered women were standard hate, the enemy fables hundreds of years old, as were mass rapes in fields and public squares. Even a cursory examination of Napoleon's campaigns in Europe brought out hundreds of these types of atrocities, a very small fraction of which turned out to be true. 105 Bryce, the learned historian, the learned, trusted scholar with a reputation for honesty, should have rejected such fabrications out of hand. He most certainly knew that the vast majority of the atrocity stories emanated from Wellington House, the former of the Tavistock Institute. Instead of examining their origin and then dismissing them as propaganda, Bryce grouped them all into a report that found them generally factual and then issued general condemnation of the German army and people. This is reminiscent of Mr. G.W. Bush and his general classification that the entire population of several Muslim states belonged to an axis of evil. Why didn't Bryce dismiss the fabrications and concentrate on the German executions of civilians? As we have stated, he knew the bulk of the incidents were products of Wellington House, and had he done so, it would have opened up a very sticky subject of the wide use being made of propaganda by the British government. There was an important reason why Bryce chose to abandon an honourable course instead of soiling his reputation. A high percentage of the Belgian army in 1914–1915 was made up of home guards, partisans, who wore no uniforms except for an insignia pinned to their shirts or hats. The Germans, desperately trying to win in the west before the invading Russian army smashed through their lightly held lines in the east, were infuriated by these seemingly civilian combatants, and showed them no mercy. That the German army was entitled to return the fire of civilians or even initiate it by the rules of war under the Geneva Conventions applicable at that time, was never brought out in the press. 106 The fact is that in 1915, partisans right up to 1945, were fair game. Civilians, even with badges pinned to their hats, were not given authority to shoot at soldiers in uniform, or afforded protection. Yes, that was what the rules of war laid out in the Geneva Conventions, and Lord Bryce and his commissioners knew it. Nor was this important fact trumpeted across England and America in the manner of the propaganda that had successfully captured the hearts and minds of the British and American people. Some German field commanders obviously lost their heads and retaliated excessively against whole towns, such as Dinant. But a defense of sorts could be mounted, even for these men. The ensuing debate as to what the Geneva Convention allowed would have produced yawns in newspaper readers. They wanted what Bryce gave them: blood and lust, rape and horror perpetrated by the German Boche beasts against women and young children and unarmed civilians. They wanted proof that the German Hun was a barbarian, a savage beast. And if the public had not been deceived, Wellington House, and the British government's war effort, would have been in deep trouble. The Bryce report unquestionably helped England win the war. Unquestionably it swayed the opinions of the American public and convinced millions of Americans and other neutrals. It was translated into 27 languages, that the Germans were ugly beasts in human form. No one except a few biased outsiders such as Sir Roger Casement and Clarence Darrow ever reproached Lord Bryce for the vicious lies he had spread around the world. No fair-minded man could ever forgive Bryce for soiling himself. 107 Through it all, Wellington House remained in the background. Few people knew of its existence, let alone its vital role, but it had done an important job and struck a mighty blow for brainwashing. As for Bryce, he went to his grave loaded with royal and academic honours, a sullied, superior liar, a man who had soiled himself and with the blood of millions on his hands, a brilliant scoundrel, a thief who stole the truth from a public entitled to know it, and who managed to evade detection and exposure and the utter condemnation that was universally afforded to Judas Iscariot. From a perspective of 100 years, we ought to take a much harsher view of this man. The Bryce report had obvious connections to the British decision to maintain the blockade of Germany for 7 months after the armistice in 1918, causing the starvation deaths of an estimated 600,000 elderly and very young Germans, all part of the game plan to so weaken Germany that it would never be a threat to the Allies again. The Wellington House propaganda lies about the German army was far and away the greatest atrocity of World War I, and it made every German man and woman hunger for revenge. By creating blind hatred of Germany, Bryce sowed the dragon's teeth of World War II. Chapter 20 The Black Art of Successful Lying, Gulf War 1991 From this background, what we saw in the Gulf War circa 1991 was frightening enough to very forcefully remind us of the origin of the black art of successful lying practiced by Lord Bryce and what a congenital, witting liar he had turned out to be. It also brought to mind how Wellington House and then Tavistock set its seal on brainwashing as a tool of war. It was one of the deciding factors that made me determined to write this work and expose Tavistock and its injurious, baleful influence. In the Gulf War, the U.S. Department of Defense shut out all news media and appointed its own spokesman who gave his grossly untruthful version of events via television broadcasts. I dubbed the fellow Pentagon Pete, and he talked blithely about collateral damage, a new Tavistock phrase being tried for the first time ever. It took the public a long time to catch on to its meaning: human casualties, human deaths and destruction of property. Then we had a break when CNN was allowed to come in and report on the success of the Patriot missile defense shooting down Iraqi Scuds, which it turned out, was another base exercise in propaganda. According to CNN, at least one Scud attacking Israel was shot down every night. Only World in Review, in the midst of the war, reported that not a single Scud missile had been shot down. Nobody dared to report that a total of 15 Scuds had hit Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. Disinformation and misinformation prevailed. Only WIR reported the truth, but with a small readership, it didn't matter to the propagandists. 110 Then there was the gigantic fraud perpetrated on the American people by one of the largest public relations companies in Washington, Hilton and Knowles. Here again, only WIR broke the story that the whole tear-jerking episode of Iraqi soldiers pulling out new-bomb Kuwait babies from incubators and throwing them on the floor, was a gross falsehood. It is interesting that like Benton and Bowles, Hilton and Knowles had long ties to the Tavistock Institute. Both companies were leading advertising agencies. The Hilton and Knowles fabrication, tearfully narrated by an eyewitness, who just happened to be the teenage daughter of the A1 Sabah family's Kuwaiti ambassador to Washington, was what swayed the Senate to violate the U.S. Constitution and give Bush the Elder permission to attack Iraq, despite the fact that no such provision exists in the U.S. Constitution. While Bush the Elder could say, "Well, I didn't know this, I didn't hire Hilton and Knowles," he plainly knew all about the key propaganda stunt pulled off against the American people. Nobody will ever believe that he did not recognize the 16-year-old daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador, who he had met before. The Kuwaiti ambassador paid Hilton and Knowles $600,000 to stage the elaborate fraud in front of the Senate, for which he ought to have been arrested for lying to a Senate committee. What was so galling is that the daughter also went unpunished for her part in tearfully recounting her experience. "I saw the Iraqi soldiers pull the new bomb babies out of the incubators and throw them on the ground," she cried. The fact of the matter was that Narita A1 Sabah had not been anywhere near Kuwait for years, and certainly not during the war. She had been in Washington, D.C. with her father at the ambassador's Washington residence. Yet this child liar and her father were not prosecuted. That is what the propaganda experts at Tavistock call a successful remake of events. Narita A1 Sabah's testimony became the centerpiece of a huge media campaign in America, and it is known to have swayed not only the Senate, but put the American people on the side of the war against Iraq. Bush the Elder indulged in an old propaganda piece in telling the world that Saddam had to be removed from Iraq to make the Middle East safe. Remember that Wilson sent American troops to their death in France to make the world safe for democracy. Bush the Elder suddenly began vilifying and demonizing the Iraqi president to suit the purposes of his oil cartel friends, and, as in the case of the Kaiser in 1913, it worked. Not many people remembered the ploy put on by Wilson, otherwise they might have noticed the striking similarity in what President Bush was saying, and what Bryce told Wilson and what Wilson told the American people to sway them to support World War I. Now that Hussein is all but forgotten and the threats he allegedly posed have all been dismissed as a pack of lies, all of a sudden it is A1 Qaeda we have to worry about. Woodrow Wilson used plain propaganda when he told a reluctant American people that the war would make the world safe for democracy. Bush intoned the same veritable deceit. 112 The cost of making the world safe for democracy was horrendous. Professor William Langer placed the known dead of World War I at 10 million men and women soldiers and 20 million wounded. Russia alone lost 9 million men killed, or an astonishing 75% of its army. The total cost of the war in dollars has been figured at $180 billion, to which must be added the indirect costs of $151,612,500,000. Chapter 21: The Soldiers' Memorial and World War I Cemeteries. The cost of the Bush war against Iraq was running at around $420 billion in mid-2005, and the Bush family wants more money for their ill-starred venture. And knowing the American people and their hapless, helpless but useless representatives in the legislature, Bush will get what he wants. The figures of the dollar cost of World War I do not tell anything about the sorrow and suffering brought to America by Wilson, the transgressor. We insert here a recent article, which gives a poignant, personal touch to the dreadful loss of life in that nightmarish war. Several weeks ago I visited with my family the Soldiers' Memorial Museum in the heart of downtown St. Louis. It is a huge and deeply impressive building, dedicated in 1936 by President Roosevelt as a memorial to the 1075 men of St. Louis who died in the First World War. The memorial is painfully beautiful, all mosaics and marble, with terrazzo floors and Bedford stone sculptures. It is dominated by the vast black granite cenotaph in its center, covered with the hundreds of dead men's names in neat row upon row. On the day we visited this striking but haunted place it seemed completely empty. While empty of visitors, it was, however, full of the spirits and voices and faces of the pale, tousled-headed boys in neatly pressed uniforms, who had marched off from St. Louis 86 years ago to fight in a glorious war so far away in a far-off land, boys who had never come back home. 114 The poignancy of that was rendered all the stronger by the fact that we are living daily with the repercussions of current conflict, the savage bloody war in Iraq. We read daily of the boys who will never come back home. What struck me most as I walked around the memorial and the museum, holding my newborn baby girl, was the fact that it looked like so many memorials that I had visited in my home country of Scotland. It also looked like those I had visited in France, in England and in Canada and New Zealand, and it looked just like the memorials in almost every other country touched by the carnage of World War I. In almost every country touched by the carnage of World War I, the so-called war to end all wars, men rushed to join the military and marched off to war with great enthusiasm. They believed it would be a short, sharp and successful war, fought for good reasons, and glorious for the winners. They believed they were building a better world. They were wrong. An average of 5,500 men died every single day for 4.5 years in the First World War, that is roughly 4 men per minute, every minute, for 4.5 years, until 10 million men were dead. The First World War did more than destroy lives, it destroyed the confidence in progress, in prosperity and in reasonableness of civilized human beings that had become so characteristic of the 19th century. The war destroyed much of the next generation which would have provided leadership to Europe. And this morning, as I sit holding my baby girl, I read daily reports of escalating violence in Iraq, with British, Iraqi and American men continuing to die. The St. Louis Soldiers, a memorial to a war that should have never been 115 fought, haunts me, and their ghosts haunt the memorial. It was the worst of all disasters. The war that should have never been fought haunts me. The neo-conservative brains in the U.S. administration would have been wise to visit places like this and think long and hard about the lessons of such memorials before embarking on a war in the Middle East that has already killed an unknown number of people and which will certainly kill many more, directly and indirectly. Written by Professor Dr. James Lackland MacLeod, Associate Professor of History, University of Evansville, Indiana. My experiences parallel those of Professor MacLeod. I visited the battlefields of Verdun and Passchendaele where most of the slaughter he so ably recounts, occurred. I tried to imagine 10 million soldiers dying so young, the terror, the horror and the sorrow they experienced, and the inconsolable sorrow of the ones they left behind. While standing in the afternoon's fading light in one of the many war cemeteries in France, and looking upon the thousands upon thousands of neat white crosses marching across the war cemeteries, I was overcome by anger and then overwhelmed by grief, so much so that I swear I heard the cries and the shouts of anguish of the dead calling for justice to be done, so cruelly cut down in their prime, and seemed to see their faces reflected in the clouds above. It was a mystical experience I will never forget, much like the experience of a British officer who visited these battlefields in 1919–116. Yesterday I visited the battlefields of the last years. The place was scarcely recognizable. Instead of a wilderness of ground torn up by shells, the round was a garden of wild flowers and tall grasses. Most remarkable of all was the appearance of many thousands of white butterflies which fluttered around. It was as if the souls of the dead soldiers had come to haunt the spot where so many fell. It was eerie to see them. And the silence. It was so still that I could almost hear the beat of the butterflies' wings. From records in the British War Museum in London, my intense feelings of outrage made me determined to find out everything I could about a terrible war that began with massive gout of propaganda, the scourge of the modern world. It was another decisive reason for writing this book and exposing the evil of Tavistock. Sir Roger Casement thought Lord Bryce ought to have been hanged for treason, and I feel Wilson ought to have suffered a similar fate, which would have stopped Roosevelt and Churchill from plunging the world into a second round of carnage. Propaganda prevailed, and the Western civilized world was lost. The world we knew, the world established by Western civilization, is gone. Spengler's gloomy predictions proved right. In place of our Western civilized world, we shall soon see the ghastly edifice of the new communist socialist one-world government looming up through the darkness of the coming long night. Let there be no doubt that the First World War was caused by Britain and her ally, the United States of America, with the aid of Wellington House. The war could not have been mounted without the dark forces of Wellington House. The name of Lord Grey, its principal architect, will go down in history as traitorous, dishonest politician. 117 There is no consensus as to why Britain started World War I. But by 1916, the German army had defeated the French and British armies in a most decisive manner. Wilson was under heavy pressure to get American troops shipped to Europe, so Wellington House unleashed an all-out propaganda war against the American people, but which nevertheless, remained ineffective until the Bryce Report was published. To understand what is happening in Iraq is impossible unless we make ourselves fully cognizant with the terrible propaganda deployed against the British and American people in 1913 and 1940. It was one of the darkest and most foul chapters in history, with Wilson mouthing such lies as a just war and a war to end all wars, a war to make the world safe for democracy. What the war was about was to make trade safe for Britain especially, and France now being threatened by German industry. But they were words in obfuscation of his true intent and meaningless in that context, just what you'd expect from a politician. The kind of bunkum one finds on a society page. Wilson's talk of making the world safe for democracy was nothing more than colored gas bubbles. He was proposing to go into the war on the side of the English, who were at that very moment making sure there was no popular democracy in the empire. The English had just brutally finished off the Boers in South Africa in a cruel war that lasted 3 years. If Wilson wanted to make the world safe for democracy, he ought to have gone to war on the side of Germany against England, the aggressor and instigator of the war. 118 Instead of making the world safe for democracy, it turned out to be the greatest calamity ever to befall civilized nations that had fallen into the clutches of men who were corrupt immoral liars, into a war quite properly called the Great War. It was of course only great in its size and scope. We will never understand how the United States became the sole great power, unless we confess to the sins of Wilson and the British establishment of 100 years ago. The United States has continuously entangled itself in the affairs of other sovereign nations' affairs, despite the dire warning of George Washington, and the first instance of this was our entry into World War I and the failed League of Nations. Wilson made full use of the master propagandists of Wellington House using sloganeering as a sword, told the reluctant Senate that if it did not ratify the League of Nations, it will break the heart of the world, thanks to Senator Cabot Lodge, and a number of U.S. senators who after sober reflection and examination of the U.S. Constitution, declined to ratify the League of Nations treaty because they discovered it sought to kill U.S. sovereignty. Using and abusing his penchant for propaganda, Wilson tried to carry the day by declaring his re-election campaign a great and solemn referendum for acceptance of the treaty, but not having Lord Bryce to back him, lost, and was swept away. Unfortunately, it did not take the pliers of propaganda long to stage a comeback with the revamped United Nations version of the League of Nations. Truman, not the simple hat seller from Missouri but the master mason, betrayed the American people by permitting this one-world edifice in the U.S., and Truman used propaganda left over by Wilson to persuade key senators to vote for his lies. 119 What Truman did was force the American nation to enter into a pact with the devil of power over justice and truth, justice from the barrel of a gun. We applied that justice in World War II through mass bombing of civilian centers without regard to loss of life, and we used atomic bombs on Japan, although the war was over, in the propaganda ploy of shock and awe echoed by Rumsfeld in the unconstitutional war against Iraq. Chapter 22 Peace is not popular. 121 The Second World War followed an almost identical pattern as World War I. For concluding a peace deal with Hitler, Neville Chamberlain was at once subjected to a mighty propaganda barrage directed by the Tavistock Institute. Chamberlain had defied the Committee of 300 and backed a newcomer, a rank outsider who was seen as a threat to world socialism. The world did not learn the truth about Chamberlain, or that he was an able politician bent upon avoiding another war, or that he was well experienced and had worked out an equitable peace plan, which of course, did not suit the munitions merchants' vultures sitting on the fence waiting to pick clean the wealth of nations and the corpses of their sons. The vast propaganda machine set up at the Tavistock Institute in London immediately swung into action against Chamberlain, after he announced his successful peace plan. Shakespeare said that, "The evil that men do lives after them, the good is oft interred with their bones." The good done by Chamberlain did not suit the warmongers, and they buried Chamberlain under a catalogue of propaganda and outright lies. These lies were the work of specialists in propaganda employed at the Tavistock Institute, notably, Peter Howard, Michael Foot and Frank Owen. One of these men, employing the pen name of Cato, so vilified Chamberlain that the odium they attached to his name lives even to this day in July of 2005. Such is the power of the might Tavistock propaganda machine. 122 In later years, long after the deceitful propaganda experts had done their work, British historian and scholar David Dutton wrote a book, Neville Chamberlain, in which he gave a balanced assessment of the former Prime Minister. Far from being a dupe of Hitler and a fool, Chamberlain showed considerable negotiating skill and was a highly competent leader, who fought valiantly to prevent another war. But that ran contrary to the wishes of the Committee of 300. Churchill got his delicious war, but by 1941, the Allies had virtually been driven off the continent of Europe with huge loss of manpower. France, Belgium, Holland and Denmark were occupied. Germany offered generous terms to England, but warmonger Churchill rejected peace overtures, and turned to his old workhorse ally, the United States, to provide men, money and materials to continue the delicious war. To the American people we say in deep sorrow, when will you ever learn? When are you going to distinguish between propaganda and genuine information? When are you going to put proposal for war to the constitutional test? Wilson was a consummate liar and a hater of the U.S. Constitution, yet, thanks to a huge propaganda drive organized, run and maintained by Wellington House, he was able to accomplish his mission by operating under a banner of patriotism, which overcame vigorous opposition to the war. Between Wilson, Churchill and Roosevelt, tremendous damage was done to Western Christian civilization. Yet in spite of this fact, a wave of propaganda continues to wash over their names, as if to rid them of the blood of millions on their hands. 123 Instead of being vilified, numerous monuments to their honor are to be found all over Europe, and in America a multi-billion-dollar monument is to be erected in honor of Franklin D. Roosevelt, whose treason engineered the Japanese to fire the first shot, as the Stimson Dairies record. Pearl Harbor opened the way to communist control of China, and ultimately the way to a new communist-socialist New World Order inside a one-world government. Our only hope in a veil of despair is that this work might help to open the eyes of the American people, so that they will resolve never again to fall for propaganda, although in the wake of the 9/11 tragedy, it now seems a vain hope. We recently lived through the disturbing experience of being rushed into an unnecessary war in Serbia, Afghanistan and Iraq through the expanded propaganda tools in the hands of Tavistock's experts, the same tool used to vilify the Kaiser and Chamberlain. President Milosevic was demonized, vilified, belittled and finally driven from office. President Milosevic was illegally arrested and illegally transported to Holland for trial by a kangaroo court that has been trying for nearly 4 years to convict him of war crimes. George Bush the Younger refused to give the mediators in Iraq time to work because he knew that it would prevent war. He refused to give the UN weapons inspectors to complete their work, and instead, declared with the evil intent of all propagandists that the world could not wait for 10 days more because of the imminent danger posed by the weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iraqi dictator, the Butcher of Baghdad. 124 Thus, once again, the people of the United States were swept along by a flood tide of naked lies put out by the propagandists at Tavistock Institute and echoed by the American media, especially the chief propaganda organ in the United States, Fox News Channel. In one respect Americans are more fortunate this time, we have not had to wait for 100 years to pass for the truth to come out. There were no weapons of mass destruction, no chemical and bacteriological factories, no long-range rockets to cause a mushroom cloud over Boston, courtesy of the apologists for Tavistock propaganda and mass brainwashing, Ms. Rice, and Mr. Bush and his co-partner in crime, British Prime Minister Blair. But in spite of being caught in a web of lies, all the above-mentioned remain in office. They have not been sacked for the scores of lies they swore was the truth, and from which they are now not even bothering to extricate themselves, shrugging of criticism with the help of spin masters, polished liars like Cahill Rove and Alastair Campbell. Let us hope that the cause of justice will be served, and that those responsible for the tragedy of the bombing of Serbia and Afghanistan, and the unwarranted invasions of Iraq will be brought before the bar of international justice to account for their crimes. The voices of the dead cry out from the battlefields of Europe, the Pacific, from Serbia and Afghanistan, and from Iraq, lamenting that they died because brainwashing triumphed and propaganda prevailed, the scourge of the modern world, rolling out from the Tavistock Institute like some foul miasma from a dank and noisome bog, enveloping the world, blinding it to the truth. 125 Wellington House propaganda stars. 1 Lord Northcliffe. 2 Walter Lippmann. 3 Edward Bernays. 4 Edward Bernays and Eleanor Roosevelt. 126 Social science scientists at Tavistock. 127 1 Eric L. Trist. Social science scientist at Tavistock Institute. 2 Leon Trotsky. Marxist leader, real name Lev Bronstein. 3 Willy Munzenberg. The brilliant Russian spy and leading propagandist. 4 Lord Northcliffe and Adolf Hitler. 128 1 H.G. Wells. British author. Leading Fabianist, and Secret Service agent. Wrote War of Worlds. 2 George Bernard Shaw. Irish playwright and Fabianist. 3 Walter Rathenau. Leading German industrialist. Financial advisor to Kaiser Wilhelm II. 4 Lord Bertrand Russell. British socialist, author, and elder statesman of the 300, 129 1 Kaiser Wilhelm II. Wellington House falsely maligned the German leader as a bloody butcher. 2 Queen Victoria, was a cousin of Wilhelm II. 3 King George V. 4 Woodrow Wilson, U.S. President. An avowed socialist. The infamous propaganda drawing depicting Kaiser Wilhelm XI standing over Belgian women and children he had shot. This drawing and one like it produced by Wellington House with Wilhelm II standing over Belgian children with a sword dripping in blood from their severed hands, appeared in newspapers across Britain and the United States. Above, Trotsky reviews his troops in Moscow. This is one of the hundreds of propaganda photographs that flooded willing Western newspapers. Below, a depiction of one of the scores of dreadful hand-to-hand battles of World War I. The brutality and slaughter left survivors on both sides mentally crippled and haunted by what they had experienced. 1 *J 1 *JNPIRLs 1 J's J Thunder on the right I Sean Hannity. 2 Rush Limbaugh. 3 Tucker Carlson. 4 Matt Drudge. 5 G Gordon Liddy. 6 Peggy Noonan. 7 Brian Williams. 8 Bill O'Reilly. 9 Lawrence Kudlow. 10 Dick Morris. 2 John Stossel. 12 William Bennett. 13 Oliver North. 14 Michael Savage. 15 Michael Reagan. 16 Joe Scarborough. 133 Chapter 23 The Tavistock Institute, Britain's control of the United States. The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations is situated in London and on the grounds of Sussex University, Sussex, England, where most of its research facilities are located. Tavistock remains as important today as it was when I first revealed its existence early in 1969. I have been accused of having been a part of Tavistock because I worked in close proximity to Tavistock's Sussex facility, and knew so much of its history. Most of Tavistock's more recent activity has had, and is still having, a profound influence upon the way we live in America, and upon our political institutions. Tavistock is believed to be behind the pro-abortion publicity, the proliferation of drugs, sodomy and lesbianism, family traditions, and the fierce attack on the Constitution, our misconduct in foreign policy and our economic system, programmed to fail. Apart from John Rawlings Rees, no two men made such a difference to world politics and world events as shaped at Tavistock than Edward Bernays, the double nephew of Sigmund Freud, and Kurt Lewin. A third man must be included here, although he was never on the faculty at Tavistock, and I refer to Willy Munzenberg, whose propaganda methods and applications so crucial to the modern age of mass communication earned him the title, the greatest propagandist in the world, undoubtedly the most brilliant man of his era. He began his work before World War I. Munzenberg was responsible for sanitizing the Bolsheviks after they overthrew the Romanov dynasty. 134 Munzenberg definitely shaped the ideas and methods put into practice by Bernays and Lewin. His legendary exploits in handling Leon Tepper, the Kapellmeister of the Rock Kapelle, conductor of the Red Orchestra spy ring, made Munzenberg the master spy of every intelligence agency in existence. Tepper was trained by Munzenberg and he never got caught. Tepper was able to obtain all of the secrets of Britain and the United States in World War II. There was hardly a single secret plan the Allies launched that was not already known to Tepper, who passed the information to the KGB and the GRU in Moscow. In his field, Bernays was equally brilliant, but I suspect that most of his ideas originated with his famous uncle Sigmund. As for his ideas on propaganda, there is little doubt that he borrowed from Munzenberg, and this is reflected in the Bernays classic Propaganda that was published in 1928. The thesis of the book is that it is entirely proper and a natural right for government to organize public opinion to conform to official policies. We shall return to this subject later. Munzenberg was bold enough to put his basic tenets about propaganda into practice well before Bernays, or Joseph Goebbels, the German Minister of Popular Enlightenment, as the Ministry of Propaganda was called. The propaganda specialist of the Nazi Party greatly admired Munzenberg's work and modeled his own propaganda program closely upon Munzenberg's methods. Goebbels always took care to credit Munzenberg as the father of propaganda, even when few knew very little about him. 135 Goebbels had made a particular study of how Munzenberg had used his mastery of the science of propaganda when Lenin drafted him to blunt the appalling publicity generated in 1921, when 25 million peasants in the Volga region died from the ravages of famine. Thus it came about that German bomb Munzenberg became the darling of the Bolshevik. To quote from a recent history account, Munzenberg, who by then had returned to Berlin where he was later elected to the Reichstag as a communist deputy, was charged with setting up a bogus charity, the Foreign Committee for the Organization of Worker Relief for the Hungry in the Soviet Union, the purpose of which was to pretend to the world that humanitarian relief was coming from a source other than Herbert Hoover's American Relief Organization. In this Munzenberg was altogether successful. Munzenberg gained the attention of the directorate of the former Wellington House, which in 1921 had changed its name to the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations under the direction of Major General John Rawlings Rees, formerly of the British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau School. It will not come as a surprise to readers who have followed my work that much of the techniques adopted and perfected by Munzenberg were adopted by Bernays and his colleagues, Kurt Lewin, Eric Trist, Darwin Cartwright, and H.V. Dix WRB at Tavistock, who then taught the methods to the Central Intelligence Agency. Munzenberg was not the only communist to profoundly influence events in the United States. I happen to believe that Tavistock aided in preparing the abortion brief, that was subsequently presented to the Supreme Court in 1973, 136 as an original work, when in fact, it was merely a recital of what Madame Kollontai, the founder of the Women's Liberation Movement and Free Love proponent in the USSR, had written. A Bolshevik commissar and leading light, her book is a diatribe against the sanctity of marriage and the family as the most important social unit in Christian countries. Kollontai, of course, took her feminism straight from the pages of the Communist Manifesto of 1848. George Orwell, the MI6 operative who wrote the famous 1984, had studied the work of Munzenberg in great detail. In fact, his best-known statement was based on what Munzenberg had said was the basis of propaganda. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give the appearance of solidity to pure wind. As his German counterpart Munzenberg said, all news is lies and all propaganda is disguised as news. It is useful to know about Munzenberg as it helps us to understand how politicians operate and how secret forces control access to information, and how public opinion is shaped and molded. Bernays certainly followed the master and never deviated from his methodology. Without knowing these things, we can never understand how President George Bush is able to do the things he does and not have to face the consequences. It has certainly enabled me to trace the origin of the so-called neo-conservatives that shape his policies, right back to its founder, Irving Kristol, who admits to having been an avowed follower of Leon Trotsky. 137 Tavistock remains the mother of all research facilities connected with behavior modifications, opinion-making and shaping of political events. What Tavistock did was to create a black hole of deception in the 20th century. Its task would have been made a great deal more difficult had it not been for the prostitution of the media and its role in disseminating the gospel. According to George Orwell, Lord Northcliffe, the chief of Tavistock's predecessor, Wellington House, had been a media mogul and at one stage went so far as to ship thousands of copies of his Daily Mail to France each week and then have them delivered by a fleet of motor trucks to British troops at the front lines, to win their hearts and minds in support of the war, World War I. Especially here in the United States, it has virtually taken over the Massachusetts Institute of Technology (MIT), Stanford Research, Esalen Institute, the Wharton School of Economics, Hudson Institute, Kissinger Associates, Duke University, and many more institutions we have come to think of as wholly American. The Rand Research and Development Corporation, under the tutelage of Tavistock, has had a profound influence on so many institutions and segments of our society. As one of the principal research institutions directly controlled by Tavistock, RAND runs our ICBM program, does prime analyses for U.S. foreign policy makers, and advises on nuclear policies, does hundreds of projects for the CIA in the field of mind control. Some of RAND's clients include AT&T, Chase Manhattan Bank, the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Department of Energy, and BM. RAND is one of the major Tavistock-controlled institutions in the world, and working on brainwashing at 138 all levels, including government, military, religious organizations. The Anglican Church's Desmond Tutu was one of RAND's projects. Take another example, Georgetown University, perhaps one of the top institutions of higher learning in America. Starting in 1938, the entire structure of Georgetown was made over by Tavistock, all of its learning formats and programs altered to suit a blueprint drawn up by Tavistock's Brain Trust team. This has had great significance for U.S. policies, especially in the area of foreign policy relations. Without exception, United States State Department field offices are trained at Georgetown. Some of Georgetown's Tavistock better-known graduates are Richard Armitage and Henry Kissinger. Just how much damage these two members of the John Rawlings Rees Invisible Army have done to the well-being of our country will have to be told at another time. There is mounting evidence of increased input into our intelligence agencies by Tavistock. When we think of intelligence in the U.S., we generally think of the CJA or Division 5 of the FBI. But there are a great many other intelligence agencies receiving instruction from Tavistock. These include the Defense Department Intelligence (DIA), the National Reconnaissance Office (NRO), and the Office of Naval Intelligence (ONI), the Treasury Intelligence Service (TIS), the State Department Intelligence Service, the Drug Enforcement Agency (D), and at least 10 others. 139 How and when did Tavistock begin its career? As I said in my 1969 and 1983 works, when we think of Tavistock we automatically think of its founder, British Army Major John Rawlings Rees. Up until 1969, there were very few people in Britain outside of intelligence circles, who knew of the existence of Tavistock, let alone what was being done at its facilities in London and Sussex. Tavistock provided services of a sinister nature to those people we find in every city across this land, people who have local and state government officials and police departments in the palm of their hand. This is the case in every major American city also, where the Illuminati members of Freemasonry use their secret powers of control, to walk all over the Bill of Rights, intimidating and brutalizing innocent citizens at will. Where are the statesmen who once made this country great? What we have in their place are lawmakers who do not enforce the laws they make, and who are terrified to correct the obvious wrongs that abound on every hand, afraid, because if they obeyed their oath of office, they might find themselves without a job. They are also lawmakers who do not have even the vaguest idea of what constitutional law is, and they do not seem to care. They pass laws that were never tested as to their constitutionality. The majority of the legislators do not know how to do this, anyway. As a result, anarchy prevails in Washington. It may well come as a shock to most candidates who run for the House and Senate, that each and every one of them is carefully checked and profiled by the behavior modification scientists at Tavistock, or one or more of its affiliates in the U.S. Any candidate who is pliable to suggestions and found to be easy to control is puffed. 140 Suffice to say that a spirit of unconstitutional lawlessness pertains in the Congress, which is why we are insulted by such measures as the Brady Bill and the Feinstein Assault Weapons Bill. Assault weapons and in 2003 the Homeland Security Bill and the Patriot Act do not appear anywhere in the Constitution and all are, therefore, a prohibition. Feinstein's law looks suspiciously like the work of the Tavistock Institute. The Constitution being the supreme law of the land, gun control laws are null and void. Guns are private property. Guns do not come under interstate commerce. Every U.S. citizen of sound mind, of legal age and not a felon has the right to keep and bear arms in any quantity and in any place. This was stated by the great St. George Tucker, who declared, "The Congress of the United States possesses no power to regulate or interfere with the domestic concerns of any of the states. It belongs to them, the states, to establish any rules respecting the right of property, nor will the Constitution permit any prohibition of arms to the people or peaceful assembly by them for whatever purpose and in any number, whatsoever they may see the occasion." Blackstone's Views on the Constitution, page 315. Any candidate who is not going to be easy to control or who does not fit the Tavistock profiles is ushered out. In this, the print and electronic media, under Tavistock's direction, or one of its affiliates, plays a key role. Let the voter beware, let the public beware. 141-hour election process has become a farce, thanks to the work done by Tavistock in controlling the thoughts and ideas of the people of this nation by means of inner directional conditioning and long-distance penetration, of which the mind control science of polling is an integral part. Tavistock serves the black nobility in all of its elements, working to rob us of the victory of the American Revolution of 1776. If the reader is unfamiliar with the black nobility, of course, the term does not refer to black people. It refers to a group of extremely wealthy people, dynasties, whose history dates back for more than 500 years and who make up the backbone of the Committee of 300. On the international front, as well as in areas of those institutions in the U.S. who decide foreign policy, Tavistock does psychological profiling at all levels of government, as well as intruding into private life, on a truly vast scale. Tavistock developed profiles and programs for the Club of Rome, the Cini Foundation, the German Marshall Fund, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bilderbergers, the CFR and the Trilateral Commission, the Ditchley Foundation, the Bank of International Settlements, the IMF, the United Nations and the World Bank, Microsoft, Citibank, the New York Stock Exchange and so on. This is by no means a complete list of institutions in the hands of Tavistock planners. The propaganda barrage that preceded the 1991 Bush-Gulf War was based around a psychological profile of huge population groups in the U.S. prepared by Tavistock. The results were passed on to the opinion makers, also known as advertising agencies, on Madison Avenue. 142. So effective was this propaganda, that within 2 weeks, people who didn't even know where Iraq was on the map, let alone who its leaders were, began to shout and clamor for war against a dictator who threatens America's interests. Frightening. Yes, but unfortunately 100% true. The very words Gulf crisis were crafted by Tavistock Institute to arouse maximum support for the Bush war on behalf of a committee of 300 flagship company, British Petroleum (BP). We now know, at least some of us know, just what a big role Tavistock plays when it comes to creating public opinion based on obfuscation, lies, dissembling, misrepresentation and outright fraud. There isn't any other institution in the world that can hold a candle to the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations. Quoting from my updated 1984 report, there are a few institutions and publishing businesses that are catching on to the changes that are occurring. The latest issue of Esquire magazine carries an article entitled, Discovering America. Esquire did not mention Tavistock by name, but this is what it said. During the social revolution, a very significant phrase, of the 70s, most of the rituals and personal interaction and the institutional life were radically altered. Naturally, these changes have affected the way we perceive the future. The economic base of America is changing and new services and products are being offered. The article then went on to state that our professional lives, our leisure time, our educational systems are being altered, and more importantly, the thinking of our children is being altered. The writer of the Esquire article concluded, 143 America is being transformed, as is the direction it will take in the future. Occasionally our New American section, promised for future editions of Esquire, won't seem so new, since most of the new thinking has been creeping into the mainstream of American life, but until now, it has gone unnoticed. I could not have given a more fitting description of the fallacy. Time changes things, nothing changes on its own, all changes are engineered, whether in secret or in public. While Esquire didn't say who is responsible for the changes, for the most part about unwanted changes, that we, the people, attempted to resist. Capitals intended, Esquire is not alone in its contention. Millions of Americans is living in total ignorance of the forces shaping their future. They are unaware that America is being thoroughly conditioned by Tavistock's inner directional long-range penetration method. The worst part of it is that these millions, because of Tavistock conditioning making Americans think in the way Tavistock would have them think, no longer seem to care. They have been inner conditioned through long-range penetration, the master control plan set up by Tavistock to brainwash the nation for so long that they now suffer a constant state of shell shock. As we shall see, there is good reason for this apathy and ignorance. The unwanted, forced changes we have been subjected to as a nation, were the work of several master theoreticians and technicians who joined John Rawlings Rees at the Tavistock Institute. Chapter 24 Brainwashing Saves a U.S. President 145 I would venture to suggest that even after all my years of exposing Rees and his work, fully 95% of Americans don't know who he is or what harm he has done to the United States. This substantial number of our citizens is even today totally unaware of how they have been manipulated and forced to accept new ideas, new cultures, and new religions. They have been grossly violated and don't know it. They are still being violated and still don't know what is happening, especially when it comes to opinion making through polling. To illustrate my contention, former President Clinton was able to survive scandal after scandal on the basis of the polls showing that the American people didn't care enough about his outlandish behavior to call for impeachment proceedings. Could this be right? Could it be true that people really don't care about public morals anymore? Of course not. The situation is a contrived one taught by Tavistock Institute, and every poll-taker is trained in Tavistock methods of opinion-making and manipulation of public opinion, so that the answers come out right. We can add President G.W. Bush to the survivors. He has not been removed from office notwithstanding the blatant lies that were used to start an illegal, unconstitutional, in Iraq. It is unconstitutional because war was never constitutionally declared. 146 Also, there is no provision in the U.S. Constitution for the United States to attack another nation that has not committed acts of belligerency against it. How has President Bush got away with not being impeached? The answers lie in the Tavistock Institute and its mass brainwashing capabilities. One of the early tasks undertaken by Tavistock after it launched total war on the U.S. in 1946 was to force acceptance of alternate lifestyles on the American people. Tavistock documents showed how the leaders of a campaign to force legal public acceptance of groups, whose behavior was until the changes were forced through by the Congress, recognized as a crime in almost every state in the Union, and in some states, remains as a crime. I am referring to the gay lifestyle as it has come to be known. The careful profiling that was done before this change program was launched was not believed by the uninitiated, who dismissed it as lurid science fiction, even though it was spelled out in the simplest of terms. A vast majority of Americans never heard and still do not know in 2005 that the Tavistock Institute went to war against them in 1946, nor that the people have been losing that war ever since. Tavistock turned its attention to the United States at the close of World War II. The methods that brought Germany down were now unleashed against the United States. The massive brainwashing of our nation was called long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning. The main purpose of this endeavor was to install socialist programs at every level of government, ushering in the new Dark Age, a new world order inside a one-world government communist dictatorship. 147 particularly, it was designed to break down the sanctity of marriage and family life. And it was aimed at the Constitution, also, to make it of no effect. Homosexuality, lesbianism, and abortion are Tavistock-designed programs, as are aimed at changing the U.S. Constitution. Much of Tavistock's programs are based on getting the right candidates elected, this being achieved with the help of its trained pollsters with their cleverly loaded questions. Tavistock's gay lifestyle blueprint called for several task force units who would assist the media in painting over the homosexual onslaught and making the new lifestyle crusaders seem just like any other people. Talk shows are now an integral part of such plans, but back then, they were not as widely used to bring about social changes as they are today. The leaders selected by Tavistock to promote tremendous changes on the social and political scene via talk shows were Phil Donahue and Geraldo Riviera, Bill O'Reilly, Barbara Walters, and scores of other people whose names have become household names in America. It was they who presented people who were to run for office, people who hitherto would have been laughed off the platform. But now, thanks to the SKLLFUL use of polling, such persons are taken seriously. The minuscule planning that went into priming the public through TV talk show hosts, cost millions of dollars spent in putting this Tavistock forced social change long-range plan into effect, and as the results show, Tavistock did its homework well. With all of my experience, I am still amazed at how this great coup was pulled off. 148 entire communities across the nation were profiled, guests for talk shows and their audiences were selected by profile matching, without ever being aware of what was being done without their knowledge and consent. Americans were bamboozled on a grand scale and didn't know it then and still don't know it. Nor did they know that they were being whipsawed by the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations. Finally, after 3 years of preparation, the Tavistock sodomist, lesbian onslaught that was launched against a totally unsuspecting American people can be likened to the storm that burst upon the unsuspecting French nation at the time of the French Revolution. The well-planned and executed campaign began in Florida, according to plan, and, exactly as planned, Anita Bryant came forward to take up the cudgels against the invaders from the gay community, words carefully selected by Tavistock, which have now become fully acceptable. Before this episode, the word gay was never used to describe homosexuals or their behavior. Tavistock was founded in 1921 as a successor to Wellington House that had pulled off a great coup in 1914 and 1917, and as already related, getting Britain and America into a savage war against Germany. Tavistock was to serve as a primary research vehicle for British intelligence services, still the best in the world. Major, later Brigadier General John Rawlings Rees, commissioned by the monarch, was chosen to run the project, and the British royal family funded the project with help from the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. 149 In the middle of World War II, Tavistock received additional funding from David Rockefeller, in return for help in taking over the former Reinhard Heydrich's German secret intelligence service. The whole apparatus and personnel of the brilliant top Nazi security service was bodily transported to Washington, D.C., in violation of the supreme law of the land. It now began to be called Interpol. During the Second World War, both the London and Sussex facilities of Tavistock served as headquarters for the British Army's Psychological Warfare Bureau. The significance of this is that through the best friend arrangement between Churchill and Roosevelt, Tavistock was able to take full control of U.S. intelligence and military policies through Special Operations Executive (SOE) and maintained this control throughout the Second World War. Eisenhower was selected by the Committee of 300 to become the commanding general of the Allied forces in Europe, but only after extensive profiling by Tavistock. He was then appointed to the White House. Eisenhower was allowed to retain his seat in the White House until, with his usefulness expended, as memories of the war receded, he was dumped. Eisenhower's bitterness over the treatment he received at the hands of the Committee of 300 and the Tavistock Institute is reflected in his statements about the dangers posed by the military-industrial complex. A veiled reference to his former bosses, the Olympians. The Committee of 300 book tells the full story of this hitherto ultra-secret, ultra-elite body of men who rule the world. The Committee of 300 has at its disposal a vast, interlocking network of banks, finance houses, the print and electronic media, large groups of think tanks, new science scientists who are in reality the modem day 150 creators of what passes for public opinion created through its national poll opinion makers, and so on. Today, over 450 of the top Fortune 500 companies are in the grip of the Committee of 300. These include Petro-Canada, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank, Halliburton, Root, Kellogg and Brown, British Petroleum, Shell, Xerox, Rank, Raytheon, ITT, Eagle Insurance, all the largest insurance companies, all of the top companies and/or organizations in the US, Britain and Canada. The so-called environmental movement is entirely controlled by the committee, through the Tavistock Institute. Most people tend to believe that brainwashing is a Korean, Chinese technique. It isn't. Brainwashing dates back to Tavistock as the originator of the art. The science of behavioral modifications had its origin in Tavistock, which trained an army of intelligence personnel to go out and do likewise. The United States, perhaps more than any other country, has felt the weight of Tavistock's fist in our national life at almost every level, and its grip on this country has not been lessened. If anything, with the advent of William Jefferson Clinton, and Bush, father and son, it has been considerably tightened. We were truly brainwashed in 1992 and 1996. We are truly a brainwashed nation in 2005. The United States is the principal victim of long-range penetration warfare using the Rees techniques. Other victim countries are Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, Angola, South Africa, the Philippines, South Korea, Central America, Iran, Iraq, Serbia, Yugoslavia, and Venezuela. 151 The technique isn't working in Iraq and Iran, and by and large, Muslim countries seem less receptive to Tavistock mass population control methods than Western countries. There is no doubt that a strict adherence to the laws of the Quran and their Islamic faith is what foiled Tavistock's plans for the Middle East, at least, temporarily. Therefore, a concerted drive was mounted to wage war on the Muslim world. That Rees succeeded in forcing changes on a large number of countries is mirrored in events that have since transpired. At home, Tavistock reshaped a whole series of major U.S. institutions, both private and government, among them our intelligence agencies, units of the Pentagon, congressional committees, large corporations, the entertainment world, and so on. 153 Chapter 25 Tavistock's assault on the U.S. One of the major players in the Tavistock team was Dr. Kurt Lewin. Bomb in Germany, but forced to flee when his population control experiments were discovered by the German government. Lewin was already well known to Rees, the two having cooperated extensively in experiments in polling and similar opinion-shaping experiments. It is said that Dr. Goebbels enthusiastically embraced Tavistock methods. Lewin fled to England, where he joined Rees at Tavistock and was given his first major task, propagandize America into the Second World War, by launching a media blitz against Germany in both Europe and the US. He succeeded admirably in what turned out to be the largest propaganda campaign in history, one that whipped the American people into a frenzy of hatred against Germany, and later, Japan. The Blitz eventually cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of American soldiers and poured billions of dollars into the coffers of the Wall Street and international banks and the arms merchants. Our loss in lives and national treasures cannot be recovered. Just prior to the assault on Iraq, the U.S. was subjected to a propaganda blast only slightly below the level of that which was developed to shove the United States into the Second World War. Careful analyses of key words and phrases developed by Lewin for World War II use, showed that in 93.6% of all cases examined, these trigger words and phrases matched up with those used in the Korean War, the Vietnam War and the Gulf War. 154 in the Vietnam War era, polling using Tavistock methodology was used with devastating effect against the American people. During the Gulf War, an example of Tavistock methods was the way the State Department kept on referring to its embassy staff in Kuwait as hostages, although none were ever imprisoned. In fact, every single one of them was free to leave at any time, but were ordered to remain in Kuwait so that propaganda could be made out of their situation. In essence, the hostages were hostages of the State Department. Unable to goad President Hussein into firing the first shots, another, contrived situation like Pearl Harbor had to be mounted. April Glaspie's name will forever be associated with treachery and infamy. What followed was an elaborate theft of millions of barrels of Iraqi oil by Kuwait. Hussein was given the all-clear by U.S. Ambassador to Baghdad April Gillespie to attack Iraq and put an end to a situation that was costing the Iraqi people billions of dollars. But when the attack was mounted, Bush the elder lost no time in sending the U.S. military to help Kuwait. President Bush whipped up support against Iraq by using the fake hostage claim. This is where the Tavistock Institute will fail. While it has been able to convince the majority of Americans that our policies for the Middle East are right, Tavistock has not been able to gain control of Syria, Iran, Iraq, Algeria and Saudi Arabia. It is at this point that Tavistock's devious plan to dispossess the Arab nations of their oil is coming unglued. The days when MI6 could dispatch Arabists like the Philbys and Captain Hill to undermine Muslim states has long since gone. 155 The Arab countries have learned from their mistakes, and today, they trust the British government far less than they did at the start of World War I. The dictatorship of Mubarak of Egypt is in trouble. Muslim fundamentalists seek to make tourism hazardous, and Egypt relies on hard currency from abroad to keep floating besides the $3 billion annual gift from U.S. taxpayers. Likewise, Syria is not going to stand alongside U.S. policies that favor Israel over the Palestinians for very much longer. At home, billions of dollars were poured into the coffers of Tavistock by the U.S. government. Among the beneficiaries of these billions of dollars were the National Training Laboratories, Harvard Psychological Clinic, Wharton School, Stanford's Hoover Institute, RAND, MIT, the National Institute of Mental Health, Georgetown University, Esalen Institute, Center for Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences, Institute for Social Research at Michigan, and scores of other think tanks and institutions of higher learning. The task of setting up these affiliates in the U.S. in intelligence worldwide was given to Kurt Lewin, who we have already met, but whose name was most probably not known to more than 100 people before my story about Tavistock broke. Yet this man and John Rawlings Rees did more to damage the institutions upon which the U.S. Republic rests, than anything Hitler or Stalin could have accomplished. The way in which Tavistock unraveled the warp and woof of our social fabric which holds the nation together, makes a chilling and frightening narrative of which the normalizing of homosexual and lesbian lifestyles is a small, but significant achievement. A far greater and more chilling achievement was the success of mass brainwashing through opinion polling. 156 Why do Rees's Tavistock techniques work so well in practice? Rees perfected his mass brainwashing experiments through stress tests, or psychological shocks, also known as stressful events. The Rees theory, now amply proved, was that if entire populations could be subjected to stress tests, then it would be possible first, to work out in advance, what mass population responses would be to given stress events. In a very explicit way, this technique is at the heart of creating the desired public opinion through polling, which was used with devastating effect to shield the Clinton administration from the scandals swirling around the White House, and which now shields Bush the Younger from being removed from the White House. Chapter 26 How mediocre politicians, actors and singers are puffed. This technique is what is known as profiling, and can be applied to individuals, small or large groups of people, mass groups of people and or organizations of all sizes. They are then puffed to become stars. While still in his early 20s in Arkansas, William Clinton was profiled for acceptance in the Rhodes Scholarship Program. His progress was profiled throughout his career, and especially during the Vietnam War period. Then, after he proved himself, Clinton was groomed for the White House and then constantly puffed. The whole operation was under the control of the Tavistock Institute's brainwashers. This is the way these things work. Thus are the tools forged to literally make candidates, especially ones who are deemed suitable for public office, candidates who can always be counted on to do the right thing. Congress is full of them. Gingrich was a typical successful Tavistock product until his conduct was uncovered. Trent Lott, Dick Cheney, Charles Schumer, Barney Frank, Tom DeLay, Dennis Hastert, Dr. Frist, and so on are other examples of Tavistock graduates. The same technique is applied to actors, singers, musicians, and entertainers. Heavy propaganda was used to convince the population that unwelcome environmental social turbulences were the result of the changing times in which we live, whereas, as we now know, special new scientists designed programs, stress programs, to artificially create environmental social turbulences and then pass them off as resulting from a natural condition, best known as changing times. 158 Tavistock's new scientists were confident that we would not apply the principle for every effect there must be a cause, and they were right. For instance, we meekly accepted the Beatles and their novel music and lyrics, if one dare call it music and lyrics, having been told that the group wrote it all themselves. Actually, Tavistock graduate Theo Adorno, whose 12 atonal discords were scientifically pitched to create mass environmental social turbulences all across America, wrote the music. None of the Beatles could read music. Nevertheless, they were puffed day and night without ceasing until everything about them, lies and all, was accepted as truth. Tavistock proved over and over again, that when a large group is successfully profiled, it can be subjected to inner directional conditioning in just about every aspect of social and political life. An integral part of Tavistock's mass mind control experiments in the U.S., which have been going on since 1946, poll-taking opinion-making has been by far its most successful undertakings. America was whipsawed and did not know it. Just to prove the success of his techniques, Rees got Tavistock to test a large group of people on a conspiracy-related subject. It turned out that 97.6% of those who were questioned utterly rejected the idea that an overall conspiracy exists. How much less then would our people believe that they have been under direct attack by Tavistock for the past 56 years? We have radio talk show hosts like Rush Limbaugh, who constantly tell audiences that there is no conspiracy. 159 How many people would believe that for the past 56 years, Tavistock has been sending an invisible army of shock troops, into every hamlet, village, town and city across this nation? The task of the invisible army is to infiltrate, tamper with, and modify collective social behavior, by means of inner directional conditioning. The Rees invisible army is made up of real professionals who know their job and are dedicated to the task they were commissioned to do. They are found today in the halls of justice, police, churches, school boards, sports bodies, newspapers, television studios, government advisory boards, town councils, state legislatures, and a legion in Washington. They run for every office from county councilor to sheriff to judge, from school board member to city councilman, and even, for the office of the President of the United States of America. How this works was explained by John Rawlings Rees, back in 1954. Their job is to apply the advanced techniques of psychological warfare as we know them to whole population groups that will grow ever larger, so that whole populations may be more easily controlled. In a world driven completely mad, groups of Tavistock psychologists linked to each other, capable of influencing the political and governmental field must be arbiters, the power cabal. Will this frank confession convince conspiracy skeptics? Probably not, as it is doubtful whether such closed minds could have any real knowledge of these things. Such information is wasted on radio talking heads. A director of the Rees Invisible Army was Ronald Lippert, whose specialty was tinkering with the minds of children. 160 Dr. Fred Emery was another of Tavistock's linked psychologists, who was on the board of President Johnson's Kemmer Commission. Emery was what Tavistock called a social environmental turbulence specialist, the bottom line of which is that when a whole population group is subjected to social crises, it breaks down into synoptic idealism and finally fragments, that is to say, it just gives up trying to cope with the problem or problems. The word environmental has nothing to do with ecology issues, but has to do with the particular environment into which the specialist has injected himself with the specific intent of making trouble, turbulences, or stress patterns. This has already happened with rock and roll, drugs, free love, abortion, sodomy, lesbianism, pornography, street gangs, a constant attack on family life, on the institution of marriage, on social order, on the Constitution, and especially on the Second and 10th Amendment. Where this has happened, we find communities powerless to cope with a broken-down justice system, school boards teaching evolution, minors being encouraged to buy condoms, and even children's rights being pushed. Children's rights usually mean children should be allowed to disobey their parents, a key issue in every socialist's child care program. Members of the Reese Invisible Army are entrenched in the House and Senate, in the military, the police, and in virtually every government office in the land. 161 After studying the state of California, I came to the conclusion that it has the largest contingent of Invisible Army shock troops in the country, which has made California something very close to a socialist police state. I believe California will be the role model for the rest of the nation. At present there are no laws on the books that make this type of conditioning illegal. Rees and Lewin researched the laws of England and the United States and concluded that it was legal to condition a person without his or her consent or knowledge. We need to change this. Polling is an integral part of conditioning. Tavistock's Invisible Army of shock troops has changed the way America thinks about rock, premarital sex, drug taking, children born out of wedlock, promiscuity, marriage, divorce, family life, abortion, homosexuality and lesbianism, the Constitution, and yes, even murder, not to mention that lack of morals is fine as long as one does a good job. In the early years of Tavistock, the leaderless group concept was used to lay the America we once knew in the dust. In charge of the project was W. R. Bion, who ran the Wharton School of Economics for years, where such nonsense as free trade and Keynesian economics are taught. Japan stayed with the American model taught by General MacArthur, not the Wharton School fraud, and look at Japan today. Don't blame the Japanese for their success, blame Tavistock for destroying our economic system. But Japan's turn is coming. No nation will be spared in the final onslaught to usher in a one-world government in a new world order. 162 The Brain Trust, in charge of Tavistock's War on America 1946, consisted of Bernays, Lewin, Byron, Margaret Mead, Gregory Bateson, H. V. Dix, Lippert, Nesbitt and Eric Trist. Where did the Invisible Army shock troops get their training? They got it from Rees at Tavistock, from where they fanned out across America to sow the seeds of environment social turbulence stress patterns. They fanned out into every level of American society, obtaining posts in places where they could exert the influence they had been taught how to use by Rees. Decisions made by the members of the Invisible Army of shock troops have profoundly affected America at every level, and the worst is yet to come. Just to give a few examples of who some of the leading shock troops were, let's mention George Shultz, Alexander Haig, Larry King, Phil Donahue, Admiral Berkeley, deeply involved in the cover-up of the Kennedy assassins, Richard Armitage, Billy Graham, William Paley, William Buckley, Pamela Harriman, since deceased, Henry Kissinger, George Bush and the late Catherine Mayer Graham, not to mention the caravan that arrived in Washington from Arkansas in 1992, headed by Mr. and Mrs. Clinton, at whose hands the nation was soon to be torn apart. Newcomers include Rush Limbaugh, Bill O'Reilly, Larry King and Cahill Rove. Business leaders in shock troop groups are legion, far too many to list here. Thousands of such Invisible Army shock troops of the Business Brigade were turned out at Tavistock's U.S. facility, the National Training Laboratory (NTL), which began its existence on the huge, sprawling New York estate of Avril and Pamela Harriman. As we now know, Mrs. Harriman was the one who selected Clinton for special training and ultimately, the Oval Office. 163 At the National Training Laboratory, corporate leaders were trained in stress situations and how to manage them. Companies who sent their top executives to NTC to receive for Tavistock training included Westinghouse, B.F. Goodrich, Alcoa, Halliburton, BP, Shell, Mobil, Exxon, Eli Lilly, DuPont, the New York Stock Exchange, Archer Daniels Midland, Shell Oil, Mobil Oil, Conoco, Nestlé, AT&T, IBM and Microsoft. Worse yet, the U.S. government sent its top echelon personnel drawn from the U.S. Navy, the U.S. State Department, the Civil Service Commission, and the Air Force. Your tax dollars, by the million, paid for the education Tavistock gave these government employees at Arden House on the Harriman estate. Chapter 27 The Tavistock formula that got the U.S. into World War II. Perhaps the most important aspect of their training was how to use public polls to make public policy comply with what Tavistock goals said were desirable. This mind-altering technique is called opinion polling, the maladaptive responses made possible by Tavistock's wholesale profiling, and in which maladaptive responses Tavistock's Invisible Army worked to perfection in the Gulf War. Instead of rebelling against dragging this nation into a war against a friendly country with whom we had no quarrel, a war that was waged without a proper congressional declaration of war, we were turned in its favor. In short, we were badly misled without knowing it, due to the long-range inner directional conditioning the American people had been undergoing since 1946. Tavistock advised President Bush the Elder to use the following simple formula which Rees and Lewin instructed Allen Dulles to use back in 1941 when Roosevelt was preparing to drag America into the Second World War. 1. What is the state of the morale and its probable course in the targeted country? This also applied to morale in the U.S. 2. What is the state of susceptibility in the U.S. to the idea that war in the Persian Gulf is necessary? 3. What techniques could be used to weaken opposition in the U.S. to war in the Persian Gulf? 166. 4. What kind of techniques in psychological warfare would succeed in undermining the morale of the Iraqi people? It was here that Tavistock slipped up very badly. Once Bush committed himself to Prime Minister Thatcher's 1991 Gulf War on behalf of Queen Elizabeth and her BP oil company, Tavistock put together a team, which included psychologists, public opinion makers, led by the brazen liars at Hill and Knowlton, and a host of Tavistock profilers. Every single one of the speeches made by President Bush with the intention of promoting war against Iraq was crafted by multi-discipline teams of writers trained by Tavistock. Top-secret information on how the Gulf War was propagated and how the American people were swung behind that nasty, corrupt war by President George Bush was given to a congressional committee recently. The report said that at an early stage of the plan to take out Iraq, the Bush administration was advised that public support was paramount and that he did not have the American people behind him. Rule 1 was to establish in the mind of the American people the great need to protect Saudi oil fields threatened by an Iraqi invasion under the leadership of a madman. Thus, although it was known from the beginning that Iraq had no designs on Saudi oil fields, the National Security Agency (NSA) gave out false and misleading information to the effect that the Saudi oil fields were the ultimate target of Iraq. This was a total fabrication, but it was the key to success. The National Security Agency has never been punished for its lying conduct. 167 The report stated that an unprecedented amount of television coverage would be needed to swing public support behind the war. The Bush administration early on secured the full cooperation of the three major networks, ABC, CBS and NBC, and later CNN. In later years a virtual propaganda station, Fox News, also known as Phone News, was added. The amount of Gulf War and related subjects coverage in 1990 by these stations was 3 times that of any subject covered in 1989, and once the war began, coverage was 5 times greater than any other story, including Tiananmen Square. In 2003, Bush the Younger followed very closely the formula that had succeeded for his father, but with some additional adaptations. News mixed with fiction, see the section about H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, became more fiction mixed with news, and blatant lying was resorted to so that straight reporting became impossible to distinguish from news mixed with fiction. One of the principal players in the coverage of the war was CNN, which contracted with the Bush administration to bring the Gulf War to American sitting rooms on a round-the-clock basis. As a result of the mass of favorable, slanted news, the deployment of troops to the Gulf was favorably received by about 90% of the American people. It was just another way to practice opinion-making polling on the American people, just another way to brainwash them. National Security Agency (NSA) advisors told the Bush administration that from the very start, the public had to be persuaded to go along with his Gulf War plans. It was decided to create a parallel between Hitler and Saddam Hussein, with the words, "Saddam Hussein must be stopped," repeated over and over again, followed by lie that the Iraqi president is acting like Hitler. 168 Later a dire threat was added, that Iraq had the capability to strike at the U.S. with long-range weapons of mass destruction. It was the adaptation of Stalin's edict that to capture and enslave your own people, first terrorize them. British Prime Minister Blair went even further. Speaking in Parliament, he told the British people that Saddam Hussein had the capability to strike Britain and could do so within 45 minutes. He went as far as to warn British tourists vacationing in Cyprus to return to Britain as soon as possible, as British intelligence had learned that Iraq was preparing to launch a nuclear strike against the island. Blair made his announcement in the full knowledge that Iraq's nuclear weapons program had been completely destroyed in 1991. The first Bush administration's skill in communicating the need for a war in the Gulf reached its height with the Hill and Knowlton fabricated incubator story tearfully told by the daughter of the ambassador of Kuwait to Washington. The Senate, and the entire country, swallowed this massive fraud. It was Kaiser Wilhelm II cutting off the arms of young Belgian children all over again, and with even greater success. After the Hill and Knowlton big lie, 77% of Americans surveyed said they approved of using U.S. troops against Iraq, even though 65% of those polled did know where Iraq was on the map. All major polls found that Bush's sidestepping of the Constitution was approved, because those polled had no idea of what a constitutional declaration of war was, nor that it was mandatory. The role played by the UN added to the communication skills of the Bush administration, the report said. 169 The second Bush administration used the same Tavistock methods, and once again the American people went along with the lies and distortions presented to them as fact. The war was vigorously promoted by Vice President Cheney, who led a massive campaign to force public opinion onto the side of George Bush. No other vice president in the history of the United States had ever taken such an active part in forcing the American people into a war with Iraq. Cheney appeared on television 15 times in 1 month and adamantly declared that the Taliban was behind the attack on the World Trade Towers in New York and that the Taliban was under the control of President Hussein. The fight against terrorism had to be taken to the terrorists in Iraq, Cheney said, before they could strike at the U.S. again. Cheney continued in the same vein long after his claim was proved absolutely false. Although the world's greatest authorities came forward to announce that Iraq had nothing to do with the 9/11 and that there were no Taliban fighters in Iraq, Cheney kept up his drumbeat of lies, until Hans Blix, the former UN chief weapons inspector, cut him off, and the Central Intelligence Agency reported to the U.S. Senate that no connections had been discovered between Iraq and the Taliban and with 9/11. In fact, said the CIA report, Hussein hated the Taliban and had driven them out of Iraq many years before. We publish this information in the hope that the American people will not be so gullible the next time their president wants to get them involved in a war. We would also like the American people to know that they are being grossly misled by a foreign think tank that constantly misleads them on a multitude of issues. 170 Let us examine some of the issues and let us hope that the American people will never be misled again by the skilled communicators. The American people have been grossly misled about 5 major wars, and that should be enough for any nation. But unfortunately, the non-stop bombing of Iraq and Serbia by U.S.-British aircraft showed that the American people had learned nothing from the Gulf War and how it was instigated, and how they were lied to and manipulated in an utterly reprehensible manner. The Second Gulf War was ample proof that Tavistock's methods still work, so much so that blatant lying was resorted to with the knowledge that even if discovered as lies, the Bush administration knew that their lies would just be shrugged off, because the American people were now thoroughly conditioned in a state of permanent shell shock, to display no concern over what was a very serious position for any nation to find itself in. What can be done about the grip Tavistock and its many affiliated institutions have on the country, the Christian right, the Congress, our intelligence agencies and the State Department, a grip that extends all the way to the President and to our top military brass? As I previously stated, the main problem is to be able to convince the broad mass of Americans that what is happening to them and the country is not a case of changing times due to circumstances beyond their control, but a carefully contrived plot, a real menace to the future of all of us, and not just some conspiracy theory. We can arouse the nation, but only if a concerted effort is made at the grassroots level. The solution to the problem lies in educating Americans and by unified action. 171 There is a great and compelling need to educate the millions of people as to what the secret manipulators are doing, and more importantly, just how, and why they are doing it. Urgent constitutional action is needed to bring this about. There are many leading citizens, who have the power and the financial means to start a grassroots campaign. What is not wanted, is a third political party. A grassroots movement, properly educated and acting in concert is the only way, at least in my opinion, that we are going to win our country back from the dark and evil forces that have it by the throat. Together, in a grassroots movement, we can shake America free from the grip of foreign powers, powers the Tavistock Institute serves so well, foreign powers that are bent upon the destruction of America as constituted by our founding fathers. This work on the Tavistock Institute is another first in my series on major organizations whose names will be new to most readers. Tavistock is the most important nerve center in the U.S., and it has poisoned and gradually altered for the worse every facet of our lives since 1946, when it began its North America operations. Tavistock has played and is playing the leading role in shaping U.S. policies and world events. It is undoubtedly the mother of all mind control and mind conditioning centers in the world. In the United States it has a great deal of control over day-to-day affairs and has a direct hand in the course and direction of such American think tanks as Stanford Research, Esalen Institute, Wharton School, MIT, the Hudson Institute, the Heritage Foundation, the Georgetown University, and even more directly, extends its influence to the White House and the State Department. Tavistock has a profound influence in shaping U.S. domestic and foreign policy. 172 Tavistock is a study center devoted to the service of the black nobility and those devoted to promoting the New World Order inside a one-world government. Tavistock does work for the Club of Rome, the CFR, Trilateral Commission, the German Marshall Fund, the Mont Pelerin Society, the Ditchley Group, the Quater Coronati Freemason Control Lodge and the Bank of International Settlements. Chapter 28 How Tavistock Makes Well People Sick 173 Tavistock's story begins with its founder, Brigadier General John Rawlings Rees in 1921. It was Rees who evolved Tavistock's methods of mass brainwashing. Tavistock was founded as a research centre for British Special Intelligence Service (SIS). It was Rees who launched the method of controlling political campaigns, as well as mind control techniques, which continue to this very day, and it was Rees and Tavistock who taught the USSR, North Vietnam, China and Vietnam how to apply his techniques, all they ever wanted to know about how to brainwash individuals or a mass of people. Rees was a close confidant of the late Margaret Mead and her husband Gregory Bateson, both of whom played major roles in shaping U.S. institutions that make government policy. He was also a friend of Kurt Lewin, who was expelled from Germany after being accused of being an active Zionist. Lewin fled Germany when it became apparent that the NSDAP would control Germany. Lewin rose to become Tavistock's director in 1932. He played a major role in preparing the American people for entry into World War II. Lewin was responsible for organizing the greatest propaganda machine known to mankind, which he directed against the whole German nation. Lewin's machine was responsible for whipping the American public opinion into favoring the war by engendering a climate of hatred against Germany. What was it that made the Rees method so successful? Basically, it was this: the same psychotherapy techniques used to cure a mentally sick individual could be applied in the opposite direction. 174 It could also use to make healthy people become mentally ill. Rees began his long series of experiments in the 1930s using British Army recruits as test cases. From there Rees progressed to perfecting mass brainwashing techniques, which he was later to apply to countries slated for change. One such country was the United States, which remains the focus of attention of Tavistock. Rees began applying his behavior modifications techniques against the American people in 1946. Few if any realized the extreme threat to America, which Rees posed. The British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau was set up at Tavistock through secret agreements with Churchill, well before Churchill became Prime Minister. The agreements gave the British Special Operations Executive, commonly known as the SOE, full control over the policies of the U.S. Armed Forces, acting through civilian channels, and which invariably became official U.S. government policy. That agreement is still firmly in place, as unacceptable to patriotic Americans today, as it was when established. It was the discovery of this agreement that led General Eisenhower to issue his historical warning about powers accumulated in the hands of the military-industrial complex, so that we fully understand the influence of Tavistock in the daily political, social, religious and economic life of the U.S. Allow me to explain that it was Kurt Lewin, the second-in-command, who was responsible for founding the following American institutions, many of whom were responsible for making profound changes in U.S. foreign and local policies. 175 * the Harvard Psychological Clinic * the Massachusetts Institute of Technology MIT * the Committee on National Morale * Rand Corporation * National Defense Resources Council * the National Institute for Mental Health * the National Training Laboratories * the Stanford Research Center * the Wharton School of Economics * the New York Police Department * the FBI * the CIA * the Rand Institute. To Lewin fell the task of selecting key personnel for these and other highly prestigious research institutions, including Esalen, the Rand Corporation, the United States Air Force, the Navy, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the State Department. In later years Tavistock conditioned those chosen to operate the ELF weather modifications facilities located in Wisconsin and Michigan, as a defense against those operated from the Kola Peninsula in Russia. 176 It was through institutions like Stanford and Rand that the treasonous, infamous MKUltra project got its start. MKUltra was a 20-year experiment utilizing LSD and other mind-altering drugs, carried forward under the direction of Aldous Huxley and the guru of the Ban the Bomb movement, Bertrand Russell, the senior statesman of the 300, for and on behalf of the CIA. In the Second Gulf War, Tavistock trained operatives showed U.S. General Miller how to run systematic torture to extract information from Muslim captives held at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq and Guantanamo Bay in Cuba that shocked and disgusted the world when they were exposed. Through these and other similar mind control, mood-altering drugs, Lewin, Huxley and Russell were able to do indescribable damage to the youth of America, damage from which we, as a nation, will probably never fully recover. Their horrible drug experiments were carried out from Stanford Research, McGill University, and Bethesda Naval Hospital and at U.S. Army locations scattered all across the land. It is worth repeating that the movement, which sprouted among our youth in the 1950s to 1960s, known as the New Age and/or the Age of Aquarius, was a Tavistock program. There was nothing spontaneous about it. Nudity was introduced in conformity with the course taken to demean women. By 2005 the new fad is called hip-hop, a type of dance game played mainly by children in the poorest suburbs of America's cities. It was picked up by Tavistock and turned into a full-blown industry with the specialists writing the music and lyrics until it is one of the best profit makers for the recording industry. 177 rhesus methods were closely followed by Aldous Huxley, Bertrand Russell, Arnold Toynbee and Aleister Crowley. Russell was particularly adept at working Tavistock methods in forming his CND, Ban the Bomb campaign which opposed U.S. nuclear experiments. Tavistock think tanks received massive U.S. government funding. Such institutions conduct research experiments with mass population conditioning. The CND movement was a front from behind which Huxley dispensed drugs for the youth of Britain. In these experiments the American people have been more of a target than any other national group in the world. As I disclosed in 1969 and 2004, since 1946 the U.S. government has poured billions of dollars into projects, which may be classed as undercover operations, that is, the experimental programs go under other name and title so that the unsuspecting American people raise no protest at such lavish government spending. In such Tavistock experiments, every aspect of America's way of life, its customs, its traditions, its history, are examined to see if they can be subjected to change. Every aspect of our psychological and physiological life is constantly under scrutiny at Tavistock's U.S. institutions. The change agents work tirelessly to change our way of life and make it look as such changes are merely changing times to which we must adapt. These forced changes are to be found in politics, religion, music, the way the news is manufactured and reported, the style of delivery of the news readers with the preponderance of American women readers who had every last trace of femininity driven out of them, the style and delivery of speeches made by Mr. Bush, short staccato sentences accompanied by facial contortions and body movement taught by change artists. 178 His manner of walking U.S. Marine style, the rise of the so-called Christian fundamentalists in politics, the overwhelming support for ISMS, the list is endless. The outcome, the net result of these experimental programs determine how and where we shall live in the present and the future, how we will react to stressful situations in our national and personal life, and how our thinking on a national level regarding education, religion, morals, economics and politics can be channeled in the right direction. We, the people, have been and are being endlessly studied at Tavistock's institutions. We are dissected, profiled, thought-read, and the data entered into computer databanks for the purposes of shaping and planning how we will react to planned future shocks and stressful situations. All this is done without our consent and in gross violation of our constitutional right to privacy. These profiling results and prognostications are entered into databases in computers at the National Security Agency, the FBI, the Department of Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency to name but a few places where such data is stored. The lines between internal and external spying are being blurred as the American people are conditioned for the coming one-world government wherein surveillance of individuals will reach unprecedented levels. It was this kind of information which allowed the FBI to get away with burning David Koresh and his Branch Davidians, while the nation watched it happening on national television, without hardly a whimper of protest. 179 from the people and an astonishing lack of protest from Congress. In one move, the states' rights of Texas were destroyed. Waco was meant as a test case to see how the population would react to witnessing the 10th Amendment being destroyed before their very eyes, and, as profiled, the people of Texas and the United States acted precisely in the manner of the Tavistock profile. They acted like sheep peacefully grazing on grass as the Judas goat that would lead them to the slaughterhouse circled the flock. What has happened, and is happening on an ongoing basis, was foretold by Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, in his New Age book, The Technocratic Era, published in 1970. What he predicted is happening before our eyes, but the deadly sinister nature of these unfolding events is lost upon the people. The reality of what Brzezinski foretold in 1970 has come to pass. I suggest that you read the book, if it is obtainable, and then as I have done, compare events that have transpired since 1970 with what is stated in The Technotronic Era. The accuracy of Brzezinski's forecasting is not only amazing, but also rather frightening. If you are still skeptical, then read 1984 by George Orwell, a former M16 British intelligence operative. Orwell had to write his startling revelation as fiction to avoid being prosecuted under Britain's Official Secrets Act. Orwell's Newspeak is now everywhere to be found, and just as he predicted, arouses no opposition. Readers thought Orwell was describing Russia, but he was foretelling the coming of a regime far worse than the Bolshevik regime, the New World Order government of Great Britain. 181 has only to look over the legislation passed by the Blair regime to see that liberties have been crushed, political dissent has been crushed, the Magna Carta put to flames, and in its place, a set of draconian laws that makes for ominous reading. As goes England today, so goes the United States tomorrow, according to an old saying. Like it or not, Brzezinski predicted that we, the people, would have nothing left of our right to privacy, every little detail of our lives would be known by government, and subject to instant recall from data banks. By the year 2000, he said, private citizens would be in the grip of government control as never before experienced by any other nation. Today, in 2005, we are under constant surveillance such as could not be imagined a few years ago. The Fourth Amendment has been trampled, our best protection from a gargantuan state, the 10th Amendment no longer in existence, and it has all been made possible through the work of Rees and the social sciences scientists who control the Tavistock Institute. In 1969, by an order of the Committee of 300, Tavistock established the Club of Rome, as first reported in my monographs of 1969. The Club of Rome then established the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO) as a political alliance. By 1999, we were discovering the truth about NATO. It is a political entity with military support by its member nations. Tavistock provided key personnel for NATO from its inception, and it still does. They write all the key policies for NATO. In other words, Tavistock controls NATO. 181 Proof of this can be seen in the way in which NATO was able to bomb Serbia for 72 days and nights and get away with it, although it violated the 4 Geneva Conventions, the Hague Convention, the Nuremberg Protocols, and the United Nations Charter. There was no outcry from the American people or the British people against such barbarous action. Of course, this had all been predetermined from Tavistock's data banks. They knew exactly how the public would react or not react to the bombing. Had an unfavorable determination been made beforehand as to how the public would react, there would have been no bombing raids over Serbia. Precisely the same Tavistock studies were used to ascertain public reaction to raining down cruise missiles and bombs on the open city of Baghdad in 2002, Rumsfeld's infamous shock and awe tactic. Barbarous behavior of this magnitude was indulged in because the president and his men already knew beforehand that there would be no outcry from the American public. Both the Club of Rome and NATO have considerable influence in foreign policy decisions taken by the U.S. government, and they continue to do so, today, as we saw in the case of the unprovoked attack on Serbia and Iraq acceded to by the Clinton and Bush administrations, respectively. History provides other examples of national control of the U.S. by Tavistock. When the Second World War broke out, the United States was subjected to a pre-planned brainwashing campaign of the most massive proportions, prepared and executed by the Tavistock Institute. 182 This would pave the way for a smooth entry of the U.S. into a war that was none of our business and muzzle those opposed to it. All of Roosevelt's grand speeches were composed by technicians skilled in mind control at Tavistock, many of them emanating from the Fabian Society. Americans were told that the war was started by Germany, that the danger of Germany to world peace was far greater than the threat of Bolshevism would ever be. A substantial number of social scientists working at Tavistock's U.S. institutions were selected to lead the charge in persuading the American people that America's entry into the war was the proper course for it to take. However, they did not succeed until Japan was forced to fire the first shot at Pearl Harbor. Chapter 29 Topological Psychology gets the U.S. into the war in Iraq. Kurt Lewen's Topological Psychology, standard fare at Tavistock institutions, was taught to selected American scientists sent there to learn its methodology, and the group returned to the U.S. to spearhead the drive to force Americans to believe that support for Britain, the instigator of the war, was in our best interests. Topological psychology is still the most advanced method of inducing behavior modifications, whether in individuals or in mass population groups. Unhappily, topological psychology was used all too successfully by the mass media in rushing America into a British-contrived situation in Iraq, another war in which we had no business involving ourselves. The professional liars who run this country, the whores of the media, the treasonous, treacherous spokesmen for the One World Government, New World Order, used exact topological psychology against those who said we should not be attacking Iraq. Bush, Baker, Haig, Rumsfeld, Rice, Powell, General Myers, Cheney and those in Congress who fawned all over them in a servile display of bootlicking, brainwashed the American people to believe that prey. Saddam Hussein of Iraq was a monster, an evil man, a dictator, a threat to world peace, who had to be removed from power, even though Iraq had never done anything to harm the United States. While there may have been some truth to the allegations that Hussein had done some terrible deeds, the same could be said of Wilson and Roosevelt magnified a million times. 184 Tavistock's war on the U.S. Constitution had completely dumbed down the American people to where they somehow believed that the U.S. had the right to attack Iraq and remove its leader, even though the Constitution expressly forbids such action, not to mention that it violated international law and the Nuremberg Protocols. As already stated, it takes a contrived situation to get the American people fired up. In World War I it was the atrocities committed by the Kaiser. In World War II it was Pearl Harbor, in Korea it was the ghost torpedo boats of North Korea's attack on the U.S. Navy that never happened. In Iraq it was the deceit and lies of April Glaspie, in Serbia, it was the concern of Madame Albright for the alleged persecution of Albanian illegal aliens flooding into Serbia to escape the economic misery of their homeland that was the excuse for her self-righteous crusade against Serbia. Tavistock coined a new name for the illegal Albanians, henceforth they were to be called Kosovars. Of course the profiled and programmed American public made no objection when Serbia, without just cause and without ever having harmed the United States, was mercilessly bombed for 76 days and nights. The real danger to peace comes from our one-sided policy toward Middle East nations, and our attitude towards socialist governments. Appeals to rally around the flag in the early stages of World War II were pure Reese topological psychology, and it was repeated in the Gulf War, the Korean War, Iraq twice, and Serbia. 185 Soon it will be North Korea again. The U.S. has persecuted that nation for more than 25 years. Only this time the excuse will be that North Korea is about to drop a nuclear bomb on an American city. In all these wars, the American people succumbed to the big drum of Tavistock brainwashing under the guise of patriotism tinged with a heavy dose of fear, banged night and day. Americans believed the myth that Germany was the bad guy bent upon ruling the world. We rejected the threat of Bolshevism. Twice we were whipped into frenzy against Germany. We believed our controllers because we did not know that we were brainwashed, manipulated and controlled. And so our sons were shipped off to die on Europe's battlefields for a cause, which was not America's cause. Immediately after Winston Churchill became Britain's Prime Minister after he ousted Neville Chamberlain because he had succeeded in making a peace agreement with Germany, Churchill, the great paragon of belief in respect for international law, began breaking international laws that governed civilized conduct during wars. Acting on the advice of Tavistock theoretician Richard Crossman, Winston Churchill adopted Tavistock's plan for terror bombing of civilian population. We were to see the same policy being carried out in Iraq and Serbia. Churchill gave the Royal Air Force (RAF) orders to bomb the small German city of Freiburg, an undefended city, one on the list of such cities in Germany and Britain, which both sides had agreed in a written pact was an open, undefended city not to be bombed. 186 On Saturday afternoon, February 27, 1940, a raid on Freiburg was carried out by RAF Mosquito bombers, killing 300 civilians including 27 children at play in a schoolyard, plainly visible as a school. This was the start of the RAF's terror bombing campaign against German civilian targets, the infamous Tavistock-inspired Prudential Bombing Survey, which was directed solely against German worker housing and the civilian infrastructure. Tavistock assured Churchill that such mass terror bombing would bring Germany to its knees once the target of destroying 65% of German worker housing was reached. Churchill's decision to launch terror bombing against Germany was a war crime and remains a war crime. Churchill was a war criminal and should have been put on trial for his hideous crimes against humanity. The bombing of Freiburg, Germany, without consultation with France, was the first departure from civilized conduct in World War II, and the British government was solely to blame for the air raids by the Germans, which followed. Churchill's terror tactics were followed to the letter by the US in the undeclared war against Iraq, Serbia, Iraq again and Afghanistan, which began in March of 1999, in the same vein of no mercy as displayed by Churchill. Kurt Lewin, whose hatred of Germany knew no bounds, developed the policy of terror bombing of civilian housing. Lewin was the father of the Strategic Bombing Survey, deliberately designed to destroy 65% of German worker housing and kill in an indiscriminate manner, as many German civilians as possible. 187 German military casualties were far exceeded by civilian casualties of the war, as a result of bomber Harris and his heavy bomber night raids by the RAF on German worker housing. This was a major war crime that has still gone unpunished. This gives the lie to the propaganda put out by Tavistock that Germany began such terror raids. The facts are that it was only after 8 weeks of terror raids on Berlin had caused heavy damage to civilian housing and non-military targets had taken thousands of civilian lives that the Luftwaffe retaliated by attacks on London. German retaliation came only after countless appeals by Hitler, directly to Churchill to stop breaking their agreement, which the great man ignored. Churchill, the master liar, the consummate liar, with the help of, and under the direction of Lewin, was able to persuade the world that Germany started civilian bombing as a deliberate policy when, as we have seen, it was Churchill who initiated it. British War Office and RAF documents reflect this position. The damage done to London by the Luftwaffe was relatively mild when compared with what the RAF did to German cities, but the world never heard about that. The world saw only what amounted to small sections of London damaged by German air raids, with Churchill striding over the rubble, his jaw jutting out and a cigar clenched between his teeth, the epitome of defiance. How well Tavistock had taught him to stage such events. We see the echo of Churchill's affected mannerisms appearing in George Bush, who appears to have undergone some training of his own. Churchill's bulldog character was created by Tavistock. His true character was never revealed. The callous bombing 188 of Freiburg paled into a shadow compared with the callous, barbaric, unchristian, inhuman firebombing of the open, undefended city of Dresden that took more lives than the subsequent atomic bomb attack on Hiroshima. The bombing of Dresden and the timing of the raid was a cold-blooded decision taken in consultation with Tavistock by the great man to cause shock and awe and impress his friend, Joseph Stalin. It was also an outright attack on Christianity, timed to take place during Lent. There was no reason, military or strategic reason, to firebomb Dresden, which was selected as a target by Lewin. In my view, the firebombing of Dresden, crowded with German civilian refugees fleeing from the Russian onslaught from the east, when Lent celebrations were being observed, ranks as the most heinous war crime ever committed. Yet, because the British and American people had been thoroughly programmed, conditioned and thoroughly brainwashed, hardly a murmur of protest was heard. The war criminals, bomber Harris, Churchill, Lewin and Roosevelt, got away with this terrible crime against humanity. On May 5, 2005, during a state visit to Berlin, Russian President Vladimir Putin held a joint conference with Germany Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder told the German newspaper Bild that Allied forces cannot be absolved for the horrors of World War II, and that included the bombing of Dresden. The Western Allies didn't abound with any special humanity, he said. It is incomprehensible to me to this day why Dresden was destroyed. There was no military reason for it. Perhaps the Russian leader did not know about Tavistock and its prudential bombing survey that ordained the 189 terrible bombing, but certainly, readers of this work will now know why the barbaric and horrible atrocity was carried out. To return to Rees and his early work at Tavistock involving brainwashing experiments on 80,000 British Army troops. After a 5-year reprogramming of these men, Rees was confident that his system of making mentally stable people ill would work on any mass group. Rees was sure that he could give treatment to mass groups of people, whether it was desired by them or not, and without the victims even being aware of what was being done to their minds. When questioned about the propriety of his actions, Rees responded that it was unnecessary to first obtain permission from the subjects before commencing with his experiments. The modus operandi developed by Rees and his gurus proved to be successful. The Rees-Lewin method of tampering with minds proved highly effective and is still in wide use in America today. In 2005, we are tampered with, our opinions manufactured for us, all without our permission. What was the purpose of these behavior modifications? It was to bring about forced changes to our way of life, without our agreement and without even being aware of what is happening. From his brightest students, Rees selected what he called "my first team" to become the first level of his invisible college graduates, shock troops, that were to be placed in key positions inside British intelligence, the Army, Parliament and later, inside the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Forces (SHAEF). The first team graduates went on to fully control General Eisenhower, who became no more than a puppet in their 190 hands. First-team graduates were insinuated into every policy-making body in the United States. The first-team graduates made U.S. policy decisions. The secret team, as they were to become known, was responsible for the public execution of President John F. Kennedy, in full view of America and the world as a lesson to future presidents that they were to obey all directives received from the Olympians. Kissinger was one of many first-team graduates placed in a position of authority inside the U.S. government, in the OSS and the FBI. A Canadian citizen, Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield ran Division 5 counterintelligence of the FBI during World War II. In Britain, it was H.V. Dix who was responsible for placing first-team graduates in key intelligence positions, the Church of England, the Foreign Office and the War Office, not to mention the Parliament. Tavistock was able to conduct wartime experiments in peacetime, given all of the facilities made available to it, and with this experience, could tighten its grip on the U.S. and British military establishments and intelligence services. In America, Tavistock's sinister experiments changed the American way of life, completely and forever. When this truth is recognized by the majority of our people, when the far-reaching control of Tavistock exercises over our daily lives is comprehended, only then will we be able to fight back, if indeed we have not by then become total shell-shocked Ottomans. 191 By 1942 the command structure of British and U.S. military and intelligence services had become so enmeshed that they could no longer be separated or distinguished from each other. This gave rise to the many weird and strange policies followed by our government, most of which policies directly contradicted the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights and ran contrary to the wishes of we, the people, as expressed through our elected representatives in the Congress. In short, our elected representatives had lost control of our government. Winston Churchill called it a special relationship. At the close of World War II, a number of carefully selected and profiled senior political and military figures from Britain and the United States were invited to attend a conference chaired by Rees. What Rees told the group is taken from confidential notes compiled by one of those who attended the meeting but who has asked to remain anonymous. If we propose to come out in the open and attack national, social problems of our day, then we must have shock troops, and these cannot be provided by psychiatry based wholly on institutions. We must have mobile teams of psychiatrists who are free to move around and make contact with local situation in particular areas. In a world driven completely mad, groups of psychiatrists linked to each other, each capable of influencing the entire field of politics and government must be the arbiters, the power cabal. 192 Could anything be clearer? Here was Rees advocating lawless conduct by a group of psychiatrists linked together to make up first teams for his invisible colleges, free from all social, ethical, and legal restraints, who could be moved to areas of mentally well population groups, which in the opinion of Rees and his team, needed to be made ill by reverse psychology treatment. Being well included any community that had successfully resisted mass brainwashing, as the results of polling showed. First teams would be followed by shock troops such as we see among the environmentalist groups. And this is not surprising as the Environmental Protection Agency (EPA) is a monster created by Tavistock's environmental concerns, which concerns were generated by Tavistock themselves and passed on to the Environmental Protective Agency via shock troops. The EPA is not the only Tavistock-generated creature. Abortion and homosexuality are Tavistock-created and supported aberrations. Because of Tavistock-created and supported programs, we in the United States have suffered a terrible degradation of our moral life, our religious life, debasement of music through the aberration of rock and roll music, which became progressively worse following a relatively tame introduction by the Beatles followed by rap and hip-hop, destruction of art, as we see pushed by PBS in the Mapplethorpe degenerate objects of derision. We have seen a proliferation of the drug culture and an intensified worship of the golden calf. The lust for money has never been higher in any civilization than the current one. 193 These are the bitter fruits of Tavistock policies implanted in our society by invisible college graduates, who became school board members and insinuated themselves into leadership roles in our churches. They also insinuated themselves into important party political positions, at city and state levels, wherever their influence would be felt. The graduates became members of labor mediation boards, school boards, university boards, trade unions, the military, the church, the communications media, the entertainment media and the civil service, as well as the Congress, to the extent where it becomes obvious to the trained observer that Tavistock has taken over the reins of government. Rees and his Tavistock colleagues succeeded beyond their wildest dreams, having captured control of the major institutions upon which government rests. The parent, the Committee of 300, must be delighted with the progress made by the Young Infant Club of Rome. The 4th of July has been rendered meaningless. There is no longer any American independence to celebrate. The victories of 1776 have been negated, largely reversed, and it remains only a matter of time before the U.S. Constitution is discarded in favor of a new world order. In the tenure of G.W. Bush, we see that process accelerated. Chapter 30 My Choice of Candidate, Not My Choice 195 Let us look at the way in which an election is run. The American people do not vote for a president. They vote for a party candidate chosen by the elect of the party, more often than not, entirely under the control of the Committee of 300. This is not a vote for a candidate of choice, as we are so often told. In truth, voters have no choice other than selecting from pre-chosen candidates. The candidates the public think it is voting for by choice, our choice, have been thoroughly vetted by the Tavistock Institute, and we were then brainwashed into thinking of them in a virtuous manner. Such impressions or sound bites are created in the studios of think tanks like Yankelovich, Scally and White, run by Tavistock graduate Daniel Yankelovich. Tavistock-controlled think tanks tell us how to vote in their chosen manner. Since the advent of Yankelovich, the number of profiling industries has proliferated to over 150 such institutions. Take the examples of James Earl Carter, and George Bush. Carter came from relative obscurity to win the White House, which the media moguls said, proved that the U.S. system works. In fact, what Carter's election proved was that Tavistock rules this country and can sway the majority of voters to vote for a man about whom they know almost nothing. Saying that the system worked in relation to Carter, and later, in relation to William Jefferson Clinton, was exactly the maladaptive response Tavistock expected from a mass-brainwashed populace. 196 What Carter mirrored was that voters will vote for a candidate pre-selected for them. No thinking person would have wanted skull-and-bones man George Bush as vice president, yet Bush is what we got. How did it come about that Carter was able to reach the White House? It happened thusly: a certain Dr. Peter Bourne, Tavistock's in-house social psychologist, was given the task of finding a candidate Tavistock could manipulate. In other words, Bourne was to find the right candidate for the job according to Tavistock's rule, one that could be sold to the voters. Bourne, knowing Carter's history, put forward his name for consideration. Once Carter's record was approved, American voters were given the treatment, that is to say, they were subjected to a sustained brainwashing campaign to persuade them that they had found Carter as their choice. In fact, by the time Tavistock was finished with the job, it was not really necessary to hold an election. It became a mere formality. Carter's victory was a personal victory for Rees, while Bush was a victory for Tavistock's methodology. An even greater success story was to follow in the selling of William Jefferson Clinton as a candidate for the White House, a feat which might have been impossible in any other country. Then came the selling of George W. Bush, a failed businessman and one who had sidestepped serving in Vietnam and a man with very thin experience. Tavistock had to go into high gear, but even that was not enough. When it was certain that Bush was not going to win, the U.S. Supreme Court illegally intervened in a state election and awarded the prize to the loser. 197 A stupefied, shell-shocked electorate let the enormous violation of the U.S. Constitution go unchallenged, thereby assuring their future will be lived in a new world order, international communist one world government, international communists dictatorship. Rees continued to expand Tavistock's base of operations, taking on board Darwin Cartwright, a highly skilled population profiler. One of his specialties was measuring population reaction to a food shortage. The object was to gain experience when the food weapon is brought into play against a population group unwilling to conform to Tavistock regulations. Tavistock has planned it this way: the international food cartels will corner food production and distribution of the world's food resources. Famine is a weapon of war, just as weather modifications is a weapon of war. Tavistock will use the famine weapon without restraint, when the time is right. Continuing with the expansion of Tavistock, Rees recruited Ronald Lippert. What Tavistock had in mind when it hired Lippert, was to get a foothold in the future control of education, starting with young children. Lippert was an expert in tinkering with the minds of the very young. An ex-OSS operative, he was highly skilled theoretician, and a specialist in race mixing as a way of weakening national boundaries. Once installed at Tavistock, Lippert began his work by establishing a think tank devoted to what he called community interrelations, which involved seeking methods whereby natural race barriers might be dismantled. The so-called civil rights legislation is pure Rees and Lippert, and has no constitutional basis in fact. 198 See What You Should Know About the U.S. Constitution for a full explanation on so-called civil rights. In passing, I should say that all civil rights legislation in the U.S. is predicated on the 14th Amendment, but the problem is that the 14th was never ratified. Thus it is not a part of the U.S. Constitution, and all laws predicated upon it are null and void. In essence, there is no such constitutional provision for civil rights. Lippert established the rationale for Martin Luther King's civil rights over the fact that no basis for it existed in the federal constitution. Busing children past their schools was another Lippert-Rees brainwashing success. Busing children past their destination was certainly not a right to sell the idea of civil rights to the American populace at large. 3 think tanks were established: the Science Policy Research Center, the Institute for Social Research, the National Training Laboratories. Through the Science Policy Research Unit, Lippert was able to place thousands of his brainwashed graduates in key positions throughout the United States, West European, including Britain, France and Italy. Today, Britain, France, Italy and Germany all have socialist governments, the groundwork for which was prepared by Tavistock. Hundreds of upper-level executives from some of America's most prestigious corporations were trained at one or another of Lippert's institutions. The National Training Laboratories gained control of the 2 million-strong National Education Association, and with this success, came complete control over education in American schools and universities. 199 But perhaps the most profound influence exerted on America came with Tavistock's control of NASA, partially because of the special report on NASA's space program, written by Dr. Anatoly Rappaport for the Club of Rome. The startling report was released at a seminar in May of 1967, to which only the most carefully selected and profiled delegates from the top echelons of business and governments of the most highly industrialized nations were invited. Among the attendees were members of the Foreign Policy Institute, while the State Department sent Age of Aquarius conspirator, Zbigniew Brzezinski, as its observer. In its final report, the Tavistock-controlled symposium derided NASA's work as inappropriate and suggested that its space programs be halted immediately. The U.S. government duly obliged by cutting off funding, which caused NASA to lie dormant for 9 years, enough time for the Soviet space program to catch up and forge ahead of the U.S. The United States has never been able to close the gap. Rappaport's special NASA report stated that the agency was producing too many skilled people, too many scientists and engineers, whose services would not be needed in the smaller, more beautiful post-industrial society, mandated by the Club of Rome. Rappaport called our highly skilled and trained space scientists and engineers redundant. The U.S. government, which I have already indicated appears to be under the thumb of Tavistock, thereupon cut funding. Interference with NASA is a perfect example of how Britain controls U.S. domestic and foreign policies. 200 Jewel in Tavistock's crown is the Aspen Institute of Colorado, which for years was under the direction of Robert Anderson, a graduate of the University of Chicago, preeminent for brainwashing in the United States. The Aspen facility is the North American home of the Club of Rome, teaches that a return of the monarchy would be very good for America. John Nesbitt, another Tavistock graduate, held seminars on a fairly regular basis at Aspen, at which instituting a monarchy was promoted among top businessmen. One of Nesbitt's students was William Jefferson Clinton, already then favored as presidential material. Nesbitt, like Anderson, is dazzled by British royalty and follows their Cathari doctrines of bogus concerns for ecology. The philosophical radicals had introduced the Bogomils and Catharists' beliefs into socialist circles in Britain. Anderson's protégés were Margaret Thatcher and George Bush, whose actions in the Gulf War showed that Tavistock had done its homework rather well. Anderson is typical of the duped, brainwashed graduate leaders, and his specialty is teaching targeted groups of business leaders in environmental training. Ecology issues are Anderson's forte. Although Anderson funds some of his activities from his own huge financial resources, he also receives donations from around the world, including donations from Queen Elizabeth and her consort, Prince Philip. Anderson founded the militant Friends of the Earth ecology movement and the United Nations Conference on the Environment. 201 Aside from his Aspen activities, Anderson is president and CEO of the Atlantic Richfield Company, ARCO, on whose board of directors is to be found the following notables: Jack Conway. He is best remembered for his work for the United Way Appeal Fund and as a director of the Socialist International Ford Foundation, both about as un-American as it is possible to get. Conway is also a director of the Center for Change, a specialist Tavistock shock troops clearing house. Philip Hawley. He is chairman of the Los Angeles company, Hawley & Hale, which interfaces with Transamerica, a company specializing in making anti-Christian, anti-family, pro-abortion, pro-lesbian, pro-homosexual, pro-drug movies. Hawley is associated with Bank of America, which funds the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, a classic Tavistock brainwashing institution think tank for the promotion of drug usage and legalization of drugs. Dr. Joel Fort. This British national, Fort was on the board of directors of the Fondant Observer newspaper along with the Honourable David Astor and Sir Mark Turner, a director of the Royal Institute for International Affairs (RIIA), whose abject American servant is Henry Kissinger. The Royal Institute of International Affairs (RIIA) founded the Council on Foreign Relations (CFR) as a sister organization. America's de facto mid-level secret government is the executive arm of the Committee of 300. In May of 1982, Kissinger proudly announced Tavistock's control of America. 202 The occasion was a dinner for RIIA members. Kissinger lauded the British government as is expected of a Tavistock graduate. In his best gravel-voiced manner, Kissinger said, "In my White House days, I kept the British Foreign Office better informed than I did the U.S. State Department. The common denominator between the three Lippert institutions is the brainwashing methodology originally taught at Tavistock. All three of Lippert's institutes were funded by government grants. At these institutions, the top administrators and policy-makers of the government were and are trained how to undermine America's established way of life, founded on Western civilization and upon the United States Constitution. The intent is to weaken and eventually break down the institutions that make up the foundation of the United States." The National Education Association. An indication of just how great was Lippert's control of the National Education Association can be gauged from the en-bloc vote cast for William Jefferson Clinton by its brainwashed member teachers, in accordance with the leadership's instructions. The Cumming Group. The company donated Y Plantation to the Aspen Institute, which became the principal training ground for New Age recruits and shock troops. James Horton, Cummings' vice chairman, is a messenger for the Pierpont Morgan family of Morgan Guaranty and Trust on Wall Street. Morgan receives daily briefings from the RIIA directly from London, which briefings become instructions to be conveyed to the U.S. Secretary of State. 203 Former Secretary of the Treasury William Fowler was part of Cumming-Aspen interface. He is the chief proponent for handing over U.S. fiscal policies to the International Monetary Fund (IMF) and constantly pushed for the Bank of International Settlements to control internal U.S. banking. It is significant that Y Plantation was the site of the Arab-Israeli peace talks known as the Y Accords. Executive Conference Center. Charged with teaching behavior modifications under the direction of Robert L. Schwartz, this specialist training center is run along the lines of the Esalen Institute. Schwartz spent 3 years at Esalen Institute and worked closely with Aldous Huxley, Tavistock's respectable drug culture pusher who was responsible for introducing LSD to American college students. Schwartz was also a close friend of anthropologist Margaret Mead and her husband, Gregory Bateson. From Stanford and Esalen, Schwartz moved to Terrytown House, the Mary Biddle Duke property in Westchester, where with huge grants from IBM and AT&T, opened the Executive Conference Center, the first full-time Age of Aquarius New Age graduate school for top-flight corporate executives drawn from every spectrum of corporate America, industry, trade and banking. Thousands of upper-level executives and managers from corporate America, especially from Fortune 500 companies, the creme de la creme of the business world, paid $750 per head to obtain instruction in Age of Aquarius age methodology through seminars conducted by Schwartz, Mead, Bateson, and other Tavistock brainwashing specialists. 204 Schwartz was at one time strongly allied with Scientology, and he was also an editor of Time magazine. Aspen Institute, New Age centers were generously funded by IBM and AT&T. It is difficult for Americans who do not have access to this kind of information to believe that IBM and AT&T, two household names in corporate America, would have anything to do with mind control, brainwashing, behavior modification and transcendental meditation, Baha'i sensitivity training, Zen Buddhism, reverse psychology, and all of the other New Age of Aquarius programs designed to break down the morals of the American people and weaken family life. Christianity was not taught. Doubts would arise in the minds of most Americans who do not know the extent to which corporate America rules the roost at home and abroad, in a manner dangerous to the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Without corporate America, we would never have suffered the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, war on Serbia, and a second war against Iraq. Nor would Carter and Clinton have had a ghost of a chance of sitting in the White House, against all odds. If what is written here is not accurate, these companies could always deny its truths, but thus far, they have not done so. It would come as a shock to find that a large number of corporate giants that are household names to the American public, send their executives and upper-level management personnel to have their brains scrambled by Schwartz, Mead, Bateson, John Nesbitt, Lewin, Cartwright and other Tavistock behavioral modifications and mind control specialists. At the Executive Conference Center, corporate executives meet with Lorne Nesbitt, who owes his allegiance to the black nobility and the House of Guelph, better known as the House of Windsor, the RIIA, 205 the Milner, Round Table Groups, the Club of Rome and Aspen Institute. Nesbitt is typical of the operatives used by the British government to direct U.S. and foreign policies. Nesbitt is a staunch monarchist and a Club of Rome specialist in zero growth for industry, especially heavy industry. He believes in zero-growth post-industrialism to the point of returning the world to a feudal state. At one of his brainwashing sessions, he told the executives from Business America, my new term, the United States is moving toward as monarchy just like Britain and a governing system in which Congress, the White House and the Supreme Court will be merely symbolic and ritualistic. This will constitute true democracy. The American people do not care who is president, half of them don't vote, anyway. America's economy is growing away from that of a nation-state and towards smaller and smaller power centers, possibly into multiple nations. We must substitute for the national state, a geographical, ecological state of mind. The United States will move away from a concentration of heavy industrial activity. Auto, steel, housing will never revive again. Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit, the old industrial centers will die. We are moving toward an information society. There is and will continue to be a lot of pain, but on the whole, this economy is better off than it was a decade ago. Nesbitt was actually echoing the very sentiments expressed by Count d'Avignon in 1982. Chapter 31 Zero Growth in Agriculture and Industry, America's Post-Industrial Society, 207 Indiana 1983. I wrote a monograph entitled, The Death of the Steel Industry, in which I provided details of how French aristocrat Étienne d'Avignon of the Club of Rome was given the task of downsizing the American steel industry. At the time this work was published, a lot of people were skeptical, but based upon information about the Club of Rome, which most Americans and most writers had never even heard of prior to my 1970 article of the same title, I felt sure that Nesbitt's prediction could happen, and in the next 7 years, it turned out to be accurate, although not in all ways. Although parts of Nesbitt's predictions were off, the time had not yet come. In many ways, he was correct, insofar as the intentions of our secret government go. None of the captains of industry, who attended Tavistock's EEC brainwashing sessions, saw fit to protest what Nesbitt was saying. That being the case, how could I expect that an unknown writer like myself, nobody had ever heard of, would make an impact? The executive conferences and training sessions at Tarrytown House proved that Rees's brainwashing techniques were flawless. Here was a forum attended by the captains of industry, the elite of America's corporate world, quite happy to be participating in the demise of America's steel industry, sacrificing its unique domestic market that had made America a great industrial nation, tearing up the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and embracing genocidal programs calling for the culling of half of the world's population, substituting Eastern mysticism and the 208 Kabbalah for Christianity, applauding programs that would result in a breakdown of the morals of the nation and destruction of family life, a future balkanized America. No one could deny, looking at the state of America today in 2005, that Rees and his Tavistock methods did an astonishing job in brainwashing the leaders of our corporate world, our political and religious leaders, our judges and our educators, and the guardians of the morals of the nation, not to mention the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. In 1974, Professor Harold Isaacson of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology (MIT), in his book, Idols of the Tribe, laid bare Tavistock's blueprint to combine Mexico, Canada and the U.S. into Balkan-type states. I would remind my readers that MIT was founded by Kurt Lewin, the same Kurt Lewin who was forced out of Germany because of his brainwashing experiments, the same Lewin who planned the strategic bombing survey, Rees's #1 theoretician. All that Isaacson did was to spell out the Aquarian blueprint in a more readable, detailed manner than the Stanford Willis Harman Aquarian study. In 1981, 7 years later, Isaacson's ideas, Tavistock's Aquarian blueprint, were presented to the public by Joel Gallo, editor of The Washington Post, and the mouthpiece of Britain's House of Windsor and the Club of Rome. Gallo called his presentation, The Nine Nations of North America. Gallo's version of Tavistock's blueprint for a future America envisaged, the death of the steel industry and a decline of industry in the industrial Northeast and the founding of the Nation of the Northeast, 209 Dixie, the emerging nation of the South, Ethiopia, consisting of the coastal fringes of the Northwest Pacific. Willis Harman in his Age of Aquarius paper used the term, ecotopia, the balance of Southwest America to be combined with Mexico as a breadbasket region. The Midwest to be designated the empty quarter, parts of Canada and the islands to be designated for special purposes. Perhaps these territories will be the sites for future gulags, now that we have seen the unthinkable, the Guantanamo Bay prison reconstruction facility where mind tinkering and torture are in actual practice. In all these latter areas there would be nothing in the way of large cities, conflicting with ecotopia. Just to make sure that everybody understood that they knew what he was talking about, Gallo presented a map with his book. The problem is that the American people did not take Gallo seriously. It was precisely the way Tavistock expected them to react in what it called a perfect maladaptive response. The American right wing grew up on the Rockefeller, Warburgs, Freemasonry, the Illuminati, Council on Foreign Relations, the Federal Reserve Conspiracy, and the Trilateral Commission. Nothing very much of the inner core workings had been published. 210 When I began to publish my research in 1969, the American people mostly had not heard of the Committee of 300, the Cini Foundation, the Marshall Fund, the Club of Rome and certainly not the Tavistock Institute, the black nobility of Venice and Genoa. The following is a list of Tavistock brainwashing institutions in the United States, which were noted in my monographs published in 1969, Stanford Research Center. Employs 4,300 people and has an annual budget in excess of $200 million. MFT, Sloan. Employs 5,000 people and has an annual budget of $20 million. University of Pennsylvania Wharton School. Employs between 700 to 800 people with an annual budget in excess of $35 million. Management and Behavioral Research. Employs 40 people with an annual budget of $2 million. Rand Corporation. Employs in excess of 2,000 people with an annual budget of $100 million. National Training Laboratories. Employs 700 people with an annual budget of $30 million. The Hudson Institute. Employs between 120 to 140 people and has an estimated annual budget of $8 million. Esalen Institute. Employs between 1,800 to 2,000 people with an annual budget of in excess of $500 million. All 1969 figures, thus, in the United States alone, by 1989 we already had a Tavistock network of between 10 and 20 major institutions, plus 400 to 500 medium institutions with in excess of 5,000 satellites interlocking groups all revolving around Tavistock. Together they employ in excess of 60,000 people, specialists in one way or another in the field of behavioral sciences, mind control, brainwashing, polling and creating public opinion. 211 and all of them were working against the United States, our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Since 1969 these institutions have been expanded and a great many new ones added to the network and are funded not only by large private and corporate donations, but also by the United States government itself. Tavistock's clients include, the State Department the U.S. Postal Service Department of Defense the CIA, the U.S. Navy Department of Naval Intelligence the National Reconnaissance Office the National Security Council the FBI Kissinger Associates Duke University the State of California Georgetown University and many more. In the private and corporate areas of our society, Tavistock clients include Hewlett-Packard RCA Crown Xylobac McDonnell Douglas IBM, Microsoft, Apple Computers, Boeing Kaiser Industries TRW Blythe Eastman Dillon Wells Fargo Bank of America Bechtel Corp Halliburton Raytheon 212 McDonnell Douglas Shell Oil British Petroleum Conoco Exxon Mobil IBM and AT&T. This is by no means a complete list, which Tavistock guards jealously. These names are just those names I was able to secure. I would say that the majority of Americans are completely unaware that they are in a total war that has been waged against them since 1946, a war of devastating proportions and unremitting pressures, a war we are fast losing, and one which will overwhelm us unless the American people can be shaken loose from their preconceived, "it can't happen in America" position. Chapter 32 Exposing the Upper-Level Parallel Secret Government 213 The only way in which we are going to defeat this powerful and insidious enemy is by educating our people, especially our young people in the Constitution, and by standing fast on our Christian faith. Otherwise, our priceless heritage will be lost, forever. The power that Tavistock wields over this nation must be broken. Hopefully, this work will become a training manual in the hands of millions of Americans, who want to engage the enemy, but who have, hitherto, not been able to identify that enemy. The political forces controlled by secret societies, all opposing America's Republican, constitutional ideals, do not like anything that seeks to expose Tavistock Institute and their disloyalty to America, and even less still, where such disclosures cannot be ridiculed and ignored. Of course, those who engage in unmasking the deeds of our secret government invariably pay a high price for such disclosures. No one who is interested in the future of America can afford to ignore the manner in which Tavistock Institute has whipsawed the American people and manipulated government, even as the majority of Americans remain in ignorance of what is transpiring. With the almost complete control exercised over our nation by our upper-level, parallel, secret government, America has ceased to be a free and independent nation. One can generally fix the beginning of our decline around the time that Woodrow Wilson was elected by the British aristocracy. 214 Most of Tavistock's more recent activities in the United States have centered around the White House and in directing former President G.H.W. Bush, former President Clinton, and President G.W. Bush to engage in war against Iraq. Tavistock is leading the drive to destroy the Second Amendment right of citizens to keep and bear arms. It has also been instrumental in advising key members of the legislature that they have no further need for the U.S. Constitution, hence the mass of new laws enacted that are not laws at all, since they do not meet the test of constitutionality and fall to the ground. Tavistock remains the mother of all research facilities in America and Britain, and the leader in behavior modification techniques, mind control and opinion making and shaping. The Rand Institute at Santa Monica under the direction of Tavistock created the phenomenon known as El Niño as a weather modification experiment. Tavistock is also heavily engaged in the New Age UFO experiments and sighting of aliens, under its mind control contracts with the CIA Rand Institute MNS the ICBM program and as primary analyses for foreign governments. Rand and Tavistock successfully profiled the white population of South Africa as a preliminary to testing the waters for a Communist African National Congress takeover, assisted and strongly supported by the U.S. State Department. Bishop Desmond Tutu, who played a leading role in the preamble to the fall of the white government, is a creation of Tavistock. 215 Georgetown University was taken over in its entirety by Tavistock, back in 1938. Its structure and programs were reformatted to suit the Tavistock Brain Trust blueprint as a center for higher learning. This has had great significance for the United States when we consider that Georgetown University was where Mr. Clinton learned his art of mass manipulation and dissembling. All State Department field agents are trained at Georgetown. Three of its best-known graduates were Henry Kissinger, William Jefferson Clinton and Richard Armitage. Georgetown's Invisible Army loyalists have done untold harm to the United States and will no doubt play their roles to the full until the end, a time when they will be uprooted, exposed and rendered harmless. Some of the ugliest and most horrifying actions taken against America were planned at Tavistock. I am referring to the bombing of the Marine compound at Beirut Airport, which took the lives of 200 of our finest young servicemen. One person believed to have been aware of the impending attack by Lebanese terrorists, was Secretary of State George Shultz. As unconfirmed reports stated at the time, Shultz was tipped off in advance of the attack by the Mossad, Israel's secret service agency. If Shultz did receive such a timely warning, he never relayed it to the Marine base commander at Beirut. Schultz was, and still is, a loyal servant of the Committee of 300 through the Bechtel Corporation. However, 1 year after I expressed my suspicions about Schultz and Bechtel 1989, a disaffected high-ranking Mossad agent broke ranks and wrote a book on his experiences. 216 parts of the book included the very same information I had printed a year earlier, which has led me to believe that the suspicions I voiced about Schultz in 1989 were not altogether without substance. The whole episode reminds me of the treachery of General Marshall, who deliberately kept information about a pending Japanese air attack against Pearl Harbor from the commander at Hawaii. There is mounting evidence about an increase in the input and influence Tavistock is having at the CIA. There are a great many other intelligence agencies receiving instructions from Tavistock, notably the National Reconnaissance Office (NRO), the Defense Intelligence Agency (JAR), the Treasury Intelligence, and State Department Intelligence. Every year when the anniversary of the murder of President John Kennedy comes around, I am reminded of the leading role played in the planning of his public execution, particularly the part played by MI6. After a 20-year in-depth investigation into the murder of JFK, I think I have come very close to the truth, as detailed in the monograph The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, The Unsolved Murder of Prey. Kennedy remains a gross insult against everything the United States stands for. How is it that we, a supposedly free and sovereign nation, allow the cover-up of a crime to remain in place, year after year? Surely our intelligence agencies know who the perpetrators of the crime are. Surely we know that the murder of Kennedy was carried out in broad daylight in front of millions of Americans, as an insult, and a warning that the reach of the Committee of 300 goes far beyond what even our highest elected official was able to defend himself against. 217 The perpetrators of the crime laugh at our confusion, secure in the knowledge that they will never be brought to justice, and glorying in the success of the foul deed and the inability of we, the people, to pierce the corporate veil that hides their faces from view. The massive cover-up of the Kennedy assassination remains in place. We have full details of how the House Assassinations Committee failed to do its duty, ignoring strong evidence and latching onto flimsy hearsay, ignoring the plain fact that the X-rays of Kennedy's head, taken at Bethesda Hospital, were tampered with. The list of the sins of the Committee of 300 and its servant, the Tavistock Institute, is endless. Why did the Senate committee make no effort to investigate the strange disappearance of Kennedy's death certificate, a vital piece of evidence, which should have been found, no matter how long it took and no matter what the cost? Nor was Admiral Berkeley, the naval officer who signed the certificate, seriously questioned about the circumstances surrounding the strange, very strange, unexplained disappearance of this vital piece of evidence. Here I must leave the subject of the murder of John F. Kennedy, which in my opinion was a Tavistock-related project, carried out by MI6 and the FBI 5 Division head, Major Louis Mortimer Bloomfield. The CIA is a client of Tavistock's along with literally scores of other U.S. government agencies. In the decades that have passed since the murder, not one single one of these agencies has ceased to do business with Tavistock. In fact, Tavistock has added many new names of government agencies to its client list. 218 In looking through my documents, I discovered that in 1921, when Rees founded Tavistock, he was under the control of British intelligence CIS. Thus from its inception, Tavistock has always been closely associated with intelligence work, even as it is to this very day. The case of Rudolf Hess may be of more than passing interest to not a few of our readers. It will be recalled that Hess was murdered by 2 CIS operatives in his Spandau prison cell, the night before he was to be released. The RIAA was afraid that Hess would blow the lid off what had been kept a dark secret, the close relationship between members of the British oligarchy, including Winston Churchill, and the German Thule Society, of which Hess had been the leader. Of more than a passing interest is the fact, that the Tavistock Institute was named after the 11th Duke of Bedford, the Marquis of Tavistock. The title was passed on to his son, the 12th Marquis of Bedford. It was to his estate that Hess flew in an attempt to end the war. But Churchill would have none of it and ordered Hess to be arrested and imprisoned. The Duke of Bedford's wife committed suicide by taking an overdose of sleeping pills, when it became apparent that Hess would never be released, even when the war ended. In my work, Who Murdered Rudolf Hess, and Kingmakers, Kingbreakers, The Cecils, I reveal just how close was this virtual kinship with Hess and other important members of Hitler's inner circle right up to the start of World War II. Had Hess succeeded in his mission to the Duke of Bedford, Churchill and almost the entire British oligarchy would have been revealed as frauds. 219 The same thing would have happened had Hess not been kept a solitary prisoner at Spandau in Berlin, guarded for years after the end of World War II by troops drawn from Britain, the United States and the USSR, against all logic and at a tremendous cost, estimated at $50,000 a day. Because a changed Russia felt they could embarrass America and Britain, especially Britain, they suddenly announced Hess would be released. The British could not afford to run the risk of having their wartime leaders exposed, so the order was given to kill Hess. Tavistock provides services of a sinister nature to those people we find all across the United States, in every city of note. They have the leading personalities of those cities in the palm of their hand, whether it is in the police department, city government or any other authority. This is the case in every city also, where the Illuminati and Freemasons join with Tavistock in exercising their secret powers to walk all over the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. One can only wonder just how many innocent people are in prison today because they were not knowledgeable about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, victims of Tavistock, one and all. Pay close attention to the television series, Cops. It is standard Tavistock mind control and opinion-making fare. In it you find every possible violation of the constitutional rights of persons stopped, and or arrested by the police. It is my firm opinion and belief that Cops is meant to condition the public and make us believe that such gross violations of rights we witness is the norm, that the police actually have such excessive powers, and that 220 constitutional safeguards to which every citizen is entitled, do not exist in practice. Cops is a most insidious brainwashing, opinion-making controlling program, and it would not be at all surprising to find Tavistock mixed up in it, somewhere. Chapter 33 Interpol in the U.S., its origin and purpose exposed 221 among the many international agencies Tavistock serves, is David Rockefeller's private intelligence service, better known as Interpol. It is in total dereliction of its legal duty that this illegal entity is allowed to go on functioning on federal property in Washington, D.C. and under government protection. U.S. law forbids private foreign police agencies from operating in America. Interpol is a private foreign police agency operating on U.S. soil while Congress looks the other way, fearful that one day they might be forced to grasp this noxious nettle, and pull it up by the roots. What is Interpol? The U.S. Justice Department tries to explain Interpol by sidestepping crucial issues. According to its 1988 manual, Interpol conducts intergovernmental activities, but is not based on an international treaty, convention, or similar legal documents. It was founded upon a constitution drawn up and written by a group of police officers who did not submit it for diplomatic signatures, nor have they ever submitted it for ratification by governments. How interesting. What an admission. If Interpol does not trample the U.S. Constitution, then nothing does. Where are watchdogs of the House and Senate? Is it that they are afraid of Tavistock and its powerful backer, David Rockefeller? Is the Congress afraid of the Committee of 300? It certainly seems that way. Interpol is an illegal entity operating within the borders of the United States, without the sanction and approval of we, the people, in flagrant violation of the Constitution of the United States and the constitutions of the 50 states. 222 Its membership consist of individuals appointed by various national governments without any consultation with the government of the United States. The list of members has never been submitted to a House or Senate committee. Its presence in the U.S. has never been sanctioned by a treaty. This has given rise to serious accusations that certain governments under the control of the drug trade, Colombia, Mexico, Panama, Lebanon and Nicaragua, perhaps choose as their representatives, persons involved with the drug trade. According to Beverly Sweatman of the U.S. Department of Justice National Central Bureau (NCB), whose existence is itself a violation of the Constitution, this U.S. government agency exists solely to exchange information with Interpol. Owned and controlled by David Rockefeller, Interpol is a private agency with a communications network stretching around the globe, heavily involved in one way or another with the drug trade from Afghanistan to Pakistan to the United States. The interaction of Lieutenant Colonel Nivaldo Madrón of Panama, General Guillermo Medina Sanchez of Colombia, and certain elements of Mexico's federal police with Interpol status, point in this direction. Their histories of involvement with the drug trade while serving Interpol are too long to include here, but suffice to say that history is a sordid one. Yet, in spite of the fact that Interpol is a private organization, it was granted observer status by the United Nations (UN) in 1975, which stature, totally in violation of the UN Charter, enables Interpol to sit at meetings and vote on resolutions, even though it is not a 223-member country and has no government status. According to the UN Charter, only states, in the full definition of the word, can be members of the UN. Since Interpol is not a state, why does the UN violate its charter? It is believed that the UN is counting heavily on Interpol networks to help it find private arms in the hands of American citizens held by them under their Second Amendment rights. Once the UN signs a treaty with the U.S. government to disarm all civilian populations of member states, where are America's lawmakers who are supposed to uphold and defend the U.S. Constitution? Where are the great statesmen of yesteryear? Interpol demonstrates that what we have in their place are politicians turned lawmakers who do not enforce the laws they make, terrified to correct the obvious mistakes that abound on every hand, because, if they were to uphold their oath of office, they would more than likely find themselves without their cushy-cozy job. To recap on some of the information already provided, Tavistock Institute was established in Sussex, England, in 1921 by command of the British monarchy, for the purposes of mind control and public opinion making, and to establish on a carefully examined scientific basis, at what point the human mind would break down under subjection to prolonged bouts of psychological distress. Elsewhere we shall show that it was first founded in pre-World War I times by the 11th Duke of Bedford, the Marquis of Tavistock. In the early 1930s, the Rockefeller Brothers Foundation Fund also contributed heavily to Tavistock. 224 The fact that so many of the chief practitioners of mind control and behavioral modifications were, and are, closely associated with the secret societies that embrace cults of many different ideas and beliefs, notably Isis-Osiris, Kabbalah, Sufi, Cathari, Bogomil and Bahá'í Manichaean mysticism should be noted. For the uninitiated, the very idea that prestigious institutions, and their scientists would be involved in cults and even with Satanism and Illuminists would be a very difficult thing to believe. But the connection is very real. We can see just why Tavistock was so interested in these subjects. Random school shootings by young people subjected to prolonged bouts of stress, and under the influence of habit-forming drugs, are remarkable in that in a large number of these tragic happenings, the perpetrators nearly always claim that they were directed by voices to do their deadly work. There can be no doubt that mind control was very much at work in these tragic instances. Unfortunately, we shall see many more such tragic episodes before the public realizes what is going on. Cultism, mind control, psychological stress application and behavioral modifications are very much a part of what is taught by Tavistock's scientists. In fact, alarmed by leaks showing its connection with Tavistock scientists, the British House of Commons passed a law making it legal for places like Tavistock to conduct what the bill called physical research. Now, the term physical research is so ambiguous as to give rise to serious doubts about what it truly means, or whether, as some critics contended, is merely a term used to cover what really goes on. 225 In any event, Tavistock was not about to take the public into its confidence. But I can say with absolute certainty that British intelligence MI6 and CIA operatives received training at Tavistock in metaphysics, mind control, behavior modifications, ESP, hypnotism, the occult, Satanism and Illuminists and the Manichaean cults. These are not just beliefs based on relics from the Middle Ages. This is evil force being taught in a way that will make a difference to the level of mind control, such as would not have been thought possible a few short years ago. I will make this prediction without fear of contradiction. In later years we are going to discover that all of the random shootings at schools, post offices, shopping malls, were not random shootings at all. They were carried out by conditioned, mind-controlled subjects who were carefully sought out and put on dangerous, mood-altering drugs like Prozac, AZT and Ritalin. The common denominator between several of the random shootings, starting with David Berkowitz, the so-called son of Sam murderer, all without exception, told investigators that they heard voices telling them to shoot people. The case of Clip Kinkle, the Oregon youth who shot his mother and father, before shooting up his high school is his confession to investigators who interviewed him. Asked why he shot his father and his mother, Kinkle replied that he heard voices telling him to shoot them. Nobody will ever be able to prove that Kinkle and the others were victims of mind control experiments carried out by the CIA or that they did indeed hear voices induced by through transference carried out by DARPA computer programmers. 226 The responsible House Oversight Committee must call for the CIA's documents covering mind control and search them for a connection with the school shootings. I believe it is imperative that such an order be sent out to the CIA without any further loss of time. Apart from my own research into the subject of physical research, Victor Marichetti, who was with the CIA for 14 years, revealed the existence of a Tavistock-designed physical research program, where CIA operatives tried to contact the spirits of former agents who had died. As I said in my above-mentioned monograph, I have had a great deal of personal experience in the metaphysical realms and know for a fact that a large number of British and American intelligence agents are indoctrinated in it. Tavistock calls it behavioral science, and it has advanced so rapidly in the last 10 years that it has become one of the most important types of training agents can undergo. In Tavistock's ESP programs, each participant is a volunteer, who agrees to have his personality correlated with ESP, that is to say, they have agreed to help Tavistock find an answer as to why certain people are psychic and others are gifted with. Especially the object of the exercise is to make each and every MI6 and CIA agent highly psychic with sharply developed especially. Because a number of years have passed since I was directly involved in such matters, I consulted a colleague who is still in the service, to find out how successful Tavistock has been with its experiments. He told me that Tavistock has indeed perfected its techniques and that it was now possible to make selected MI6 and CIA operatives ESP perfect. Here it is necessary to explain that the CIA and MI6 maintain a very high degree of secrecy about such matters. 227 The majority of intelligence agents who are in the programs are for the most part members of the Illuminati and/or Freemasonry, or both. In short, the long-range penetration technique applied with such success to the normal world is now being applied to the spirit world. Tavistock's long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning, developed by Dr. Kurt Lewin, whom we have already met a few times, is primarily a program where thought control is practiced on mass groups. What gave rise to the program was the British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau's all-pervasive use of propaganda in World War I. The extensive propaganda it ran was intended to convince the British workingmen that war was necessary. Another part of it was to convince the British public that Germany was an enemy, and its leader a veritable demon. This massive effort had to be launched between 1912 and 1914 because the British working class did not believe that Germany wanted war, any more than the British people wanted it, and did not even dislike the Germans. All that public perception had to be changed. A secondary, though no less important task for the Bureau was to get America into the war. A key element in that plan was to provoke Germany into sinking the Lusitania, a large transatlantic liner built along the lines of the doomed Titanic. In spite of warnings in press advertisements in a New York newspaper that the ship had been converted into an armed merchant cruiser (AMC) and was therefore fair game in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, the Lusitania sailed for Liverpool carrying a full complement of passengers, among them many hundreds of American passengers. 228 The ship's holds were packed with a large complement of munitions destined for the British Army, forbidden under international the rules of war to be carried by passenger liners. At the time it was hit by a single torpedo, the Lusitania was essentially an armed merchant cruiser (AMC). The press on both sides of the Atlantic was filled with accounts of German barbarity and unprovoked attack on a defenseless passenger liner. But the American and British public, who still needed a lot more conditioning, did not buy the story. They felt there was something rotten in the state of Denmark. The sinking of the Lusitania with heavy loss of life was the type of contrived situation that President Wilson needed, and it inflamed American public opinion against Germany. Profiting from this experience, the British Army Bureau of Psychological Warfare set up the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations on the orders of the British monarchy and placed British newspaper magnate, Alfred Harmsworth, the son of a barrister born in Chapelizod near Dublin. He was later awarded the title the 12th Duke of Bedford, Lord Northcliffe. In 1897, as a run-up to the war that was coming, Harmsworth sent one of his writers by the name of G. W. Stevens to Germany for the purpose of writing a serialized 16-part article entitled Under the Iron Heel. In true reverse psychology, the articles were lavish in their praise of the German army while in the same breath warning that the British nation would be defeated if war broke out against Germany. 229 In 1909, Northcliffe commissioned Robert Blatchford, a senior socialist, to go to Germany and write articles about what a danger the German army posed to Britain. Blatchford's theme was that he believed from his observations that Germany was deliberately preparing to destroy the British Empire. It was in line with Northcliffe's prediction published in the Daily Mail, one of his newspapers, in 1900 that there would be war between Germany and Britain. Northcliffe wrote an editorial saying that Britain needed to use a greater part of its budget for defense spending. When the war broke out, Northcliffe was accused by the editor of the Star newspaper of having propagated a climate of war. Next to the Kaiser, Lord Northcliffe has done more than any living man to bring about the war. The poor editor did not know that he himself had become a victim of propaganda, as the Kaiser had done little to promote war and was looked upon with some disdain by the British military establishment. Historians are in general agreement that the Kaiser was in no position to control the German army. It was General Ludendorff to who the Star should have referred. It was Northcliffe, who began agitating for conscription from the very day that war broke out between the two nations. This was to be an institution where every aspect of mass brainwashing and public conditioning would be brought to a fine art. A policy and set of rules were established, culminating in Tavistock's 1930 long-range penetration and inner directional conditioning, that was unleashed against Germany in 1931. 230 in the period before the first years of World War II, Roosevelt, himself a 33rd-degree Mason and a member of the Illuminati through the Society of Cincinnati, sought Tavistock's help in getting America into the war. Roosevelt was under the direction of the 300 to help pull British chestnuts out of the fire, but to do so, he needed a major incident to latch onto. All during the period 1939 to 1941, U.S. Navy submarines based out of Iceland attacked and sank German shipping, although neutrality laws forbade engaging in hostilities with the combatants. But Germany would not be drawn into retaliating. The major incident that was to precipitate America's entry into World War II was Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. This was a Tavistock conspiracy against both nations. In order to foster such an attack, Secretary of State Marshall refused to meet with Japan's envoys seeking to head off the coming conflict. Marshall also deliberately delayed warning his commander at Pearl Harbor until after the attack had begun. In short, Roosevelt and Marshall both knew about the pending attack, but deliberately ordered the information to be withheld from their officers on the ground at Pearl Harbor. Tavistock had told Roosevelt that only a major incident would get America into World War II. Stimson, Knox and Roosevelt knew about the impending attack, but did nothing to stop it. From time to time thoughtful people have asked me, but wouldn't leaders like Lord Haig, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Bush realize how many lives would be lost in a World War? 231 The answer is that as programmed individuals, the great men didn't care about the high cost of human life. General Haig, a noted Freemason, Neominist, Satanist, declared on more than one occasion his dislike of the British lower classes, and he proved it by throwing wave after wave of common British soldiers against impregnable German lines, a tactic any decent military strategist would have shunned. As a result of Haig's callous disregard for his own troops, hundreds of thousands of young British soldiers from the lower classes died tragically and needlessly. This made the British public hate Germany, exactly as the British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau had predicted. Much of what I have included in this book I deliberately held back in the first exposure. I did not feel that the American people were ready to understand the metaphysical side of Tavistock. You can't feed a baby on meat, milk comes first. By introducing Tavistock in this way, many minds were opened, which otherwise would have remained closed. Chapter 34 The Cults of the East India Company 233 For centuries the British oligarchy has been the home of occultism, the metaphysical, mysticism and mind control. Bulwer Lytton wrote The Secrets of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and so many of Annie Besant's adherents of the Theosophist Society came from British upper classes, which even today is popular with them. The descendants of the Catharists and Albigensians of southern France and northern Italy had migrated to England and adopted the name Savoyard. Before them came the Bogomils of the Balkans and Pelicans of Asia Minor. All these sects had originated from the Babylonian Manichaeans. Inroads were made into this type of occultism by the Tavistock Institute, using some of its mind control techniques developed by Kurt Lewin and his team of researchers. See the Committee of 300 for details. The East India Company (EIC) and later the British East India Company (BEIC) was the original 300, whose descendants rule the world today. Opium and the drug trade was the stock in trade then, and remained so. From this highly organized, complex structure, grew socialism, Marxism, communism and National Socialism and fascism. Beginning in 1914, extensive mind control experiments were carried out at Cold Spring Harbor in New York, the race eugenics center sponsored by Mrs. E. Harriman, mother of Averell Harriman, governor of New York State at the time, who became a prominent public and political figure in the U.S. and Europe. 234 The Grand Lady poured millions of dollars of her money into the project and invited German scientists to share the forum. A great many of Tavistock's mind control techniques, especially reverse psychology technique taught by Rees, originated at Tavistock, which today forms the basis of mind-controlling exercises to implant the notion in the minds of the American public that the black and colored races are superior to the white race, racism in reverse. German scientists were invited to attend Cold Harbor indoctrinations by Mrs. Harriman and her group, comprised of some of the leading citizens of the period, 1915. After a year or two at Cold Spring Harbor, the German contingent returned to Germany, and under Hitler, put race eugenics learned at Cold Spring Harbor, into practice. All this information lay hidden from the American people until it was exposed in my book, Codeword Cardinal, and in my several monographs, which preceded the book and subsequently in my work, Aids the Full Disclosure, Tavistock and the White House. Tavistock mind conditioning techniques have been consistently in use in the United States by some of the highest and most important political figures in our history, beginning with Woodrow Wilson and continuing with Prey. Roosevelt. Every U.S. president after Roosevelt has been under the control of the 300 and the Tavistock Institute. Roosevelt was a typical mind-controlled programmed subject trained in Tavistock methodology. He would talk peace while preparing for war. He seized powers he was not entitled to under the U.S. Constitution, citing the illegal actions of President Wilson as his authority, and then explained away his actions through fireside chats, which 235 was a Tavistock idea to deceive the American people. Like another Tavistock robot, James Earl Carter, and Prey. Bush, his successor, convinced the American people that everything he did, no matter how blatantly unconstitutional, was done for their benefit. This was unlike Roosevelt, who knew full well when he was doing wrong, but who nevertheless, relished his task and carried out his Tavistock British royal family mandate with gusto, and with total disregard for human life, as is common to all cultists. When Prey. Bush, the elder, ordered invasion of Panama, it was a blatantly unconstitutional action at the cost of the lives of 7,000 Panamanians, over which Mr. Bush never lost any sleep, nor did he blink an eye over the death of 150,000 Iraqi soldiers in the undeclared illegal war against Iraq that was to follow his trial run to gauge public opinion. Carter was no stranger to the occult. One of his sisters was a leading witch in America. Carter believed that he was a born-again Christian, even though his entire political career was shot through with socialist and communist ideals and principles, which he never hesitated to put into practice. Carter is a true split personality product of Tavistock. This was noted by Hugh Sidey, a well-known columnist for mainstream media, who wrote in July of 1979, "The Jimmy Carter now at work behind the closed doors of the White House is not the Jimmy Carter we grew to know in the first 30 days of his presidency." Carter, programmed by Tavistock graduate Dr. Peter Bourne, had been through the hands of another Tavistock psychologist, Admiral Hyman Rickover, during Carter's stint at Annapolis. 236 Carter was pre-selected by the Rothschilds as being admirably suitable for special training, and one who would be adaptable to changing circumstances, willing to depart from principles. John Foster Dulles was another Tavistock indoctrinated figure of note that was close to the White House, holding the position of Secretary of State. Dulles blatantly lied to a U.S. Senate committee during the United Nations (UN) hearings, brazenly testifying under oath about the constitutionality of the U.S. belonging to this world body. Dulles dazzled and deceived the senators as to the constitutionality of the U.S. joining the UN and swayed enough senators to vote in favor if the so-called treaty, which is not a treaty, but an ambiguous agreement. The U.S. Constitution does not recognize agreements, only treaties signed by the nations concerned. However, the problem Dulles had was that the UN is not a country, so Tavistock got around the impediment by advising the State Department to call the document an agreement. Dulles was a Satanist, Illuminist, and a member of a number of occult societies. George Herbert Walker Bush is another product-trained, certified graduate of Tavistock's mind control system. The actions of this 33rd-degree Mason, in Panama and Iraq, speak volumes. In Panama, acting under the orders of the RIA and the CFR, Bush, the elder, moved to protect drug money in the Rockefeller-owned banks in Panama, after General Noriega had exposed two of them as money laundering facilities in the drug trade chain. 237 Bush ordered U.S. armed forces to invade Panama without having the authority expressed in the only constitutional way, a joint declaration of war by the U.S. House and Senate of the Congress, and in gross violation of his constitutional powers as president. The office of the president is expressly forbidden war-making powers by the Founding Fathers. But notwithstanding the lack of empowerment, Bush repeated his gross violations of the U.S. Constitution in ordering the U.S. armed forces to invade Iraq, again without the mandated declaration of war and in excess of his powers. The inner-conditioned American public, the shell-shocked victims of Tavistock's war on them, did not turn a hair as they watched the Constitution being ripped to shreds. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, warmly praised Bush, the elder, for his successful war against Iraq, and knighted him for his acts of defiance of the U.S. Constitution. This is not the first time that Elizabeth had rewarded American lawbreakers with high honors. British and American cultists and illuminists in the oil cartels are still carrying out a war of attrition against Iraq in 2005. They will not stop until they have laid their greedy, blood-stained hands on Iraq's oil riches in the manner in which Milner stole the gold from the Boers in the Anglo-Boer War 1899–1903. Do you find yourself responding to this information in a maladaptive way? Do you say, these actions cannot be the actions of an American president? This is nonsense. 238. If this is your maladaptive response, then turn your attention to the Boer War and you will soon see that Bush was only emulating the satanic barbarity of General Lord Kitchener and Lord Milner in their war of extermination against the Boer nation. Also, it behooves us to recall that the tragedy of Waco began on the Bush watch, and that vendetta against David Koresh was carried on by the leader of the Republican Party. While Attorney General Reno and Clinton carried out the actual policy of destruction for which Koresh was slated, George Bush played a leading role in the ghastly tableaus in which Koresh and 87 of his followers died. Although it is not generally known, Tavistock had a hand in the planning and might even have directed the onslaught by the FBI and the ATF on Koresh and the Davidians. Tavistock was represented by units of the British SAS who had been involved in training the ATF and the FBI on how to destroy Koresh and his followers and burn their church to the ground. Waco was unholy black arts Satanism in action, no more and no less. The fiery end of Koresh and his followers was typical Satanism at work, even though most of those who participated in the high crime and violations of human rights and the violation of the First, Second, Fifth and 10th Amendment rights of the victims, were not aware that they were in the hands of Satanists. They did not have the faintest inkling that they were being used by spiritual forces of the darkest kind. Tavistock's massive brainwashing of the America turned the public against Koresh and the Davidians, setting the stage for the destruction of lives and property at Waco, in utter defiance of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. 239 The wanton destruction of innocent lives and property by agents of the federal government who had no jurisdiction in the state of Texas or any other state for that matter and consequently, no authority to do what they did, violated the 10th Amendment, the citizen protection against excesses by the federal government. The state of Texas did not step in and stop the violation of the 10th Amendment that was in progress at Waco as it was the governor's duty to do under the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Texas. Tavistock had come a long way since Ramsay MacDonald was sent to the United States in 1895 to spy out the land for socialism. Ramsay reported back to the Fabians that for the U.S. to become a socialist state, the state and federal constitutions in that order had to be destroyed. Waco was the embodiment of that goal. John Marshall, the third Chief Justice of the United States, and the Lopez case decided by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, for once and for all made it clear that federal agents had no jurisdiction inside the borders of the states except where counterfeiting of U.S. dollars was being investigated. This in itself is an oxymoron, as so-called U.S. dollars are not U.S. dollars, but Federal Reserve notes, not the currency of the United States, but the notes of a privately owned non-governmental central bank. Why protect fraud, even if it is being perpetrated by the U.S. government? When the Constitution was written, the Founding Fathers felt that the denial of a central bank would prevent any bogus operation like the Federal Reserve coming into being. The constitutional provision protects U.S. Treasury notes from being counterfeited. It is doubtful whether a Federal Reserve note, which is not a U.S. dollar, enjoys the protection of the U.S. Constitution. 240 At Waco, the sheriff failed in his duty to order Tavistock's agents and the FBI out of the county, as the FBI was not investigating counterfeiting in conformity with the U.S. Constitution. The FBI was at Waco illegally. It was all a part of a carefully planned exercise to ascertain just how far the federal government could go in violating the Constitution before being brought up short. Just as the British lower and middle classes were inflamed against Germany at the commencement of World War I, through propaganda lies that the Kaiser had ordered his soldiers to cut off the arms of little children when they invaded Belgium and Holland, just so Tavistock programmed Americans to hate Koresh. Tavistock's blast of lies about Koresh went out over the airwaves, day and night. Koresh was having sex with very young children in the compound. His church, a simple wooden structure, was labeled a compound by the mind controllers at Tavistock. Another of Tavistock's gross lies was that the Davidians were running an amphetamine lab in the compound. Compound became the Tavistock coin buzzword. That Clinton gave the go-ahead to have the Davidians, gassed, shot at, subjected to devilish music night and day, and finally, burnt alive, is not surprising. Through the late Pamela Harriman Mr. Clinton was introduced to Tavistock and passed its mind control indoctrination initiation, during his stay at Oxford. Thereafter, he was introduced to socialism, Marxism, communism before being approved by Tavistock to succeed Mr. Bush, the elder, who had outlived his usefulness. Tavistock planned and executed a massive media drive using their polling profiling to implant Clinton in the minds of the American people, as one well suited to run the nation. It was Tavistock that arranged the strictly controlled Clinton interview with CBS, after Jennifer Flowers revealed that he had been her lover for the past 12 years, and it was Tavistock that took control of the reaction of the American people in the aftermath of the CBS interview. Thus, through its far-flung network of polling and opinion-making assets, the Clinton presidency was not torpedoed, although without Tavistock having been in control from start to finish of the CBS interview, it is certain that Clinton would have been forced to resign in disgrace. If you are looking for proof, if your response is maladaptive, then compare Clinton's escape with Gary Hart's conviction on a far lesser charge. The first New Age of Aquarius White House lawyer to be trained in Tavistock methodology was Mark Fabiani. His deft handling of situations, which every single observer expected would sink Clinton, became the talk of Washington. Only 13 people in the inner circle of the Illuminati and the Freemason hierarchy knew what the secret of Fabiani's success was. Lanny Davis, who took over from Fabiani, enjoyed even greater success. Known as Dr. Spin, Davis outflanked and outfoxed two special prosecutors, Judge Walsh and Kenneth Starr, blunted every attack launched by the Republicans in Congress, leaving the Republican Party in total disarray. 242 This Tavistock-trained lawyer carried out an audacious raid against Clinton's host of enemies in Congress. Davis's masterstroke came with the Thompson Committee hearings into DNC campaign funding and a host of Arkansas scandals. The Tavistock plan was simple, and like all simple plans, it was a stroke of genius. Davis collected every newspaper in the country, which had ever carried even the smallest story about Clinton's misdeeds, fundraising scandals and Whitewater. On the very day the Thompson Committee was in full cry, baying for the blood of the president, one of the many assistants serving Davis threaded his way through the packed hearing room, and gave each of the committee members a file of clippings compiled by Davis. With the file came a memo signed by Davis. What the committee was investigating at the cost of millions of dollars was nothing but a collection of old news. What was there to investigate when the charges against Clinton were yesterday's news? The Thompson Committee had been bushwhacked and thereafter ran out of steam and went out of action, a great victory for Tavistock and the White House. Prime Minister Blair was to use the same formula in disarming parliamentary critics' charges that he had lied about his reasons for going to war alongside Bush the Younger. The Daily Mirror accounts were all old news. Blair said in responding to what might have been a damning question. The MP asking the question was leading a move to have Blair impeached. Instead of answering, Blair deflected the question. Under parliamentary rules, the MP had had his turn, and would not get another opportunity to try and force the truth out of Blair. Chapter 35 The Music Industry, Mind Control, Propaganda and War 243 We should note that Tavistock's influence in America has expanded since it began its own bureaus here in 1946. Tavistock has brought the art of disinformation to a fine-tuned pitch. Such disinformation campaigns start with carefully crafted rumors. These are, generally speaking, planted in right-wing circles, where they grow and spread like wildfire. Tavistock has long known that the right wing is a fertile breeding ground for rumors to grow and be spread. In my experience, hardly a day passes that I am not asked to confirm some rumor or another, usually by people who should know better. The clever strategy of spreading disinformation through rumor has a double benefit. 1. It gives a semblance of credence to stories planted on conservatives. 2. By the time the information is proved to be false, the disinformation has tainted its purveyors to the extent where they may safely be described as crackpots, the paranoid fringe of the conservatives, extremists, and a whole lot worse. The next time you hear one of these kinds of rumors, think long and hard about the source of the rumor before you pass it along. Remember how Tavistock manipulators work: the juicier the rumor, the greater is your inclination to spread it, will unwittingly make you a part of Tavistock's insidious disinformation machine. 244 Turning now to another area of expertise in which Tavistock initiates its graduates, we refer to the assassination of politicians of importance who cannot be bought, and who have to be silenced. The murders of U.S. Presidents Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy are all linked to British intelligence MI6, and since 1923, associated with the Tavistock Institute. Pray. Kennedy proved to be impervious to mind control by Tavistock, so was chosen for public execution as a warning to those who would aspire to power, that none was higher than the Committee of 300. The grisly spectacle of the public execution of Kennedy was a message to the American people, one which they may not, even now, be aware of. Perhaps the Tavistock Institute provided the blueprint for Kennedy's execution. Perhaps it also carefully selected each and every participant, starting with the obviously mind-controlled Lee Harvey Oswald, and to the not-so-obvious Lyndon Johnson. Those who would not comply, or who sought to bring out the truth, suffered a variety of punishment, from disgrace, hounding from public life, and even death. We leave Tavistock's control of U.S. presidents, past, and future, and turn our attention to the music and entertainment industry. Nowhere is mind control, brainwashing of huge segments of the American public so noticeable, as it is in the music and entertainment industry. Decades later, misguided, uninitiated people still get angry with me over my exposure of the Beatles as a Tavistock project. Now, I fully expect the same people who tell me that they know all about the history of the Beatles, that they are musicians and I am not, to question the following. 245 Did you know that so-called rap music is another Tavistock program? So is hip-hop. As inane and idiotic as the words are, one can hardly call them lyrics. These words have been crafted by the technician in mind control and behavior modification, so that they would fit in and became an integral part of Tavistock's Gang Wars program for America's major cities. The chief purveyors of this music, and indeed all so-called rock and pop music, excuse the use of Tavistock jargon, are Time Warner, Sony, Bertelsmann, EMI, The Capitol Group, Seagram Canada, Philips Electronic, The Indies, Time Warner. Annual revenues $23.7 billion, 1996 figures. Its music publishing business owns 1 million songs through its subsidiary, Warner Chappell. These include songs by Madonna and Michael Jackson. It prints and publishes sheet music. Time Warner rap and pop labels include Amphetamine Reptile, Asylum Sire, Rhino, Maverick, Revolution, Luca Bop, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, marketed through Warner Rem. Time Warner also distributes alternative music labels through its subsidiary, Alternative Distribution Alliance, which covers the greater part of Europe, and which is particularly strong in England and Germany. It is not by accident that these two countries have been targeted by the manipulators at Tavistock. 246 The mostly subliminal, but increasingly open incitement to violence, unrestrained sex, anarchism and Satanism, is found in abundance among the songs owned by Time Warner. This almost cult-like dominance of the youth of Western Europe, and since the fall of the USSR, it is creeping into Russia and Japan also, is menacing civilization in Europe that has taken thousands of years to build up and mature. The huge following of youth and its seemingly insatiable appetite for this kind of utter junk music is frightening to behold, as is Tavistock's grip on the minds of those who listen to it. Time Warner distributes music through music clubs, which it owns outright, or else is in partnership with others. Columbia House is one example. Sony has a 50% share in Columbia House. Time Warner's manufacturing division, WEA, makes CDs, CD-ROMs, audios, videos, digital versatile discs, while another subsidiary, Ivy Hill, prints CD covers and inserts. American Family Enterprises, another subsidiary, markets music, books and magazines in a 50% holding with Heartland Music. Time Warner Motion Pictures has studios and production companies comprising, Warner Brothers, Castle Rock Entertainments, New Line Cinemas. Time Warner Motion Pictures owns 467 screens in the US and 464 screens in Europe. 1989 figures, the numbers are much greater today. In 2005, its broadcasting network includes WB Network, Prime Star, Cinemax, Comedy, Central Court TV, Sega Channel, Turner Classic Movies. Ted Turner owns 10% of the stock in Time Warner. 247 It broadcasts to China, Japan, New Zealand, France and Hungary. Its cable franchise lists 12.3 million subscribers. TV, production, distribution includes Warner Brothers Television, HBO Independent Productions, Warner Brothers Television Animations, Telepictures Productions, Castle Rock Television, New Line Television, Citadel Entertainment, Hanna-Barbera Cartoons, World Championship Wrestling, Turner Original Productions, Time Warner Sports, Turner Learning, Warner Home Videos, and in its library it has 28,500 television titles and animated shorts. Time Warner owns CNN Radio, which acquired from Ted Turner. It also owns 161 retail outlet stores, Warner Books, Little, Brown, Sunset Books, Oxmoor House and the Book of the Month Club. Time Warner owns the following magazines: People, Sports Illustrated, Time, Fortune, Life, Money, Entertainment, Weekly, Progressive Palmer, Southern Accents, Parenting, Health, Hippocrates, Asia Week, Weight Watchers, Mad Magazine, DC Comics, American Express Travel and Leisure, Food and Wine. Time Warner also owns a number of theme parks: Six Flags, Warner Brothers, Movie World, SeaWorld of Australia. I hope that at this point the reader will pause to reflect upon the enormous power for good or evil which rests in the hands of Time Warner. Obviously, this giant could make or break anybody. And then, remember, it is a client of the Tavistock Institute. It is frightening to contemplate what this mighty machine could do to public opinion and shaping the minds of the young, as we have seen with Gay Days at Disney World. 248 Sony's revenues in 1999 were estimated at $48.7 billion. It is the largest electronics company in the world. Its music division control rock, rap, pop, Columbia, Ruthouse, Legacy Recordings, Sony Independent Label, New Label, Michael Jackson, Sony Music Nashville, Columbia Nashville. Sony owns thousands of rock, pop labels including Bruce Springsteen, So Def, Slam Jazz, Bone Thugs in Harmony, Rage Against the Machine, Razor Sharp, Ghostface Killer, Crave, and Ruthless Relativity. If you have ever stopped to wonder how this awful idiocy with its highly suggestive word and incitement to violence got so big in such a short time, now you know. It is back to the hilt by Sony. Tavistock has long regarded rap as a useful messenger to precede anarchy and chaos, which is getting closer and closer. Sony distributes punk alternative rock label Epitaph Record, Hellcat, Rancid, Crank Possum Records and Epitome Surf Music by Blue Stingray. In addition, Sony publishes music through Sony ATV Music Publishing. Sony owns all of Michael Jackson's songs and nearly the entire range of the Beatles. Sony owns Loews Theatres, Sony Theatres, and its television interests include network game shows. It has about 15% of the market in music sales, sheet music, and is the largest international music company in the world. Sony's other products are CD records, optical discs, audio and videotapes. Loews Hotel property in Monte Carlo is a clearinghouse of information for drug trafficking, and its employees report directly to the Monte Carlo police any suspicious activity going on in the hotel. 249 suspicious mean any outsiders trying to bust into the trade. Several of the senior level front desk employees are Monte Carlo police trained to keep an eye on things. This is not to stamp out drug dealing, it is merely to keep upstarts getting into the drug trade. Outsiders arriving in Loews Hotel are informed on and are promptly arrested. Such events are sold to the press and world news media as drug busts. Sony's motion pictures division consists of Columbia Pictures, TriStar Pictures, Sony Pictures, Classic Triumph, Triumph Films with rights to Columbia Home TriStar Movies. Its television interests include network game shows. Bertelsmann's AG, a German privately held company owned by Reinhard Mohn, its estimated revenues were $15.7 billion in 1999. Bertelsmann owns 200 music labels from 40 countries, which labels cover rap, rock, pop. Whitney Houston, The Grateful Dead, Bad Boys, NG Records, Volcano Enterprises, Dancing Cat, Addict, G Street, Jungle Brothers, and Global Soul. All these contain explicit incitement to sex aberrations, drug-taking, anarchy, and violence. Bertelsmann owns country and western properties Arista Nashville, Pam Tillis, Korea, Leroy Parnell, RCA Label Group, BNA, Lorrie Morgan. Other titles it owns are the soundtrack from Star Wars, Boston Pops, New Age and Windham Hill etc. The company publishes sheet music through BMG Music, which controls the rights to 700,000 songs, including The Beach Boys, B.B. King, Barry Manilow, 100,000 famous music of Paramount Studios. It owns 7 music clubs in the US and Canada, and makes credit cards for MBNA Bank. Bertelsmann AG does tremendous book business worldwide and is very much a committee of 300 affiliate. 250 Bertelsmann holdings include Doubleday, Dell Publishers, Family Circle, Parent and Child, Fitness, American Homes and Gardens, with 38 magazines in Spain, France, Italy, Hungary and Poland. Bertelsmann's television and satellite channels are in Europe, where it is the largest broadcaster. This company is very vindictive and will not hesitate to attack anyone who dares to reveal what it thinks might not be in the company's best interests. EMI, a British-based company with estimated revenues of $6 billion in 1999, the company owns 60 music labels in 46 countries: rock, pop, rap, Beatle Boys, Chrysalis, Grand Royal, Parlophone, Pumpkin Smashers, Virgin, Point Blank. EMI owns and controls the Rolling Stones, Duck Down, No Limit, NOO Tribe, Rap A Lot, the Ghetto Boys, with an immense sheet music publishing business. It has a direct interest or owns outright 231 stores in 7 countries, including HMV, Virgin Megastores, Dillons USA. EMI has network stations throughout Britain and Europe, some of which work in conjunction with Bertelsmann. The Capital Group. This Los Angeles-based investment group sold 35% of its stock to Seagram's, the Bronstein's Liquor Company, and a high-ranking committee of 300 property. Seagram's has an 80% stake in Universal Music Group, formerly MCA, now Matsushita Electric Industries Property. Its 1999 revenues were estimated as $14 billion. Seagram owns in excess of 150,000 copyrights, including the copyrights to Impact, Mechanic, Zebra, Radioactive Records, Fort Apache Records, Heavy D and The Boys. 251 The Capital Group has joint ventures with Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen. In its country and western division, the company owns Reba McEntire, Wynonna, George Strait, Dolly Parton, LeAnn Rimes and Hank Williams. Through Seagram, the company owns concert halls at Fiddler's Green, Denver, Blossom Music Center, Cleveland, Gorge Amphitheater, Washington State, Starplex, Dallas. It has expanded to Toronto and Atlanta. The Capital Group through its motion picture division owns Demi Moore, Danny DeVito, Penny Marshall and a host of minor figures in the movie-making business. Universal Films Library is a Capital Group property, as is Universal Films Library. The company owns 500 retail stores, several hotels as well as Universal Studios in Hollywood. The Indies. One of the smaller companies in the music and entertainment, its annual revenues is estimated at $5 billion. The company has a substantial portfolio of rock, rap, pop labels, mostly of the more bizarre kind. Its country and western division owns Willie Nelson and distribution is done through the Big Six. Even without ownership of any independent retail stores or outlets, the company managed to capture an astonishing 21% of U.S. music sales. The significance of this is that most of its revenues come from bizarre rap, pop, rock sales of the violent, abusive, foul language, sexually suggestive titles, anarchy, which shows the way the youth of America is going. 252 Philips Electronic. This Dutch company had revenues of $15.8 billion in 1996. While it is mainly an electronics company, it is in the Big Six category primarily because of ownership of 75% of Polygram Music. Its portfolio of labels is in rock, pop, rap. Elton John is one of its properties. Philips ranks third in the music publishing business with 375,000 copyright titles. Through its subsidiaries in Europe and Britain, in 1998 Philips produced 540 million CDs and VHS tapes. Its motion pictures division owns Jodie Foster, while Philips Television own Robert Redford Sundance Films and Propaganda Films. The foregoing information should give you, the reader, and some idea of the immense power this giant industry wields over our daily lives, how it is shaping the minds of the youth of America. Without the control and the advanced techniques made available to these companies through Tavistock, the giant strides the industry has made would not have been possible. The information I have provided should shake you to your very foundations when you come to the realization that Tavistock controls what news we see, what home movies and television network movies we are allowed to see, what music we listen to. Behind this gigantic enterprise stands the Tavistock Institute for Human Relations. As I have clearly demonstrated, America is marching in lockstep with the gigantic movie music industry, hitherto unknown forces, powerful forces whose sole aim and object is to pervert, twist and distort the minds of our youth, to make it all the easier for the Committee of 300 to usher in the socialist New World Order, one world government, in which the new communists rule of the world. 253 The information I have put before you should be a source of great alarm as you contemplate the future of your children and the youth of America, having come to the knowledge and understanding that they are being fed a diet of anarchistic ideas, revolutionary fervor, and incitement to take drugs, free sex, abortion, lesbianism and homosexual acceptance. Without this giant music and entertainment industry, Michael Jackson would only have been the puerile, insipid nonentity, but he was puffed, and Tavistock told the youth of our land just how great he is, and how much they, the youth of the Western world, love him. It also has to do with the power to control the media. Inasmuch as the music and entertainment industry is what I call an open secret designed by Tavistock, I do not expect my work on this vital subject to be accepted as the whole truth, at least up to the year 2015, which is the year I anticipate the outbreak of Armageddon, the all-out nuclear cab war, when the full wrath of God will fall on the United States of America. But with regard to massive media control, it is not difficult for even the untrained observer to see, hear and read that indeed, the U.S. has a controlled media, the product of the Tavistock Institute. This factor is what got President Bush elected, and then, to the astonishment of all of Europe and at least half of the American voters, saw him elected for a second term in spite of his deplorable record. How did this happen? The question is easily answered, due to the breakdown of America's national media. Traditional broadcasters abandoned their obligation to promote the public interest, they no longer felt an obligation to report two sides of the questions. 254 The national media intensified its policy of mixing news with fiction that began with War of Worlds. While this attracted viewers and increased revenues, it did nothing for the long-held doctrine of fairness in broadcasting so essential to the flow of information in a free society. In recent years, this grave problem has been exacerbated by the rise of the right-wing Thunder Squad, who will tolerate no contra-opinion but they broadcast only the Bush administration's opinion, and they are not above twisting and spinning the news in the best Tavistock manner. This was confirmed by a joint survey in 2004 carried out by the Center on Policy Studies, the Center on Policy Attitudes, the Program on International Policy Attitudes, and the Center for International and Security Studies. What they found is really the key to why Bush is still in the White House, and a tribute to the power of professional propaganda. 75% of the Bush faithful were not convinced by the President Commission's finding that Iraq had nothing to do with Al-Qaeda. The majority of Bush supporters believed that a greater part of the Islamic world supported the U.S. in its invasion of Iraq. This is totally at variance with the facts. Egypt, a Muslim state, does not support the USA, and the majority of Egyptians want the U.S. out of Iraq. Turkey, which although a secular state is overwhelmingly Muslim, by a vote of 87% is opposed to the U.S. being in Iraq and reject the reasons given for the invasion. 70% of the Bush faithful believe that Iraq possessed WMDs. 255 What I have written here is the indisputable truth, but it will take a major event to confirm it as such, just as it took 14 years for my Committee of 300 book and 25 years for my Club of Rome report to be confirmed by Alexander King himself. But let there be no doubt that Tavistock, today, in 2005, is in full control of every aspect of life in America. Not one thing escapes its notice. In 2005 we are witness to the amazing influence and power of the Tavistock Institute and its upper-level masters, the Committee of 300, in the manner in which the United States is run by President George Bush, and the acceptance of what Bush says and does without question or doubt. The reasons for these mistaken beliefs are not hard to find. The Bush administration told the American public many times in 1994 that Iraq did have nuclear weapons ready for use. Also passed off as truth were Bush administration reports that President Hussein was supporting Al-Qaeda units in Iraq and that Al-Qaeda was responsible for the World Trade Center (WTC) attack, all of which was without foundation. Yet members of the Roaring Right Radio Network (RRRN) happily repeated these errors, notably Hannity and Combs and Fox News. Mr. Hannity obligingly told his audience that the weapons had been moved to Syria. He never offered a shred of evidence to support his statement. In addition to Fox News and other talk radio shows chum out masses of propaganda. Chief exponents of radio propaganda on behalf of the Bush administration are Rush Limbaugh, Matt Drudge, Sean Hannity, Bill O'Reilly, 256 Tucker Carlson, Oliver North, John Stossel, Gordon Liddy, Peggy Noonan, Larry King, Michael Reagan, Gordon Liddy, Dick Morris, William Bennett, Michael Savage, Joe Scarborough. Larry King is one of the best trained Tavistock puppets. When on the rare occasion he has an opponent of the Bush war on his show, he will give them about 2 minutes to make their case, immediately followed by 5 pro-Bush experts to rebut the daring dissenter. Nearly all of the foregoing radio personalities have received instruction from the experts at Tavistock to a greater or lesser degree. When one studies their methodology, it bears a distinct resemblance to the methods of presentation perfected at Tavistock. The same can be seen in the television personalities, the news anchors, and their message news that differs neither in content or style of delivery. Without exception, they all bear the imprint of the Tavistock Institute. The United States is in the grip of the greatest and sustained of mass mind control, brainwashing, and conditioning program, and it is reflected at every level of our society. The masters of spin, deception, conniving, dissembling, half-truths and its twin brother, outright lies, have the American people by the throat. 257 Churchill, before he was turned, declared in the House of Commons that the Bolsheviks have seized Russia by the hair of its head. We make bold to say that Tavistock has seized the head and the minds of the American people, unless there is a great awakening of spirit of 1776 and the revival that took place among the generation that followed the Founding Fathers. The United States is doomed to collapse, even as the Greek and Roman civilizations collapsed. What is needed is the formation of our own invisible army of shock troops that will go into every village, every town, every city across the length and breadth of the United States, to deliver the counterpunch that will send the Tavistock troops into full retreat and ultimate defeat. An Audioboy 279 production. Truth audiobooks for the people.